welcome to the Las Vegas Opens 2026. What a shot, man.
Perfect. What just happened? Look at that cue ball.
I don't think I've seen that before, too.
No way.
Well, a very warm welcome to all of our pool fans joining at this iconic and packed out Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino. It's day 2 of the Pro Billiard Series 10-ball Men's Las Vegas Open. And what a match we have lined up here for you. 2 tricky customers. It is the loser's first round. We have Yusui Kuranski of Mexico, and he's taking on Vitaly Patsura of Ukraine. Well, my name is Gethin Davis, and joining me in the commentating box, it's an absolute pleasure, my good friend and colleague, Graham Hickman. Welcome, Graham. This is a difficult one to pick.
Hey everybody, hey, good morning. Hi, Gethin. Yes, looking forward to this one. Already feels like we've had some good pool already. A lot of the usual suspects going through yesterday, a lot of the big names doing what we expected. However, as you say, we're in the losers round now, so it's win or go home, as you say, in this stage already. Yeah, that's a tough one to call, this one. I haven't really seen them play a great deal over the years, but yeah, I don't know. What's your thoughts on this one, Gethin?
Well, I was just looking on the form of Yusui. He's a Mexican national champion. He's won the hay ball and the 9-ball out there. This is 10-ball. Be interesting to see how he takes on the challenge. But I've only been hearing great things about Vitaly Patsura. He's not long been over from Ukraine. A good friend of ours, Fedor Gorst, helped in getting him out of Ukraine over to America, where he resides now. And he's been playing very strong of late. He did lose, I believe, to Max Lechner in the opening round with a 2-0 defeat, but this is Yusui up to break.
Yeah, I think Max was quite exquisite in his game. From what I recall, I did see some of that. He played some pretty amazing stuff. So yeah, seems like some players are in good form, and as you know, in this format, getting short races to 4, but with winner breaks, if somebody gets onto a bit of a roll, you could be sitting in your chair for a little while. However, some of the matches that we have seen, both the ones that we did yesterday, the breaks weren't so favourable for both players, so a little bit of safety. As you see here, doesn't really have a offensive shot straight away, so looking to duck. He's played that pretty well though. First shot looked pretty good.
Yeah, well, making balls off the break, as you mentioned, did not have a position to go at the 1-ball, but, well, you couldn't get that cue ball locked tighter to the 4. And you can see a little shake of the head from Vitaly. He knows this is a tricky one.
Yeah, he's got a 1 real kick here. He's going to try and catch the bottom side of the 2, I think. He's called the corner anyway, but he'd love to catch maybe the bottom, try and send the cue ball down the table. That could be an option, depending how he chooses to play it. He's caught it pretty full, so he's going to probably stick it up. And first real chance falls here. No real difficult balls.
And as you can see from that break from Kuranski, there's no real problems out there on the table now. So this is a great opportunity to get off the mark. But the format of race to 4, best of 3 sets, it has proved very exciting and a little bit leveling sometimes if players haven't come out the block firing on all cylinders. There's a few threats of upsets in the opening round.
definitely some early nerves in the first rounds. Yeah, we commentated on Shane Van Boning in the first match, getting the first set. Frankie Hernandez was a little bit hit and miss, and he ended up losing that set. But boy, did he come out firing in the next two sets and really stamped his authority. So I think some players just settling into this match, and that's the joy of these short race formats. You can write a set off if you like, and still regroup for the next. For those just joining us, we do have, they're both going in. He's landed on the 50-yard line a little bit here. The 6-ball, still okay, but a little bit more trickier than he would have liked, I think. Probably, I don't know, can he draw into this, Gethin? I don't even know if he can. This is tricky.
Yeah, the 50-yard line indeed, Graham. And that corner pocket looms large. He may not even take this on, you know.
Yeah, it's a hard one to refuse, though, really. Given where the ball is, not much chance of cover. He might have to play a little bit of a creative shot here. Yeah, well, there's a lot of body in that one.
Oh.
But he makes it, and I don't know if he can cut this in the side. It looks extremely thin.
Yeah, the 7 could just be up higher than the middle pocket, and that's going to make the cut very tricky. And there is a threat of the in-off if he goes for the corner. This is not over yet.
Yeah, both shots look a little bit in-off. Maybe he can squeeze a little bit up the rail. Yeah. I think he was conscious of that in-off get-in. He's fluked it, but it doesn't count. So Patsura comes to the table with his first look at, well, pinching this rack, you would have to say.
Yeah. And well, you mentioned it. Quite a bit of body movement in Yasui there. I'm wondering if that's his style. As you mentioned, I've not managed to see too much of him on the TV tables. Obviously seen a few of his score lines. But this would be a great steal for Patsura here.
Yeah, well, like you say, if he's obviously winning some events, you know, everyone's style is different. You would like to think it doesn't impact him too much. Maybe in those pressure moments, a bit of body can do all kinds of crazy things, but Vitali will be happy to step in and mop this one up. And all in all, Gethin, it was a pretty good break, to be honest. There wasn't any clusters, there wasn't really any major problems, just a little bit unfortunate to not get a straightforward shot on the break, but it'd be interesting to see how this break fares.
Yeah, indeed. Yasui was unfortunate not to get a shot on the one and played the ideal safety shot. But it wasn't enough. And well, we'll see how important it is taking the first set. While we just watch a referee rack the balls together, we do have another stream running live concurrently on table 3. Oliver Zolnocki, who's been rather successful on the European circuit of late. He takes on a US hopeful, Robert Marino. So if you want to keep an eye on the scores there, and also to find out what's coming up later today, and of course through the next 9 days, please do visit ProBilliardSeries.com, and within a click or two you can get to all of the events running. We'll go through a few of them as this match progresses. And let's see Vitali with his first break, leading 1-0 in the opening set.
He's chasing that one ball in the side, I think. There you go. Hits it really well. And the corner ball. Is he going to get a look at something? Don't think so. Well, you can see the 3, but not sure he can do a lot with this. Get in. He might have to duck and hide. Try and get some cover. But a pretty good break. Lost the cue ball a little bit, but made a couple of balls, and control of the table is all that you can ask for in 10 ball, really.
Yeah, we've been picking that up early on the Predator Arc tables. The cut ball on the one ball in the centre pocket, but there has been the tendency for another ball to kick it out the way. The four looked like it might have threatened it there, but good promising signs for both players making balls off the break. And again, as in our first rack, replying with a pretty decent safety. I'm sure our viewers at home will be saying jump, call the 10, but in this format, early 10s do not count. He will remain at the table if he makes it. Didn't hear a call, Graham, did you?
No, I didn't. But he might have mentioned it to the referee as he was walking to the table. Not that it matters now, but how's your luck? Oh, it's not so great. Chance for Vitali here from a good safety. He's got a pretty decent angle on this 3, to be honest, as well, Gethin. He can run this 3 ball off 2 rails, maybe even 3 if he chooses to get really close up to that 4 ball on the rail. Kind of where his hand is, somewhere around there would be nice. All about the pace. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, great line.
Wow, he's actually landed a little bit unfortunate there, I think, because the 5 doesn't go in the side. So he's going to have to take probably the 5 in the bottom corner. Just a bit of a shame that it's on the rail. Doesn't give him too many options. He might be able to squeeze a little bit on this, though, Gethin, and just get somewhat closer to the 5, potentially. That's what he's looking at.
Yeah, and the 6 does look like it passes the 10 there. That might make his options a little bit easier, because I've got a feeling the 8's blocking it in the corner. Well, from the overhead, it does look like there may be a path past the 8 as well, but he's got a great angle just to run through here.
Wow, that's a perfect view. Great shot there. He's played that pretty well. Doesn't have a great deal of angle on this. 6 to go up the table. Doesn't want to, probably wouldn't go too crazy here. I wouldn't be surprised if he maybe plays the 7 in the top corner. Looks like he's digging down though. Wow, I can't believe he's played it that way. There's always a chance of that bubble getting.
Yeah. Well, these Predator arc tables are not forgiving on the centre pockets, and going in at that pace, not too sure he needed to do that.
Yeah, a bit surprised. Obviously, if it goes in, it was a perfect shot, but there's always the risk of when you have to play so much pace into those sides from that angle, like you say, it's just, it can, well, as we've seen there, bobble out just because of the power. Felt maybe he could have dropped that in and maybe taken a little bit of a longer 7 in the corner with the 8 ball being pretty much over the corner. However, what's history is history. What kind of angle does he have here?
Oh,
This might be ideal.
well, you'd think he can push this with a bit of loaded left-hand side, one rail and off the short rail and bring it out, but he really didn't want this, and he's brought the Predator extension into play as well.
Yeah, I don't know how straight he is. I like your option with the spin, but if he doesn't have the angle, might have to. It looks like he's going forward, so he must have a little bit. This could wobble a little bit if he's pinching. Oh, he's just taking his medicine, so that tells you didn't have a great deal to work with there, Gethin.
No. We did see him earlier make a really nice cut shot into the corner pocket. Another one needed here.
Good thing is he has natural angle to come round for the 10 ball. How's the pace? Needs to run a bit. It's not bad. It's a pretty good shot, really. A lot of body in that again, so this is definitely his style. Ooh, bobbled in that one. Yeah, maybe a bit of a mistake from both players there, just in the early racks. But it is 1-1. Some interesting shots there from both players. But this is how it goes. Taking your chances, and a lot of pressure on this, with them coming into the loser side straight away. So a break for Kuranski. See if he can capitalize on that stealing of the last rack. See what kind of break he can make here. Well, dry break. And he does have a look at the one. A bit of a cluster down the corner here on the right side of the table. Might not be too bad. Yeah, some awkward queuing there. Can always be a little bit tricky then, but managed it pretty well. As you see, there is a gap here. So although the table looked a little bit congested on this side, it's actually not too bad. All about control here. He's played that really well. It's quite a good angle here to go up for the 4 in the top corner. And the 5 and 6 are actually not in a bad place. So this is a real opportunity to steal this break. All about the pace, this. Doesn't want to be hampered. It's not bad. A little bit close to the side. Might have a little bit of an awkward angle here. Don't know if he can draw this back. Or does he have to punch it? He might have to just take his medicine. Maybe leave a little bit more distance on the 5. All depends how much angle he has. Well, he was able to punch it, but the risk of that was he put a little bit more side on than maybe he was hoping for. Good news is he's not hooked on the 8, from the 8, sorry. So he can see the 5. This is probably going to have to be a back and forwards across the table. Choice whether he goes high or low. All depends on player preference. He's choosing to go low. He's played that pretty well. It's a great shot. He's still chasing a little bit here. He's on the 6, but it's not perfect. He's going to have to roll this up the rail. Chances are he's not going to get too far away from the rail, so good angle on this 7 ball is important. Probably better to run this ahead a little bit, try and get somewhere towards, well, above the break line, where the break box area is. Could be nice. Somewhere around the first, or the furthest diamond up that long rail. If he can get there, that would leave him a pretty nice angle to work with. Doesn't want to be straight on this. Decided to take the longer angle and guarantee a bit of a cut. This looks good. This is good. Oh, around a touch, but should be fine. Played that really well. Just a stop shot here, really. Doesn't need to do a great deal. So 2-1 lead to Vitali. Pretty nice finish in the end. Maneuvered the balls pretty well. Wasn't so straightforward. Had to work that cue ball around the table due to the break, but it was a pretty good, solid finish. You'd be feeling good after that.
Graham.
So referee just racking the balls here. Well, no balls off the break. Hasn't really left anything on the one other than a look at it. Yeah, he was chasing that one in the side. It was tracking that way, but got bumped out of the way. Don't know how much of the one he can see. We're playing with the 5 here. Has to catch a rail, try and hook behind the 4 ball here. Well, he didn't even catch the 5, so he's left it over the corner. Not ideal. Does leave a bit of a tempter with the jump stick. So jump cue here. It's got to get over 2 balls. Quite high elevation needed. Oh, what a great shot. There's always the danger of that safety. Pushing the one towards the corner.
Extension.
Sweep here, Graham.
Yeah, I think so. Needs to catch this pretty good. Can you believe he went around the back of that getting? Incredible, really.
Vitaly jumping out of his chair. Opportunity to get to the hill. Any immediate problems could be out there are the ones he's going to make for himself if he is at all.
Yeah, good chance here. Balls are wide open again, and just by how the last rack went, Vitaly be feeling pretty confident taking these out. He's got to get a couple of shots right. This draw shot can be a little tricky. Played that well though.
Yeah. And in fairness, he's been looking rather solid. He doesn't seem to have been phased with any potential problems out there. And he's playing
Definitely
solid.
settling. He's settling in now. This looks like good stuff from Vitaly. This is kind of what we expect. Very solid around the balls, composed. I like his timing. Doesn't seem to have to do crazy stuff. You mentioned Fedor a little bit. He kind of plays a little bit similar to some degree, just playing the table, steady pace around.
Yeah, and more importantly, he's keeping Kuranski in his chair. And if he can put himself on the hill now, then we'll certainly have some questions.
Yeah, but to be fair, there hasn't really been much safety play at the moment. A couple of shots here or there in terms of maybe one or two safeties, but we haven't had any big safety battles yet. Okay, we're only in the fourth rack here, but the tables, even though breaks haven't been crazy big, the tables have been quite inviting to run them out. So Vitaly's definitely taken advantage of the chances that have come his way. As you say, he'd love to get on the hill here and have a break to wrap this set up.
Yeah, he's taking this opportunity nicely. And I mentioned he did lose to Mac Lechner, who's no slouch around the table. But this chap, he's looking like he's really settling into it now. And takes the hill in this opening set 3-1. And this set is going to need a comeback similar to the one that Elvis had at this location. He played over 650 shows concurrently here and put this place on the map. And our Mexican player here is going to need to do that in this opening set. As you look at the stats there, well, Vitaly's sitting pretty with an overall performance of 900. But interesting, both having the same break success. And if I remember rightly, Graham, both not necessarily getting good position after being successful off the break. So, well, we'll see how that shapes out. But right now, we have Vitaly breaking on the hill in the opening set.
Yeah, well deserved as well. Probably played the better over these few racks. It's good to probably see him get a bit of table time, because you mentioned playing Max Lechner in the first match and you lost that match 4-0, 4-1. Don't have the stats in front of me, but judging by that scoreline, you know how Max, we've got one in the corner, judging by how Max can play, maybe that match just got run away from him. So it's good to maybe see him play, get a bit of table time. One ball was tracking in the side again.
Ooh, and the 4 dropped it. But look at where that 1 ball has finished. It's not going to hamper his queuing. This is a thin cut.
Yeah, he could take this on. He's choosing not to. Interesting choice, a shot, but that 1 ball, we've seen that a few times with players, haven't we, Gethin, where on the camera it looks like it's a pretty inviting opportunity, but they opt to not go for it. From this angle there, you see, maybe the 2 ball position just wasn't ideal from that position, and he has played a good safety shot, to be fair, but players turning down somewhat aggressive opportunities, maybe.
Well, maybe he heard you during the break between the last rack. We haven't seen that many safeties. They have put in some good safeties. That one was up there.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of cliche things, isn't it, Gethin? You know, if you keep your opponent off the table, there's not a lot they can do in terms of defense or offense. The moment you play a safety shot and you give your opponent a look at something, whether it's a kick shot, a jump shot, whatever that is, anything can happen.
Oh.
Well, there you see, just like I was saying, so he was in control a moment ago, and a kick shot from Kuranski maybe hasn't worked in Vitali's favour here, because if he can't see this 1 ball, I'm pretty sure he's coming back to the table. Yeah, there you go. So back to what I was saying, Gethin, sometimes maybe letting your opponent back to the table isn't always wise at certain moments.
No. It was nice improvisation to get the cue ball where it was, but now he's faced with a tricky... Is he looking at the 2-rail escape?
Yeah, I think so. He's doing a bit of a calculation here. Kind of parallel. That's actually the way I like to do it, Gethin, funny enough. Parallel way, just taking a step and trying to mirror the angle, trying to flick this. Slide beat him though. This is the new class for you. Didn't anticipate that, I think. Maybe he thought it wouldn't slide as much as it did, but he missed that by quite some way.
Yeah, I'm just having another look at that too, Graham. If it's frozen against that 8, it's not many options for it, if at all. Might be forced to go into it straight away.
Played that really well though.
Our astute viewers may be picking up a bit of background noise with the announcements. Our Women's Las Vegas Open 2026 kicks off after this match. And we'll be bringing you up on our TV tables. So Soa against Yin Hei-Yu, and also Silviana Liu against Sophia Mast. And, well, the Pink Dagger is here with Venom this week. So it'll be interesting to see how that tournament kicks off. Doesn't seem to be putting the players off having the announcements in the background, but this is a thin cut for the Mexican here. He's gone for the bank.
He's absolutely nailed it. What a great shot. It looked like the cut was thin, but it was kind of maybe still sending the cue ball towards the sticks, but you preferred the bank. Absolutely nailed that, Gethin. On a dime. Great shot. Great push. Oh my. Well, I don't know if that was the body there, Gethin. He moved quite a bit there. He was jumping up as he hit the cue ball, and maybe it's the same story as the Vitali miss, obviously from a different angle, but trying to put a little bit more power in from an acute angle. Table didn't like it. Very tight from there.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed. That was a great chance to start clawing back into this opening set. And now he's left Vitali with a thin cut, which he's taken on. He's played it well. How's his cue ball?
Might just get there. And he's got another thin one. The big question here is, does the 8 go past the 10? Doesn't go past the 10. He's going to have to keep the cue ball to this left side of the table, you would think. For the 8 in the bottom right, just takes a little bit more control. Not sure if you can go just drop this in 2 rails, or will you have to play a bit of pace and go back and forwards twice? That's what he's trying.
Well, that looks a thin gap, if there is one at all.
I don't think it goes from my eyes, but as you know, Gethin, we have been proven wrong many times. There you go. Extremely tight. What do we know?
What a great camera angle. Thank you, team. Oh, he thundered that one in.
There you go. He said, if I hit the rail, I'm going to hit hard enough so it goes through the rail. Played it well. So 2 balls for the set, yeah.
Well, I think in summary, a fair reflection on the player's performance so far. However, I will say the Mexican Kuranski did have his chances, but Vitali Patsura has pounced on most of his, and he takes this opening set 4 racks to 1. And, well, is this an ominous sign? Or do you think there's any route for our Mexican back into this, Graham?
Well, I think it's, it's been proven. Every set's different. We've seen that over many, many matches, and I think Kuranski just has to forget that one, move on to the next one, start afresh, and hope that he can get some chances, because Vitali's been playing pretty solid. Hasn't really made a great deal of mistakes. Overall performance in that set, very high, nearly 900 there, which tells you that he didn't miss a lot, if anything. One missed shot there, it shows on the stats, but in fairness, that was probably the 6th ball he played in the side, if I remember correctly. Other than that, pretty good stuff.
Yeah, that's a fair summary. Just look at the background there. It's filling up very nicely. The Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino. Spectators are free. It's just off the strip, so if anyone's watching, please do come down and come and see your favorite players in action, as we see another strong break from Vitali. And that's another good sign leading off into the second set, Graham.
Yeah, he's definitely got that center, 1 ball in the center, kind of his target, and he got a ball in the top corner as well, so pretty good break. Maybe being a little bit unfortunate here. I'll have to have a look, proper look. So he's going to push out, try and leave a thin edge on this 2 ball, which then tells me he's probably trying to track the cue ball, possibly behind the 10, but behind the 6 and 10, sorry. And that does leave the opportunity for his opponent as well. Don't know what shot you see, Gethin, but a thin edge maybe. Try and leave the 2 where it is.
Giving it back. Oh, he's played that delicately. That's a very, very nice shot.
Yeah, I kind of feel it was invited though, do you not think? I mean, I'm not saying it was a bad putt by any means, but he didn't really, that was doing, he gave him a very clear option of what to do.
I mean, it was the only option to go for. I mean, it had to be played well with a very nice touch. He's going for a 1 rail escape, and where the cue ball is, getting any side on this cue ball is going to be fraught with danger. Oh, he's done that well. He avoided the 4.
think he was hoping to catch it maybe a touch thinner, try and get that cue ball back over next to the 6 and the 10. Still got a good cue ball on the rail. It's not a bad outcome. Does put a lot of pressure on this, and we've seen a bit of body movement on some of these shots, so it'll be interesting to see if he stays down on this.
Oh, it needs the 10 to slow this cue ball up, which it's done. Let's put the 2 ball right in the middle on the short rail, but it's not up against the cushion, so there are options here. I feel a little slice off the left-hand side of the 2 ball. Try and bring the cue ball back to where it is now. Wouldn't be such a bad effort.
Extension.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Always tricky, these. It's so easy to catch the 2 ball too thick or even too thin. These are probably the most trickiest ones to play off the edge. But he does have a chance to get, like you say, down by the 10 and the 6. Good things can happen if he can catch it well. Oh, this is not bad at all. How's the pace?
Oh, that could come up behind the 10 there, Graham.
What a great shot that is. Question is, has he left a thin edge on the 2 from this angle, or is he totally hooked on the 5? He looks hard to tell if he can catch the edge. Not that he could do a great deal with that edge, by the way, Gethin, but it's hard to see if he can. If he can catch the thin edge, the 2 ball will head towards that right side of the table and potentially stick up. So might play a kick shot here.
He's having a close inspection. I'm just wondering. No, it looks too close for the 2 and 3 to corromit. Yeah, definitely the overhead giving that away there. I love your idea of rail first with side, but maybe he can't even see it.
Ooh, that's what he tried. He tried to go behind the 9 with loads of left-hand spin, because even if he did have the edge, there was no advantage. So he went, maybe that, I don't think that shot was on, to be honest. That's why he's tried to play it with so much spin. But that safety from Vitali has earned him the ball in hand. Just making sure the referee knows what he's playing, but first glance here, Gethin. The only thing that stands out possibly could be the 8 ball, if it want to be a bit critical. It does look like it goes up past the 9 there, so you can go below the 8. Probably going to have to be the only position for that, and 6 to 8 is quite okay.
Yeah, as you see from the overhead there, there's a little gap between the 8 ball and the rail. I'm sure Vitali will be focused on that, but I'm just wondering if the 5 may hamper his cueing here, and he may have made it a bit trickier than he particularly wanted it.
Yeah, lost the cue ball a little bit there. Still should be okay, but as you see, unnecessary hamperings very close to that 5. Yes, referee watching like a hawk, but able to just trickle it in. Probably play. Yeah, he might even opt to play a little bit of a draw shot. He could stop it and still be okay. Would be nice with a little bit more angle on this 6, so he can just let the cue ball do the work, Gethin. It's always a bit more tricky when you have to punch those in. Might even draw it a little bit. Yeah, I like that option. Just pull it back a few inches. Give yourself a bit more angle on the 6. Oh, he's missed the 5. Oh, that's all down to the position on the 6. He's thinking like I was calling out there. He wanted to leave a much more thinner angle on the 6, so he could just drop the 6 in and just roll up nicely behind the 8 Gethin, but he just took his eye off that 5.
Oh, he has, and well, will this be a gift that Kuranski will open? Because
that's the problem.
Yeah, this is straight, huh?
Yeah, he's kind of maybe wanted to play that off a few rails and let the cue ball run a little bit. He'll have to play a bit of a shot here. He's playing for the bank, maybe. Is the bank even on?
Well, he made a lovely bank earlier on, the cross bank, and to get position, so he certainly isn't afraid of them, but I'm not too sure this is even on.
Yeah, maybe with the 8 being off the rail, might help it a little bit. Looks like it might go above the middle pocket, but yeah, I don't think that was on, Gethin. It looked like it was a... Maybe he didn't have an option, but it didn't look on for me.
No, I have to agree, and to stick the boot in, he scratched as well. So what looked like a quick turn of momentum, well, he didn't take the opportunity, and he's back in his chair with his opponent, our Ukrainian, not facing too much difficulty out there, and well, you feel the Mexican really needs to start doing something soon. He has had a few opportunities and chances, but the gentleman putting the 10 ball away here, Vitaly Patsura, takes the opening rack in our second set. He already leads 1-0. And, well, great signs for our Ukrainian.
Yeah, I have to say that was a missed opportunity there. I think he maybe played that 5 ball a little bit quick. Did Kuranski? I think he tried to play it thin on the 5 and let the cue ball do the travelling, but with these slick cloths as well, when a ball's in the pocket, you think it's a straightforward shot. If anything, it's far from it, because the more pace you put on the ball, the more it stays up the table. So you've got to kind of know how to play those shots a little bit. Not to say he didn't know how to play it, but you could see what happened. It checked up a little bit and left him straight on the 6. So anyway, he needs to regroup now, as you say, and hopefully he can get a chance from Vitaly's break. But I do think he's tracking this 1 ball in the side really well. If you can keep that going and keep control of these racks. Oh, it was on its way again. Middle pocket. Oh, he gets 2 late balls, Gethin. How about that?
He does. Yeah, this is, again, a very, very productive break from Vitaly. This is the losers bracket, so it is elimination for whoever loses this match. That will start to put the pressure on as well a bit. 128 players in this tournament. $150,000 bounty out there. And this gentleman, look at the concentration on his face. Oh, he went attacking straight out there, looking to develop the 8-9 problem. But he's locked himself on the 2, Graham, and that's a bit unfortunate. I can see what he was trying to do there.
Well, I don't blame him for trying to be aggressive. I just think coming in from that angle, even if he caught the 9 from the bottom side, the 8 ball was kind of going to go towards the 2. If the 2 ball maybe does go up past the green in the corner, maybe that was what he was thinking, just to flick off the 9 and try and have a shot on the 2 in the corner, but it hasn't worked out. Definitely needs to make contact here though, because all the balls are pretty close to pockets really, aren't they? So with the exception of the 10, and
Yeah,
did call the corner. Trying to get it behind the 8 ball nearly. Yeah, he's played a good shot there, I think. I think he's got him. He can hit it, but I think he might have blocked the combination.
Always tricky to judge when you're playing them at that pace, especially with needing to hit a rail after contact. And having the courage to bring that 8 into play. I think he's reaped his rewards, but is there a combination on here?
Bend it. A little bit of spin. Try to make an angle. Man, it was on.
It wasn't far away either. However, that's another chance that, well, you'd arguably say it was a chance, but that's another one that slipped away from the Mexican. And, well, Yasui needs to start making something happen, and with Vitaly back at the table, he's not going to be able to do it right now.
He's going to probably take the medicine here. Yeah, I like that shot. The balls are all pretty much potable from anywhere in the middle of the table, so he doesn't really need to do a great deal here. Just play this. He likes to roll them in, but you can play this two ways. Punch it off the rail, go for the side, you can drop it in. There's so many options. Yeah, he just doesn't need to go anywhere crazy here. This is the key shot coming up. Don't know how much angle he has on this green, but play a bit of a draw shot. So pace is important here. I'd love to be back kind of where he is now. That would be ideal, but oh, that'll work. Oh, what a great shot.
Yeah, he just let his stroke out there, Graham, and really good signs here. We have seen a bit of Patsura even here last year. He is a formidable player, but in this format, as you mentioned at the beginning of this match, he has proved for some interesting results. He's certainly taken advantage of his opportunities, and I'm sure that will be reflected in the stats. Be interesting if Kuranski can start to just turn the momentum, and if an opportunity comes his way, take it with both hands. But here, Graham, looks very much like Vitali's going to take a 2-0 lead in the second set.
Yeah, he's looking strong, isn't he? You could tell by a few of the shots there in that rack, especially that 6-ball, the way he drew it off the long rail. Just tells you that he's a pretty good stroke, judging the pace to perfection. He's played a few of those shots. Yeah, everything to do for Kuranski. I think he needs a bit of help from Vitali here. But at the moment, uphill battle. It's not over yet, of course. It's never over until it's over. But something does need to change. Either that's opportunities taken, or, like you say, a little bit of help from the Ukrainian.
And you just have to believe that he's got the ability to deliver. He's just not really, maybe sometimes not even playing the right shot, but up until now, he has had the odd chance to be able to turn things around. However, with this chap breaking in the form that he is now breaking, he's really asking a lot to get another opportunity in this set.
Yeah, as ever, keep an eye on this one ball, folks. Inside. Not one this time, but this is going to be an okay break, unless the 8's going to spoil the party. No.
I see the 2-ball still spinning. It looked like it may have had a gap into that top left pocket as we're looking at the overhead now. As you mentioned, the 1 was sort of tracking, but the 3 decided to sneak in instead. More importantly, he's left with a really nice shape on this 1. Not sure if that 2 does pass Graham, but he could come around the angles and find a different path for it.
Yeah, possibly. I'm going to say the 2 goes, because if we say it doesn't go, then it probably does. So, well, it doesn't go. That's why going around the angles. How's the pace? He's played for the side, I think. He's overrun his way. Can he still put this in the side? He can. This is a tester. This is a definite tester. He's definitely going to go into some balls, you would think, yeah. Really just needs to put everything into the pot and maybe see what the pool gods give him, because this is already a 10 out of 10 difficulty shot from here.
Extension.
Yeah, he is going to be throwing a few out to the elements if he was to hope to get shape on the 4 as well. So not only a tricky shot. Oh, 4-ball corner pocket, was that?
No, I think he's 2-ball in the corner. I don't know what he's played there.
Maybe the 4-ball was called for backup. I think he was always looking to put the cue ball safe. But he did have the angle then clearly to put it in the center pocket. But it was a tricky shot, and position on the 4 was never going to be a guarantee. And that's not a bad shot at all. It looks like the 9 may even be hampering the 1-stroke 2-rail escape, so he may be coming zigzagging across the table here, Graham.
Yeah, I think he's going airborne, trying to go into the rail.
He jumped to make the 2-rail escape. Got the kick and stick as well. I would say that he has left a thin cut into the left center pocket as we look at the screen, but we saw him turn down a tricky one earlier. There is the bonus that he may still get shape on the 4 if he were to take it on. He is leading 2-0 in the second set, leading by 1-0 as well, Graham. Maybe there could be time to throw caution to the wind a little. But
Yeah,
there we go.
Interesting point. Yeah, I might have left this actually. It's a good actually point you've made there. You know, when do you throw caution to the wind in these races? I think short races to 4. I don't know. I don't even know if you can really throw caution to the wind because tables can turn so quickly. That's why I don't blame him. Playing safe. Maybe if you don't have any options, go for it. But trying to get the hook and he didn't. Oh, a lot of movement there as well.
Yeah, again, I'm not too sure if that is his style, but it's certainly, for those who have had lessons in pool, they would have been advised to keep that body movement to a minimum. Sort of fallen in a little bit of a spot. Oh, he's played that very nicely. Not too sure. Can you reach this with that? You should be able to reach this.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe bridging over a little bit, but kind of the shortest part of the table, so you should be okay. Just needs to pinch this a little bit. He's put them both. Well, he's in a bit of trouble here. It doesn't go anywhere. I don't think it goes in the corner. Well, it does from this angle, but it's extremely thin, I think. I don't know if he'll be taking it on. Could put him in a lot of trouble behind that 7-ball, Giffen. So he's trying.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, he was just looking to avoid the 5 in the previous shot and didn't. Potted it. But in not being able to pot the 6, he's done the next best thing. And I'm not too sure he can play a straightforward 1-rail escape without pumping a bit of side onto it, Graham.
Yeah, I do fancy him to hit this. It's quite a big ball. Don't know if he called anything, but it doesn't matter. He's left a shot in the side. Just needs a bit of cueing, but just needs to pot the 6-ball. Natural position for the 7. Maybe that safety shot could earn him another rack. It's a good hit, really. Hoping for a little bit of fortune. Probably could have played it a bit more pacier, a bit harder, but still a good hit. It's going to be very hard to get away with it, I think.
Hello. Oh, has he got away with that?
I think he has big time. Full ball. It's a full ball hook. I mean, he can go 1 rail. I think he knew straight away as soon as he hit that ball. He does have a 1 rail kick. I don't know if he can play it in such a way to stay behind the 9-ball. Just kind of play. The risk is if he doesn't catch it right, he could stick this 6-ball up. Also needs to get a rail.
I'm not too sure if he called it, but he wasn't far away from making it, Graham. However, you'd think from how he's left Vitali here, he's sold out, and well, not that he's been taking advantage of many of his chances. He really needed to have taken advantage of that one.
Yeah, maybe there was a little bit of frustration in that kick shot, thinking, just try and pot it. Where's a cue ball? I'm not sure what he's played there. Has he hooked himself yet, Gethin? He might have done. Oh, he's been a bit fortunate there. I don't know if he played it that way. Maybe he did. If he did, then he's in good shape here. He can go 2 rails around the 8, I think.
Yeah, very good percentage shot play there. Big area to aim for. And the 9, as you see from the overhead pass, is the 10. This could be our Ukrainian on the hill in the second set, which would be match hill for him. Oh, well, he's come underneath it, Graham, and the cue ball will be running away. You fully expect him to make this and have shape on the 10, but I'm sure he wouldn't wanted to have finished this side.
Yeah, I might just take the medicine. Leave a thinner 10 ball. It's relatively close to the corner, so question is, can he play this with running side? Just go off the short rail around the angles. It's normally the easiest way to play it, but with the slide he might not be able to play that shot, so that's why he's probably playing it the other way and going just across the center of the table. Yeah, there you go. It's on the hill.
Yeah, and yes, making it look easy. Again, I will repeat, the Mexican Kuranski had a good few opportunities in this, probably more than Vitaly would have wanted him to, but he hasn't been able to take advantage of them. And while we just wait for this rack to be put together, just to let you know, following on from this match, we have the opening of the Women's Las Vegas Open 2026, and on this table will be a matchup, an all South Korea affair, and it's going to be a tough one. Soa takes on Yin Hei Yu, and over on our other TV table it will be the Indonesian Silviana Liu taking on the US hopeful, the 17-year-old Pink Dagger Sophia Mast, and I'm very much looking forward to that one. And they will be taking place, due to kick off in an hour from our time, and that will be 1 p.m. Vegas local time. And bringing you back to the action here, Vitaly Patsura steps up to break. He leads 3-0 on the hill in the second set after taking the opening set. He's breaking for the match here, Graham.
Yeah, it's all running one-way traffic for the Ukrainian. Let's see how this break opens up. Will he get the first bite of the cherry? Bit of a miss hit there. Cue ball jumped, he didn't catch it. How the previous breaks have kind of panned out. Bit of a messy break, a few problems it looks like. A couple of clusters.
Did
But
the
10 ball.
three... Sorry, Graham, I thought the 3 may have come to spoil the party, but no. He's not got an open shot.
No, there's a few balls spoiling the party. There isn't a getting 10 and the 9 ball locked up there with the 2 and the 4. He does have a look at this one. Not really anything aggressive that he can do, but there's plenty of places to hide.
It's the cue ball behind the 5. It's not found it, and I'm not too sure that 1 ball has gone into a safe position. It's certainly on, and he's called it, Graham. But as you've alluded to, there are more problems for him to think about, but right now he's focused on this 1 ball.
Yeah, it's a bit of a half chance actually, this get in. If he can somehow pot the 1 and have a shot on the 2, he's just going for a little bit of pace to see what he can get. Not going to get anything easy, but tell you what, I've seen worse finishes from that position. He can pot this 2. The question for me is, can he pot the 2 and leave some kind of developing angle on the 3 to go into that 4-9? Don't know if that's possible. Chose to go above the 3.
Oh, clips the 5 and may have locked himself, or at least a chunk of the 3 is hidden. He's going airborne, Graham, so that may suggest he can't see any of this. Camera angle backs that up. Thank you very much. He did make a call, but getting contact on this 3 will be a great shot in itself. Looks like he's called it down the long rail into the bottom right corner.
Yeah, interesting, he's picking the jump cue. Kick shot seems pretty straightforward. And if he does hit the 3, he's potted it, you know. What a shot that is. I mean, it's one of them funny ones, isn't it? He pots it, but just gives him control of maybe a positional shot here, safety shot, sorry. Very good shot there. I mean, he could have played a kick shot on the 3, but tap on the leg there by Kuranski. Can he hide the cue ball? That's a question.
He's not done too bad there, and well, the 9 looked like it was going to drop, which would not have helped him at all, but it's not, it's hung out there. And I don't think there's a way that the 4 can be cannoned onto it. Good improvisation, was not unfortunate not to get the cue ball to kick behind the 5 there as well, Graham.
Yeah, this has worked out incredibly well. Creative shot there. It's a pretty good shot. Didn't really have much other options. Couldn't play any kind of aggressive shot other than a little flick off. Could find himself in a bit of trouble here if he can get this cue ball next to the 10. That would be ideal. Has he got there? I don't know if he has.
No, I don't think he has. Difficult shot he's left on. But yeah.
Still a 6. Sorry, I was just going to say there's still a 6-7 problem there. First protocol is, as you see, this is not a straightforward pot. He needs to get on the 5 as well.
Oh, very nice indeed. And as you mentioned, Kuranski actually put that 7 up against the 10 from an earlier shot. How's that 5 sat up for him?
It's thin, but he could opt to play into this 7 and 10 here if he wants to try and open them up. Looks quite natural to come that way. Might not be a bad option. Catch them from the left side rail.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Well, something needed to happen, Graham. Better late than never. This is the sort of stuff that we were expecting to see from him, and that really has developed out beautifully for him.
Yeah, there's a bit of pressure on these last 4 balls under normal circumstances. Probably take these out 10 out of 10. Given he's 3-0 down, if he makes a mistake, he's out of the tournament. This will be as high pressure as it can be. It's got a nice, maybe nice on this 10 though, on this 8 ball, sorry, just to draw up the rail. And the 10 ball's close enough to the corner where kind of anywhere on the 9 should work.
Great view of the potting angle there, and he's done exactly that, floating the cue ball up over the bulk line, and well, you'd love to think that he will pick these 2 off. And as you said, Graham, he's in a must-win situation. I was just wondering under my breath if he maybe had already put himself out of this match and maybe was not feeling any nerves at all, because he certainly played that well, and maybe even a little bit less body movement that we've seen from him so far. So this is good. He's back to 3-1. We'll get the break, and this has to be the start of the comeback if he is to stay in this match. And the crowd is looking rather full out there. That can sometimes add to the pressure, especially if some of your friends are in the crowd.
Yeah, there is only one way forward, and that is he has to win every rack from now to stay in this match at least. There is no more second chances, if you like, in terms of set-wise. This is do or die. He just needs to try and keep Vitaly away from an opportunity. It starts with a break. He's been sat in the chair a little bit from breaking. Let's see if he can get something going. Opportunity would be the first start of that. Just a cue ball here. Is he going to scratch? He is. No, he's not.
Oh.
Wow. I think he's hooked on the rail. I think he's on the hook on the rail.
I'm not even too sure if there's a shot you can play past the 10 there.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting one. Look, for all the world he was going to be in off, but can he hit the 1 from here? Maybe he can. Very thin edge. Let's see what he does.
Well, he started off this match making balls off of his first break. That occasion, he could see the 1, but he couldn't pot it, and played a very good safety. This time, I'm not even sure if he can actually play that cue ball out of that. So he's taken the push, moved the 10, pushed the cue ball into a position where there is no look at that 1 ball. And although Vitaly got out of his chair, he was quick to tick it back to the Mexican. Cue ball's not a nice position, Graham.
I think that's a mistake. I think he tried to leave an edge of the 1, but in the end he's hooked himself, and Vitaly's rightly so said, no thanks, you can have that 1. And you see, he kind of gave control back to the Ukrainian. I don't think he can pot the 1, but he might be able to be creative here.
Yeah,
balls to hide down.
That was the risk of hitting that 1 ball full in the face. Well, there's lots of traffic down here, Graham. I mean, you can pick your spot.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You can't just naturally play off the edge of the 1. He's going to have to either send the 1 ball down the table or play off the edge. I mean, he could go for the pot and then try to play safe.
Did he call the middle pocket?
I think he did. He's going aggressive.
He did. He missed it. He left the cue ball in a horrible position if he had potted it. And not for the first time in this match, we do see Yasui Kuranski coming back to the table, and he's got a good look on this 1.
Yeah, these are the chances. I'm saying he needs a bit of help from Vitaly, and he needs to try and take these chances as much as possible. 2-5 combo. Judging by the angle, there is a chance that this 2 ball could go to the left of the table, potentially, and head towards that 7. Depends how straight he can make this combination.
Well, he made the combination. That 2 ball's popped out, but that's not going to help him, I don't think. And is there an obvious safety? Maybe he can push the 2 past the 10 and just roll the cue ball up somewhere around behind the 7, but he's not going to take the rack at this visit.
No, yeah, you're right. Pretty straightforward safety. And the scratch is screaming out here, going up the table, trying to make contact with this 2 ball. Maybe half tempted just to... You could also put another ball safe. It's not the most straightforward kick shots here. I might play this slow pace. Just try to land on it, maybe. That's what he's trying. Scratches calling out all day, though.
Not a bad line. Oh, he missed it on the way down. And that cue ball did not hit a cushion on the way back. It's ball in hand, but there's not much he can do apart from go for another foul, I feel.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, can he put the cue ball in such a way below the 2, somehow put him behind the 3? I don't know if that's possible from the angle, but that looks to be the most favourable. Just kind of put it somewhere there and just elevate the cue. Just try to kill the cue ball and just send that 2 away. Yeah, I like that shot. And now he's in big trouble.
Yeah. Well, the 2 ball has gone right up against that short rail. I'm not too sure if that makes that a better target for him or not, but if he fouls here, we'll put him on 2 fouls. We do have 3 foul in effect. Is he looking to knock a ball up here?
Just trying to tie a ball up, yeah, put that 4. It's a pretty good shot. Does ask the question of Kuranski, means he's banking on maybe him not being able to run out at this visit. To be fair, that's probably the more percentage play over trying to kick that ball, to be honest, Gethin. I don't blame that shot. Didn't really have too much else to do. It was a good safety.
No, I agree, Graham. I'm just wondering if the best bet if he wanted to get a third safety is to a third foul is to use the 3 to get it rather than the 2.
Yeah, it's a good call. I mean, he's got a few options, really. Probably the likelihood here is play the 2 ball down to the 3, see if you can get a half decent angle to give you an option to open the 4 up. If not, try to get a good safety. There's some cover down there that you can attack. Just make sure you don't hook yourself. That's what he's kind of semi-trying. Doesn't want to go at 10. Ah, there you go. Has he got a 10 there? Can he draw this 3 into the 4? Try and make something happen. Or, to your point, does he pop the 3? Maybe try to play a cheeky safety off the 4.
Well, I tell you something, that was bravery on another level. He was looking to come off that short rail and push the 4 and 7 apart. Was not far away from achieving it at all. Looks like he's taking the pot on here.
Yeah, that's the table. That shot wasn't on for me. Not at that pace. It's too slidey. He's never going to get there with the topspin, I felt. He did try. But like we said before, maybe he can play a thin edge off this 4. Maybe try to use the 8, the 9 and the 10 as a little bit of cover. Needs the 4 ball to not move too much.
Oh, the 9 could provide cover. I think he's going to leave an edge there, though, Graham. Referee just indicating to Vitali that he is on 2 fouls. That's not going to bother him here, if you can see it. No shot on. Maybe we'll call the combination just in case. Oh, and that is end of rack. I think that's loss of rack. The referee did warn him on the 2 fouls, the second foul.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gift, really. I definitely could have hit that 4 ball. At least make him run the balls. But yeah, it's a bit of a gift, and all of a sudden, from being 3-0 in front, not to say that he's maybe feeling it too much yet, but he's right back in this set. Kuranski, if you can get one good break here, and before you know it, tables have turned. The Ukrainian was looking very comfortable.
He was, and you can sense a little bit of a buzz in the crowd as well. And they can sense something could be a brew. Just have a little look at the stats as they're coming in. Well, they still are suggesting that Vitali should be running away with this. bit of closer inspection, if anything. The Mexican just slightly ahead with the safeties. But he breaks now, trailing 3 racks to 2 in the second set. Must win this and the next to take this second set. Where's the cue ball? It's rested in the corner. Jowls. The 10 ball was potted, so he'll remain at the table while the 10 gets respotted.
Yeah, that was almost going to be happy days there. Cue ball just running into an awkward spot. Similar to the 1 ball. It's a problem with the 3 ball. So there's a few problems here. Referee just taking care to... Oh, there's another problem right there. Unless that 5 ball goes in. Hard to tell from here. Does go in the side, maybe. But yeah. Plenty stuff to deal with first.
Got a bit of a double kiss. Looked like he was playing for that and has not come out of that too badly. Vitali does get a good look at this one. There is no shot on, but be ideally looking to put his opponent in a safe position here.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Gethin, but part of me feels these type of racks are just favouring Kuranski here. It's stopping Vitali from running balls. Having a messy table with a bit of safety, just putting a little bit more pressure on the Ukrainian, and things are not going all his way at the moment.
Yeah, I have to agree. And that may be a testament to the way he's been breaking, because he's been not leaving much trouble on the table at all. But in this set, we've certainly seen a few breaks result in a couple of problem areas. And well, the scoreline has shifted from 3-0 to 3-2, which will ask questions of the Ukrainian here. Looking to get the cue ball all down to bring the 10 or the 7 into play, and hasn't done that.
Yeah, he had an opportunity also with the 1 ball there to bump into that 9 ball and 3 ball, just open something up, but didn't seem to make the connection. I think they'll be open up this time though. Should change it a little bit. How's the cover? Is he going to open the 5 as well? He is.
Oh,
Horrible.
that makes queuing so tricky for Patsura there. He's going to have to elevate over the top of it, and really the referee will be watching that closely for any movement on the 5 ball.
Yeah, I like the kick, to be honest.
Extension.
I think go on the right side of the 8 ball. Just need to make sure you catch this one pretty full off the rail. If you catch it on the right side, you could scratch. But all of a sudden, that one shot from Kuranski has really opened this rack up wide open.
Oh, he's made good contact there.
It's a bit of a roll. That'll work. You'll take that. Hasn't left anything on, and okay, maybe there's a safety option on here just off the right edge of the 1 ball. Keep that one on the rail where the green 6 is. Try and send that cue ball to the left side using the 10 as cover. I think that's the most logical path I see. It's going behind. Wow, is that a foul? Was it? No, he caught the rail after the... Didn't think that shot was on, but that was delicate. Very risky. He does have it.
I didn't even see that shot on, Graham. I saw your shot, and I thought with the cube, with the 1 ball being sort of deadened by the 6, he could just focus on positioning the cue ball. But that is great skill. Oh, and it's been fruitful as well, Graham.
Yeah, quite incredible. All of a sudden, he has a chance chance to really somehow from nowhere get back to hill on this set. Really give himself a chance to hang into this match when, for all the money, looked like you already had half his cues put away. It was crazy. Vitaly will be thinking, what's happened here? A couple of missed balls or a couple of safeties gone awry, and before you know it, but you can't believe that it could be 3-3 in a moment. This is quite remarkable.
Dare I say, there's a little bit of a pep in the Mexican step as well. So he might be feeling the confidence is brewing, the momentum is shifting, and like you mentioned, the two problem areas that were really sticking out, he resolved quite quickly. Oh, he's run into the 10 there, but that's not done him any disservice either, so maybe things are just swaying a little bit his way.
Yeah, definitely worked out okay. He's got options. He can draw this. We can stun this round the 9. Looks like he's going to draw it. I wouldn't be surprised there's a little bit of pressure building. The Mexican here. He hasn't played that great. I think he's going to run into the 10 again here, getting. Don't think he wants to play it in the bottom left. He'd love to play it in the side. That might cause a problem. Don't think he can avoid carrying another ball. Takes it in the corner, has a lot more pressure. He's drawing it. Maybe he's going on the right side. Interesting shot here. How's the pace?
Oh, not bad at all. It looked like it was going to run on a lot further.
I think that was perfect, really. As good as he could have got from that angle. He's got a nice line on this 5 ball. Go up and down. Just make sure he doesn't go near the middle pocket, but he should be okay.
Oh, slides past the 6 very, very nicely. 7 may not pass the 8. That shouldn't provide a problem. It looks like he just needs to just pop the cue ball off the cushion here and play up the 7 into the top left. And this rack will have opened up perfectly for him.
Yeah, the pressure's going to build on this 7 ball for me. There should be no problem. He's just overran that bit. Just overran a ball or so, which means it's not straightforward just to stop it in. Might have to choose to play the 8 ball in the bottom left, the same corner as the 6. I think that's the safest option. I wouldn't be trying to go too crazy with this. Just stay down and give yourself a decent shot on this 8 ball. Great angle here. Watch this one. Yeah, he's not taking any chances. He's ran it on his handpad cue. Get in. His handpad queuing up. Now this is pressure right here. This is the shot for the match, or at least for the eyes of Vitaly. This is missable, given the context.
Well, this second set has turned into an absolute gem. It would be a shame if a miss here would be the end of it. Oh, he stayed down great on the shot, Graham.
Great shot. He's been chasing this rack a little bit.
Yeah, lots of pressure looming over Kuranski's head, but so far delivering. Oh, and Vitaly looks on from his chair. Can't do anything from there. And this 10 ball will put Yuzui Kuranski in a hill in the second set, which he's done, Graham. And well, who would have put their money on this after Vitaly potted the 10 ball in our 3rd rack of this second set? He was leading 3-0, and Mexican has brought the score back. Kuranski now ties 3-3 in this deciding rack for the second set. And, well, who would have picked it?
Yeah, truth be told, when it was 3-0 up to Vitaly, I was half thinking, which biscuits will I have with my cup of tea in a rack or two's time? However, there will be no biscuits, and I'm very, full credit to the Mexican in battling back. Got to give him all the dues. He hasn't crumbled. Vitaly, to be fair, probably has been waiting for that one gilt opportunity to win the match, which probably hasn't had. In fairness, he's had a few messy racks, and the Mexicans had really the better outcomes of most of the shots. So huge break coming here. Are we going to see another safety rack, or will someone get a chance to run the match? Now a minute. Cue ball. Ooh, that was heading towards the side. Looks a little bit messy again.
It does. And so far in this second set, these type of situations have favoured Kuranski. Vitaly looking at a long one. Is he taking it on? No, he's not. Needed the 4 to come into play, and it hasn't.
Yeah, but where that 3 ball is, that's a big problem. If it was the other way around, as a combo one, then this rack was quite dangerous. Given where the 3 ball is, and the 2, well, could maybe make something happen from the 2, but really needs to try and get some cover here.
Wow. I'm not too sure if there's a gap between that 10 and 6, because if not, the tap on the table. Oh, I thought that was a tap on the table. Maybe it was, may have been, as well as a calling of the bottom left pocket as we're looking at it. So he's definitely going for the 1/2 rail escape. I'm just wondering if that safety shot was played to perfection.
He's kicking at it. Where's the cue ball going to end up? Hasn't really sold out, but control still with the Mexican here. Balls are starting to move around the table.
Yeah, we still have that problem with the 3 and the 4, so no real merit in going aggressive here. However, as I say that, he may just go ahead and bank it. Oh, that 8 could prove useful in deadening the cue ball, which it has done. And I'm not even sure Vitaly has an edge there.
I think he has, I think it's been a bit unlucky there. Now he's got a nice edge to kind of track back to the same place. Try and send the cue ball a couple of rails into that little box of balls. See if you can get some cover. Send that 1 behind the 3 would be ideal. He's got it,
Good 1 ball. How's the cue ball? Oh, well, I don't know if anyone was wondering what must be going through Vitaly's head right now, staring down the barrel of 3-0 back to 3-3. But that's great composure from the Ukrainian, and that's a very, very difficult position he's left Kuranski in there. I can't really see any escapes at all.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where if he does give him ball in hand, I know the shot I'd be thinking would be to stun that cue ball up behind the 3, send that 1 ball away back round the table and chase them 3 fouls, because it's pretty straightforward. I mean, of course, he might go for this, but the risk is he doesn't want to open up the 3 and the 4 if he does make a mistake. He's going for a jump here. I'm not sure. What about this for a shot? I'm surprised they're trying to put something more safe. Oh my goodness, what a shot.
That is fantastic. We've seen a similar shot played in this match already. Jump bank escape. That one was the better of the bunch. Had to be hit with precision. I mean, he's a bit unfortunate. He's left the 1 on. But that 3-4 still a bit tricky. Is there a chance he could open it here? But I don't know.
He tried to flick the 4. But just to go back on that shot a minute ago, Gethin, I think there's a little bit more context. The risk that he was playing there as well, if he did hit it incorrectly and went into the 3 and the 4 and give ball in hand, all the balls would have been open and that could have been match over. So to go that way, got to give him full courage and credit. Very, very risky indeed to go that route, but still work to be done here for Vitaly. I don't know if he can punch this, try and open something up. That's what he's trying. Oh, he's going to be close, you know. He's going to be close.
Great effort, great effort. The cue ball just running out of pace at the end. We'll see an edge of this 3.
If you can, that's a big bonus. Very fortunate not to be. I think he's hooked, you know. Surely you can't see the edge of the 3. From this angle, it looks. Don't know. We'll tell by how he's cueing.
I think you're right. I don't think he can. And I mean, where the knuckle is of the jaw. Oh, he's called the cross bank, so maybe there is an edge of it. Big shot if he makes it, Graham. You couldn't have picked that though, could you? He played it in such a way that he was going to leave the red 3 in the center of the short rail, so wouldn't have left his opponent in. But look at that cue ball, how it missed the 6, and it's gone flush into that tight center pocket. Ball in hand for the Mexican.
Yeah, oh, it's all happening. I'm kind of surprised that he maybe went for the bank. I think he was going for more safety, to be honest. But scratch was the worst possible result he could have had. Just want to be straight on this. He's got enough angle maybe to work with here. Look at the 7, 8, 9, and 10 all camping out in that top corner pocket. Really, he's just a couple of shots away. If he can get nice on that 7. Somehow this Mexican could be getting a set on the board, which is quite incredible.
And as we've seen, Graham, in this format, anything can happen in the 3rd set. You can feel the buzz in the crowd. Been picking up quite a few sighs and claps from them. They're all invested in this. And well, what was looking like a walkover for the Ukrainian has now turned into a very, very exciting affair.
Key shot coming up here. Of course, the 7 is very close to the corner. Did see the angle there. It does go. It's relatively tight, but it does go. I'd love to get pretty close to this 7. Try and have a nice easy 7 to 8.
Yeah, the 7 doesn't have a full pocket either. That cue ball, is it going to come up far enough? Well,
I think he might. Can he go forward? He might be able to just top this in, not with crazy speed. Just go up and down and leave a thinner 8. He's okay.
Oh, he got up quick as he played that shot. Didn't make any difference. Clean as a whistle. And floated, as you suggested, nicely for this 8. And I'm not going to say it, Graham, but good signs for Yasui Kuranski.
Wouldn't be surprised if Vitaly takes a break after this. Gethin, he's going to be a little bit shell shocked. Quite incredible. What a battle back from the Mexican. Somehow these messy racks have totally worked in his favour.
And where some players would have bowed their head at the prospect of being 3-0 down in this race to 4, Yuri Kuranski has pulled it back from the depths and takes our second set to bring it back to 1 set apiece. And as my good colleague Graham Hickman has suggested, players are going to take a short break. I think after all that excitement, both Graham and I will as well. Refresh the glasses and get back in time, ready for the opening of this third and deciding set. Please don't go away, we'll be right back. Well, a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this thrilling losers round 1 matchup between Vitaly Patsura of Ukraine and Yusui Kuranski of Mexico. For those of you just joining us, well, the Ukrainian took the opening set quite convincingly 4-1 and looked like he was going to take the match in the second set. He was leading 3-0, but the Mexican winning 4 in a row in some messy but thrilling matches. Taken the second set and now has brought it back to a deciding and third set. If this match does go 3-3 in this set, we will be blessed with a shootout. My name is Gethin Davis, and joining me in the commentating box for the culmination of this match, my good friend and colleague Graham. Well, I'm not going to call it Graham. Do you dare?
No, definitely not. This match has completely surprised us both. Yeah, quite incredible, really. You've got to give hats off to the Mexican. 3-0 down in the final set after losing the first one 4-1. I think everybody in the audience watching and on the stream thought this match was very much over. However, fast forward 45 minutes later, I tell you what, he's very much in this match. It is a bit of a flip of a coin because, as you see, the breaks are starting to get messy. Pretty much all of that last set, the messy breaks, definitely went the way of the Mexican. So Vitaly needs to knuckle down here, try to somehow stay composed.
A lovely view of player coming up next, Soa, who recently was a champion at our last event. Played absolutely formidably in the Women's Worlds. And she will be up on this table in the following match, taking on a fellow South Korean, Yin Hae-yu. That will follow this match, as I said. But let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot of life left in this. And dare I say, a couple more twists and turns.
I kind of feel this match is deserving of a shootout. It's had pretty much everything else.
Yeah, that's the only thing it's been missing.
Exactly. I'm sure both players would not want that. It's the one going to finish here. Maybe a shot at the side. Not the best queuing, but there's still plenty of work to be done in this one.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, Graham, you're talking about shooting it in the side. I'm just reflecting back. I'm not too sure if it was at 3-2 or if it was at 3-3, but Vitali had that shot into the center pocket that he missed, and that may prove to be very costly in this match. However, that is not a bad shot at this stage.
He's got him in a spot of bother here. He's frozen on that ball, so the one ball is over the corner. 6 ball is a problem because it's blocking the kind of direct line, so it plays quite big, as we say. Hard to avoid it. You might have to play this high and try and let the slide just take it down. Go cushion first, maybe. Oh, what a great shot. Oh, that's unlucky.
Wow, he played exactly as you suggested, taking advantage of the slide. If you watch the bounce, it takes off the rail here, just collects a little bit of the momentum and spin, and he wasn't far away from making that. Well, I'm just taking a look at the 7-8 cluster there, Graham. That could come back to haunt one of these players. There's a few more balls between then and now, but certainly something for consideration.
Yeah, this will be quite a good finish from here. He's got a nice angle to go up for the 3, sorry. He's going to have to leave this relatively thin, so center table will be okay, because then he can try and run the cue ball maybe off 3 rails. We'll have to put a little bit of power in this, because the way the slidey cloth works, it's going to hit too hard, it won't take. So as he tries to power it through, need a bit of juice anyway to get back round for that 4 in the same corner. He's trying to power it round.
Wow, he did find the juice there, and he's also managed to leave himself a good angle to come back out for the 5. So still looking at that 7-8, but good stuff so far from the Ukrainian. Oh yeah, as you suggested, Graham, he must be a bit shell-shocked from how that second set played out. But he certainly seems to have put it behind him here. And, well, I'm just wondering if there could be a way to slide past the 9 into the 7 at this opportunity.
He's got options. It's a risky one. Yeah, he had options there. It was risky going that way, because even if he did catch it, he might not have had a shot on the 6. I was just about to say he could have just dropped the 5 in, maybe left a better angle on the 6 to go off the bottom rail and into the 7 and 8 that way. Try and put that 7 up to play it past the 9. He's got a similar kind of option here. It depends how aggressive he wants to go, Gethin. If he's going for the run out, he does have an angle on this 6 to pot it and go into the 7. And if he does miss the 6, he could leave it wide open.
he's made it and moved the 7. I just don't think he's moved it enough. No. That's unfortunate. Great pot. And as you see there, 2 rails just glanced off the 7. Didn't get enough of it. Left with a tricky combination on the 8. Maybe even a bank.
Yeah, I feel like he's going all out attack here. He's attacked so much in this rack. Why stop now?
He was going for the bank. Needed to avoid the 10. It wasn't. It was quite tight to get past it. And the 7 has bounced out into a position for Kuranski. And this would be a nice steal again. Similar to how he got his foot in the door in the second set. And well, this will be the first time that he's taken an opening rack and the lead aside of when he won the second set. So looking composed still, Graham. Still with a bit of movement though.
Yeah, the pressure's got to be building. I mean, yeah, he's pinching another rack, and Vitaly's going to start feeling this. Maybe at some point the pressure will swing back to the Mexican, but these messy racks are kind of forcing Vitaly into going for stuff, and he's not able to finish them off. It's kind of costing him. Wow. He pushed that one in with his body, but it still went in.
Oh, and he does. Kuranski takes the opening rack. Maybe against the run of play as it got off to with Vitaly there. And I think he's stolen that to some effect. And, well, this Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino, when it opened, was the largest hotel in the world. And it was the place where Elvis Presley made his great comeback, as I may have alluded to earlier. This could be something on a similar scale, because I would never have had Kuranski getting back into this match, especially with the way Vitaly was playing. And the crowd certainly enjoying this too. He'll get the break as well, Graham. And you mentioned it's going to start hurting Vitaly at some point. You wouldn't notice it on his face right now, but pressure is certainly mounting. Kuranski to break, leading in this third and deciding set, 1 rack to 0. Didn't get the best spread of the balls there, and that will be a dry break, but it has left a couple of clusters, and as you've been pointing out, Graham, these are the sort of racks that our Mexican likes picking up. However, Vitaly at the table, what's he got to look at here?
Part of me feels like he's doing this on purpose with these messy breaks. Just seems to be going that way. Vitaly just has to be. Well, it's one of those ones where, you know, the earlier part of this match, it was all kind of run out city, open tables, and right up Vitaly's street. But the more messier the game has become, it just seems to not be able to get the grasp of the rack, and whether he's taking too much of a risk or maybe a loose safety shot or something. Yeah, it's an interesting one to look back on. These kind of racks, I would probably arguably say every safety rack he's lost, because he was 3-0 up. Every rack he's lost since then.
I distinctly remember us pointing out how the racks were really opened up with no problems for him, and he was taking advantage of that to great effect. And you're quite right. The scrappier ones, the more safety-induced ones, well, Kuranski's been getting the better of. How this set will play out remains to be seen. But Vitaly's at the table. the angle he's left himself on the 5 here would lend himself to running into the 6. Problems can come when moving balls. Just wondering if he's flat enough to be able to come into the 10, but he wasn't. He's moved the 6, and as we've seen in this match already, some runs of the ball not going Vitali's way, and I'm not too sure how that's locked up against the 8, because if it has, there's no look at the corner pocket.
Yeah, it's a bit deja vu, isn't it, Gethin? I think he's trying to make something happen, Vitali. I don't blame him. The challenge with that is, though, the more you push a rack, so it pushes back, and he has got an option for a good safety here. What about the cue ball? Get it behind that 9, maybe. Oh, has he left it?
Oh, we may have, Graham. Oh, close inspection from Kuranski. That would suggest the way he's walking and plodding back to his chair, he's picking up his jump stick, so clearly not full sight on this ball. May only have to jump over the edge of the 8. And, well, the side that he finds himself on of this 6, if he were to pot it, the cue ball's just going to track down nicely, and he could find himself in position on the 7, so all to play for here with this jump shot.
Again, he hasn't left anything easy for Vitali, and this is where it's just seems to be one after the other. Can't just seem to get an easy run out. The longer this goes on, the more frustrated he's going to get. This is where composure comes in, Gethin. He's still not out of this rack. It's a good safety shot here.
No, you feel if he were to just convert one of these and then have another big break with no real problems out there, he could swing the momentum back in his direction. But as it stands at the moment, well, this still could go either way. He's left the 6 up against the cushion. Tricky shot for Kuranski here. Just looking to put distance between the balls on the long rails, and, well, that's tracked up towards the centre pocket. I'm not sure that's potable, and, well, where the traffic is down there, he could just glance off it and bring the cue ball down to the left of the table as we look at it. But he's made a call, maybe for backup. Crossbank centre.
Yeah, maybe he's going all out attack here. Looks like he's drawing. He's had enough of playing safe. However, it could cost him here because he's left a nice angle on this 6, and this is what I'm saying. When Kuranski has left the balls on, he's never really left him in a place where he can probably properly attack it. However, if you look at this one, just the way the balls have landed, it's kind of a natural on the green to stun over for the 7, if you know what I mean.
Oh, he used all the pocket there, Graham, but he's done exactly as you suggested.
Yeah, this is turning out to be quite an incredible match, because I'd probably say about an hour ago, just could not see Vitali losing this match. In all honesty, the way the balls are going, the way the rack. Oh, wait a minute, what's he done? Oh, what have you done? Oh my gosh. Can't believe it. I was just about to say all the chances have kind of just been going the Mexicans' way, and he's been capitalizing What a mistake. That could just change everything in this match.
Oh, he closes his eyes. He knew exactly what that meant. And, well, we've been suggesting before, Mexican was taking advantage of stealing racks. This is Vitali's turn to return the favour. An important time to do it, Graham.
Well, 100% getting. I have to feel Vitali sitting in his chair just about 30 seconds ago thinking, I'm in real danger here. 2-0 down in the final set. Not really getting any momentum and struggling. All of a sudden have a huge gift presented. 1-1 and the break. I tell you what, honestly, I think that 7-ball could change this whole match.
Oh, and he does. And yet, rather than facing the prospect of being 2-0 down, Patsura finds himself back at 1 apiece with the break. And well, now it really could be anyone's. I just felt there that if the Mexican was able to pick that one up, maybe Vitali's head was going to drop too far, but well, it's all to play for now. As we just take a look at the room, there's a lot of activity in the background there. The PBS Women's Las Vegas Open is kicking off as we speak. Over on table 2 will be Sylviana Liu taking on the US hopeful Sophia Mast. That will be starting shortly over on table 2, and following this will be So Soa against Yin Hae-yu, the all-South Korean matchup. There will be fireworks in the opening round of our Women's Open. But let's find out how many fireworks are left in this. If it were to be a damp squib or not, somehow I feel it will not be, Graham. Vitali to break, 1 each in the deciding set.
Yeah, and there you see the difference in the breaks. Balls are a little bit more open. Didn't make a ball though. Big question is on the top corner here. If we have a look at the table properly, the 9-ball looked like it was a little bit in front of that little cluster. So it looks like the 6. It's a bit of a mess up there. I don't know if the 6 goes past the 9. It might go off the. Sorry, the 3. Sorry. Bit of work to be done either way.
Oh, he needs that to run. He needs that cue ball to run, and it hasn't. That will bring the 4 in the way. Where the 3 is situated, it might not be all lost if he went to be able to get safe off of this, but I think he's looking to go airborne and take this on, Graham. I'm not sure the value in this for where the 3 is, but maybe he feels it's his time.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, well. Maybe one jump too far there. Ball in hand. I feel like it's probably the first foul he's given in quite a while. From memory. He's normally been quite good at kicking and jumping over the course of this last set and a half. However, still a question for Vitali here. What does he do? What options does he have? From this position, ball in hand does give him a lot more to work with. And as you said, it's not so straightforward. Is he going to play this off the 9?
Ooh, that would be a brave shot.
I was trying to put into the 3.
I think he missed it by a cat's whisker. He does have the option now of just sliding off of it and pushing it behind the 9 and getting some distance behind, get some distance between the 3 and the cue ball, but if he doesn't judge this right, he could leave the 3 on.
I think he makes this, getting I think where the 9 ball is, it's worth going for. Because he can't really guarantee that he's not going to stick the 3 up, so he might as well go a little bit aggressive here. Play into the rail. Just feather the 9 and try and get position on the 4. It's not a terrible option, this. Oh, he's caught it far too thick, all wrong. He's going to get a bit of a roll though, I think. 9 ball comes to the rescue and tables are turning here.
Yeah, I agree. As you mentioned, the 3 way too thick on the 9, but that's not done him any disservice at all. And the Mexican going back to his trusty jump stick, fouled in his last attempt with it, but has been making some great headway with it so far. And oh, he's judged that to perfection and may have even covered it behind the 8-5, Graham.
Yeah, because the cue ball caught the top rail as well. Yeah, I think the 3 did catch the rail anyway. Maybe. Well, it didn't, but the cue ball did. That bump on the 9 has really changed everything, because the only shot he has really, he has to push that 3 ball past the 5, kind of slow speed. Try and use the 5 as cover. Didn't get it right. He's left it on.
Was right at the dying end of the shot clock there as well, Graham, which would have just been in the back of his mind, certainly in the back of his ear. And where that 3's dressed up, it's actually not too bad for Kuranski here. He can just float through to play the 4 in the bottom right, and this rack could open up for him quite nicely.
Yeah, these are pressure balls now. He's kind of normally picking up pieces towards the end of a rack, but now he's got it from early part. See how his composure is here. Nice connection on the 4, 5, 6. Just go under the 5. Play in the top corner. He's going to have. That's run a little bit far. A bit further than he would have liked. Still just okay, but has run a ball or 2 further than maybe ease of comfort. Just puts a bit more pressure on this Gethin. I'm definitely not playing it in the side. He's going to play it in the top corner.
Yeah, I'm with you. However, this gentleman has been surprising us ever since the 4th rack begun in the 2nd set, and he's played that very well. I'm just wondering if he's left himself enough angle though to get back up for the 7. May just be able to screw back a little bit and take a longer pot on it, but if he does have an angle, he may be able to push through.
Yeah, I think he can just draw this back under the 8, center table, leave the 7, kind of mid-distance. Just got to come back down. Oh, he's got a choice really, but he's definitely probably going to come in between the 8 and 9. Try and play that 8 in the side. Even if he's a little bit short, it's not too bad.
He'll want to put what happened in the last rack behind him. These last 4 balls. Put his neck back out in the lead again into this second, in the deciding set. Ooh, Graham, he's keeping us on the edge of our seats.
He's hit that kind of, I would say all wrong, but he didn't catch that how he intended, and that little bump on the 8 ball, well, it's actually worked out an absolute treat, Gethin. I mean, he's just feathered it enough just to land ball in hand on the 8. I mean, he couldn't have asked for a better. Vitaly inside must be thinking, what is going on? This is quite something.
This and the 10 to put Yusui Kuranski 2 racks away from what was earlier an unthinkable win. Vitaly definitely not out of this, especially from the way that these games have been developing, but wow, can you believe it? Yusui Kuranski takes the third rack in this deciding set to lead by 2 racks to 1, and a couple of claps from the crowd. I'm quite gobsmacked, Graham.
Yeah, this is pool at its finest. Everything that can happen has happened, other than, like we said at the start of this set, getting. The only thing that's probably missing is a shootout. We've had all kind of crazy stuff, and judging by, well, you've got to go with what you've been seeing so far. I'd be very surprised if the break coming up from Kuranski isn't somewhat messy, just with the nature of the way he's been breaking. Balls just haven't been opening so well for him, and they have been leaning towards a couple of clusters and safety battles. But I'll tell you one thing, he won't care, because he's definitely winning the fair share of all of those kinds of racks. I'm sure he'd like to run the rack as well, but let's see what happens in this one.
Oh, one dropped in the centre pocket, Graham. And well, he's got to look at the 2. I'm not too sure if that's where the queuing is over the 6th. I'm not too sure it's even any value of taking this on. But he's made a ball off the break. He's still in control.
Yeah, the question is, how much queuing can he get by the 6th? He's bridging, so quite a bit thick. Where's cue ball going to end up? Maybe not too bad. Didn't get the safety, but didn't really sell out either. There's a shot on this. I don't know how much he can dig down, and if he wants to be aggressive. I don't think it's the right shot given the context of the match. And another scenario with this getting is, even though the score is 2-1, of course, trying to get the 4 to win the set. But if Kuranski does get the 3, he is guaranteed a shootout. So technically, can I say he's on the shootout hill, if you want to call it that? From Vitali's point of view, he's got to be careful. Doesn't want to get into that mix if he can avoid it.
No, absolutely agree. And he's actually played that safety shot really well. The cue ball just taking a little nudge on the 3 to take the pace out, ensuring it hid behind it. And again, familiar look at the Mexican having to play out of a safety. He's been successful on so many occasions, and I think he was there as well. The referee would have been taking a close look, but that looked a legal shot.
Yeah, it's good. Judged the slide well. You see, definitely caught the bit of a grimace there from the Mexican, but it was good. Not a straightforward shot here either, because he can't play thin off the edge, but to what avail? He's actually going to play a kick shot here. Maybe he's hooked him completely back. Wow. This time he has left a bit of a sniff. The question is, how straight is he on this? Can he roll all the way up the rail to play the 3 in the top left corner? If he can't get in, then the question is on the 4 ball, where does that go? Because I don't think it goes in the bottom right or bottom left, but it can be deceiving on the screen, so that'll be the key shot after this.
He wasn't far away, and he certainly put the cue ball in a great position for the 3. Refereeing have a little inspection to see if that 2 is touching the rail. Got a feeling if Vitali takes this on, the cue ball's going to take a chunk of the 3, and he's going to be leaving a little bit of it to the elements, so he's not getting it his way at all in this match at the moment, Graham.
No, it's definitely turned a little bit. There's a battle for him.
Oh no.
I feel like from, again, you said it, from 3-0 down in that second set, just really hasn't had a sniff of any kind of looking. It's all been uphill battles, and hard to really pick why that's happened, but maybe shot selection, bit of bad fortune, bit of mistakes. There's lots of different things could be thrown into the melting pot there, but either way, he's got to find a way. Oh, that's a great shot. He's got to find a way to stick with this because he's still in this match. Doesn't want to get too frustrated.
Well, that will certainly keep that fire lit. That was a beautifully judged kick and stick. And yet again in this rack, Kuranski
Extension.
coming to the table with a difficult escape. I have to say, Graham, he's made some wonderful escapes so far. This will be up there with them. Maybe with that 4, not going past the 7 or the 8, that might provide a little bit of insurance.
Foul.
Yeah, look to push the 5 and knock it up against the 6. Did not get that.
No, it hasn't gone to plan. A bit of a wide table, yeah. Big question comes back to that 4 ball. And he's got ball in hand, so even if it doesn't go in the corner, he does have a chance to bring it down for the 4 on the side. But must go on the bottom left.
Referee for today's match doing a great job. Players are kept him busy. Well, he's just changed his mind there, Graham. He's looking to come one rail and just drop underneath the 4. All about pace. Oh, he's chose 2 rails instead. And the pace looks good.
Yeah, he's a little bit short, I think. Not a bad effort. I think he might have to play. Can he just draw past and avoid the 8? Don't know. He might have to play a banky, I guess, in. If he can't somehow avoid the traffic, is he going to dig all the way down on this 4 and try to... he's going to try and go around the 8, maybe? He had one of these earlier in the match, didn't he, with a 6 ball?
Oh, and again. Oh, he's got away with it, Graham, but yeah, the centre pocket has not been his friend in this match. We may remember back that a similar missed shot into the centre bag started the momentum in the second set for the comeback, so maybe just coming back to haunt him again. However, this time the 4 ball has landed in a tricky position. Kuranski electing to slide off of it, actually nearly stuck it behind the 9. Not a bad shot, good distance. Looked like he was just indicating he wants the cue ball behind the 5-6 here. So off the left-hand side of the 4, swinging it round 2-3 rails is the shot he's looking at.
It's a cue ball. Close.
Oh. So just look on the replay there. That cue ball looked like it was tracking towards the corner pocket. As you can see there, our Mexican was jumping out of his chair. Maybe he actually thought that a scratch was coming.
Definitely tracking. It wasn't to be. He's played a good shot here. Is he going to get behind the 5? He's close. Oh, it's a very good shot. Very good shot indeed, and this is a problem because he can go 2 rails, catch it from behind. If he doesn't get any kind of cover, well, there's no cover really up table. If he catches it from the top side, there's nothing to hide behind really. It's all about the 4 ball here.
Those occasions that we've seen in this match, Graham. Oh, and that's a thin edge, and that might have worked out very nicely for him. Both players been doing very well in the safety game here.
Yeah, that's worked out. Could have been a lot worse. He does have a shot on here. I mean, it's an aggressive shot. Don't think he's going to play it though. Play thin off the 4 and try and put it back behind the 9. Get that cue ball behind the 8 maybe. That could be a possible path. He's got too much spin on it. Unless he was trying behind the 5. Well, if he has, tell you what, that's a great effort from there. Got the good 4 ball though, Gethin. He's in the spot of bother here. Fully expect Vitaly to kick at this and make contact. The question is, what kind of contact is he going to make? Oh, can you pop this?
He was so close to being behind the 5. He's gone for the kick and stick, hasn't made it.
Oh, what a result. Wow.
Yeah, that is an awkward position for Kuranski here. I'm just wondering if there's an edge he can take off of the 4, but I've got a feeling more than just the 4 will be moving, so this has got to be judged really well. I think that's the best he could have hoped for there, Graham, to be fair. He may find himself in a spot of bother after this, but maybe only distance between the balls. I think it's difficult to get a ball in the way, maybe the 9.
Yeah, it's not so straightforward, this. That's why he's played it so soft, because he didn't want to sell out on the 4. Pretty good shot, really. His rack's becoming really big now.
As we've seen so far, Graham, these are the sort of racks Kuranski has been winning. If you look at the table layout right now, really couldn't pick either of them. The 6 being blocked by the 5 for the cannon shot into the corner, but he didn't really have many options there, Graham. Not too sure that was the best one to take, though.
Yeah, he definitely could be in trouble here, though. You would think he can find some cover behind that 6 ball. Just double it back across. Yeah, this could be a big moment. Big moment in this rack here. Not only hitting it, but he can't go up table. He's going to have to go across the rail, and he's only got a long rail to work with. These are very tricky to judge.
Yeah, that was a very nice shot at this stage of the match by our Ukrainian. These are the sort of shots that can swing the momentum back. Oh, what an escape. He's potted the 6, so he might, well, there is the option of giving the cue ball back to him, but I don't think Vitaly's going to do that. But again, another great escape. We should start calling him Houdini.
Yeah, it's quite incredible, really, isn't it? I mean, I don't think I can really recall where he's made a mistake from a kick of some kind or anything crazy. He's going to give it back. Tell you what a moment this could be if he decides to go offensive. I don't know if the scratch is on. He could go for this pot, you know, in the top left. I know it's aggressive, but the natural angle to play that 4 and come back down towards those balls at the bottom wouldn't be a bad option. If he goes for the pot in the top right, I don't really see any value in getting position on the 5 this way, unless he goes all out attack. That's what he's done. Where's the cue ball? Kissing the 4 here. Oh, he's had a result again. Goodness me. Vitaly just can't get a look on it anyway at the table. It's quite remarkable.
Yeah. And you can't help but think this is going to play on both players' minds, maybe giving Kuranski a bit of faux confidence, but more importantly, putting Vitaly's head down a little. So far, he doesn't seem to have dropped it, but ask questions of Vitali, the more chance there is of a mistake. However, yet again, can't put anything past him. He's played another great safety shot here. Very nicely done. And well, looks like the Mexican's going to go airborne again, Graham. Out of all of his jump shots, I think he's only had one mistake, so... Oh!
Well, I don't know what to say anymore. I'm lost for words. I feel like Vitali must be thinking, what do I have to do? Just literally can't get a sniff from a safety or a jump. I mean, full credit to the Mexican. Quite remarkable. Got to pull out. Oh, what's he done? Well.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We saw him make a similar mistake earlier on when he was in a position, he was on his third foul, and he could see an edge of the ball, but he completely misjudged it and caught the 9 and lost that rack to 3 fouls. I would dare say that that was a similar miss. And will it prove as costly?
You would think so from this position. Key shot coming up here. Needs to make sure he leaves a good angle on this 8.
Yeah, you feel that if he can get good position on this 9 now, this is his for the taking. And well, I don't know if anyone would have put their money on the Mexican leading in the 3rd set. But if you did, oh, you'd be smiling right now. He's left himself an angle, Graham. Doesn't need to do anything here except perhaps avoid a scratch if it was me at the table. But this is looking very promising and great opportunity to get to the hill first in this deciding set, and as you mentioned, guarantees him the shootout.
Yeah, quite incredible stuff. This is, I think Vitali, oh, he needs to keep going. He's okay. Vitali there with his arms crossed must be feeling absolutely shell-shocked here. This is, even for the Mexican, he must be thinking, this is quite a turnaround. It's all about the pressure though, because it will swing back around. He's gone from hanging in this match to actually having a chance to win it.
Oh, he does, Graham. And the Mexican, Kuranski, is 3-1 on the hill in this deciding set. And for our viewers tuning in that was looking for the women's Las Vegas Open opening round matchup between Soa and Yin Hei Yu, well, just keep an eye on ProBilliardSeries.com. At the moment, it's still due to be on this table. We do go to a shootout. There may be a threat to keep proceedings underway that they may be put onto another table. I hope not. But I'll keep you abreast of that information as this plays out. But Graham, as much as the Mexican can win at this visit, there's still that eerie smell that there could be a lot more life left in this match. Let's see what sort of break Kuranski can come up with here. He leads 3-1 in this deciding set with the break.
That's probably the most open break he's hit. Where's the 4 ball going? Oh, he's blocked the path of the 1. So even on an open break, I think pool gods are definitely wearing a Mexican shirt today. Has to be said. I just think the balls have all of a sudden definitely favoured Mexican. Vitali is having to battle through this. He has had a few chances and a few mistakes, so he's going to be definitely feeling the pressure now. It's his turn to come from behind and somehow have a shot in this shootout. Get in. This is his only way.
Yeah, absolutely, Graham. And well, for either of these players, whoever wins it at this stage, they're going to be absolutely exhausted going into the next round. I'm having to tell you now, I'm pretty exhausted here in the commentating box. This is thrilling stuff. Sometimes not been the prettiest of pool, Graham, but that sometimes provides the most entertaining. And in getting out of that safety, I'm not sure there's a gap between the 5 and the 7. He's sort of come out of that quite well as well. Just having a close inspection. He's called it over into the opposite corner pocket, top left of the table. Oh, that's a nice shot. That is a nice shot indeed.
Yeah, that was a good shot. Got a great chance here. That little bump on that 4-ball off the side pocket has really opened it up. Balls are quite inviting. It's the first real open table, probably in quite some racks without any major problems. So that's a very obvious must take for Vitaly. He can't afford any mistakes here. But Kuranski must be sitting there feeling pretty good either way, knowing he can't lose this match just in these next few racks, because he is guaranteed the shootout. So what he's hoping for here is maybe some kind of pressure mistake for Vitaly to pinch this match.
What a complete contrast from the second set, Graham, where it was completely the other way round. Patsura only needed one mistake at the right time from Kuranski. It didn't arrive, or it certainly didn't arrive in the form of him being able to convert it. And what went from him being on the hill and one rack from taking this match, it's now his turn to have to fight back and claw back into this. And as you said, the best he can get at the moment will be the shootout. And then, well, will that be down to the flick of a coin? That remains to be seen. We may not even get there at this stage, Graham. But Vitaly will certainly be hoping to.
Yeah, it's all about composure here. Just punch this off a couple of rails from top side of the 8-ball into the line of the 7.
Yeah, and this is now reminiscent of what Vitaly brought to the table at the start of the match. Given any sniff of an open table, and well, he looks very, very much in his comfort zone. But when there was a bit of a mess out there, the Mexican seems to have wrapped it up like a tortilla. So, ooh, did I speak too soon, Graham?
That's just pressure, isn't it? I mean, he's probably just okay. Not ideal. There's a lot of pressure on this 8-ball. You can kind of slow drop it in. A little bit of maybe left-hand spin. Should be okay.
He knows it, Graham. He knows how big this is. He's been sat in his chair. He's had to witness his opponent come back from the jaws of defeat. And now he steps up for this 8-ball. What a big shot. Oh, he's made it.
He's gone for pace. It's all gone wrong, I think. I think this is a huge moment. Surprised he went for pace there, but maybe that was a more confident stroke given the moment. He was hoping to maybe, I'm not sure what he was hoping for, maybe to bump into the 9 potentially, but it has gone wrong. Could this be the chance? That's a pretty good shot, this.
Yeah, that's a very nice shot.
Well, What a moment for Kuranski here. Does he go crazy for a bank? Try and put this match to bed in one shot. That would be absolute punishment for Vitaly here.
The crowd are gripped. No one's going to call this. He's taking a good look. The shot clock's ticking. The extension is called. No matter which way you look at this, Graham, we're going to start finding out soon. I do like your shout. Do you go for, okay, 80 bank and hold for the 10?
I think sometimes when you get a chance, go for it, which he did. How is it going to line up?
Oh, it looked like the 9 threatened to stick behind the 10 there. It hasn't. But where that cue ball is, Graham, it's still not over yet.
9 more.
Well, there's a pressure shot this getting. He's going to have to, well, you would think he'd probably slow roll this. Just let the cue ball roll up table. Give it every chance of going in for a shot on the 10. Looks good. Just take the medicine. What about this for a pressure shot?
Oh.
Hold on to your hats, people. This is a big moment.
Vitaly Patsura of Ukraine to bring the score back to 3-2 in a must-win situation. Needs this 10 ball. And the cue ball will stop before it gets towards that corner pocket. And let me tell you, Graham, if there was ever a pressure shot in this match, that was it. Made it look easy. Scores back to 3-2, holds the break. There's still twists and turns in this match. I know our viewers at home will be keeping an eye on the scores across the room. The women's Las Vegas Open event has kicked off. Over on table 2 right now, Sylviana Liu is taking on the pink dagger from the USA, Sophia Mast, the young 17-year-old. And following on from this, we will have the matchup, the all-South Korean matchup between the current 9-ball world champion Seo Seoa and Yin Haeyu. But that is to come after this. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this is as exciting as it gets. Might not sometimes be the prettiest of pool, but these guys are digging deep. Vitaly to break, trailing 3-2 in the deciding set. Oh, well, it looked like after a dry break he was going to leave Kuranski in trouble, but just at the last minute, as you'll see from the replay, the one decides to kick out, and it has left a shot for the Mexican. More importantly, it brings a grimace from the Ukrainian.
He's got the pace. He's going to hit that by quite some way. That was a good opportunity to put Vitaly in a lot of trouble there. I mean, Kuranski's just hoping to get a nice chance at the table. Balls are pretty open. This is the rack for both players, really.
Always hit the 6. He wanted to miss that 6 ball, Graham. That's now left a big window for this one. And with that traffic out there, a good opportunity for him to put the Ukrainian in trouble. And yep, this is a big rack in this set now. It's looking better. It's looking better. 4 ball, maybe covering the whole of the 1 there, Graham. That may force Vitali to have to go around the table. It looks like he's looking at that. There's no real big problems out there, so this won't be the time to give away ball in hand.
One more.
Yeah, this is tricky. Not only making contact, balls are pretty open, so really needs to make sure he makes contact. Paramount. Oh, goodness. What a chance here. Getting ball in hand. Wide open table. Could this be the moment? Can he hold himself together and win this match right here, right now? Wow, you've got to give him credit.
Kuranski jumped out of his chair there, recognizing the opportunity, but at this stage of the match, God, the nerves must be absolutely firing with both players.
I'm just trying to look at the layout. Is there anything that really jumps out that's super awkward? If you can drop this, you might even be able to play a little bit of a draw shot here, using the 7 ball just to keep the cue ball where it is. Just needs to be careful. 7 ball doesn't land on the 9 ball and cause a problem. I think he should be okay though. A bit of body in that one, and cue ball's got away from him. So, wow, it's incredible. What a chance. Ali is sitting there thinking, I could be coming back to the table here, quite probably already thinking that the match could have been over there.
Is he eyeing up the bank? Or is he looking to put the cue ball beyond the 6?
I think the 6 ball's looking favourable here. The speed is pretty good.
Yeah, executed very well. There was a bit of a gap if he wanted to jump, but not much. This will take a really accurate jump shot from Vitali. Big elevation, great camera angle.
That's a good hit. Needs it to slow up though. A bit of speed on this ball.
I think the cue ball's just run up against the cushion, which is going to make Kuranski's shot that bit more difficult. And as you saw there, Vitali wasn't far away. He executed the jump very well. Just didn't make the pot. This is a tough one.
Pressure starting to creep in now. Kind of a little bit fortunate there not to leave a pot on. Don't think it sneaks past the 10, so Vitali looking for a safety shot here. Love to get him into some cover. However, Kuranski's safety play or kicking ability has been quite something. That's a bit of a mistake. He's got another chance of a shot here. The only problem that I see really on this table, position-wise, and probably from 7 to 8, just because they're both kind of in awkward spots on the rail. Cue ball has to be really bang on. But that's definitely a few shots away first.
Oh, that was part 1, Graham. He knew he was running into the 6, so there was a bit of leaving it to Lady Luck. As it is, he's got a nice angle on this 4 to bring it across to find the gap between the 9 and the 7 for the 5. And then, as you mentioned, it's all about how he's going to navigate his way towards the 7-8. And this is still a big shot for him here at this stage of the match.
Yeah, he's lost the cue ball a bit there though. Had a nice angle on that 4 after the bump on the 6. Cue ball's ran away, and this shot now, it's one of them ones where you're going to have to just play at pocket speed because he doesn't want to run the cue ball too far to the left side of the table. He's got every chance to pot this though. Just play it a little bit fat into the rail. Don't need to hit it too hard. Just give it every chance. Oh, he's played it well. Absolutely nailed it. This is a big shot here. This is a key shot for me, Gethin. He's got a nice angle on this 6. Probably going to use, you would think, draw, come back rather than running forward. So it's all about speed. The good thing is with the 8 ball off the rail, if he does land quite thin on this 7, he could go under the 8, which is probably more favourable for position on the 9. Oh, where's the cue ball going? Wow. Surprised he played it so hard. Having too much angle on the 7 was also okay. Oh, the pressure's definitely getting here. It's getting a bit intense.
I have to say, Graham, that 5 ball he played was subliminal at that pace. Did all the hard work to get the right shape on the 6, and really didn't even need to hit it half as hard. But yeah, can't blame him with nerves at this stage of the match. But what he has left himself with here is a very tricky position. I'm just wondering, can he bring the 9 into play in between the 7 and the cue ball? But it's going to be such a judge of pace.
Yeah, probably just try and put the 7 on the bottom rail. Focus on the 7 being safe as much as possible. Not bad. He has left a bit of a sniff. Should Vitaly want to take this on, but this is a big shot. Just surprised that Kuranski played that 6 ball with so much speed. Wasn't really needed, but pressure does crazy things. Like I said, you get in. He's probably flipped a little bit around. Kuranski trying to just hang in, and then all of a sudden a chance to win changes your mindset. But he's going for this. This is a big shot. This could be the match. Oh. It is, what a shot.
What a great shot and shape on the 8. Wow.
Don't know if you noticed there, Gethin, but when that cue ball was coming down perfect for the 8, Vitaly just gave his arms a shake. Both of them just kind of signaling he's feeling the pressure a little bit. I don't blame him. Well, this match has had everything, and I guess I kind of did call it at the beginning of this set, but
you did.
Looks like we're going to a shootout, guy.
Vitaly Patsura from Ukraine, digging deep and digging deep some more, taking this 10 ball to bring the 3rd and deciding set all square, hill. As my good dear friend and colleague Graham mentions, this will take us to a shootout. And for those of you that have not been part of a shootout so far in these PBS series opens, each player gets 2 opportunities apiece, and they will have to take the 10 ball from the spot. As it's never a nice position to be in, Graham. Any advice for them out there?
Pray. No, this is yeah. This is where the pressure cooker really kicks in. You know, you've just got to make one shot at a time. Yeah, all you can focus on is what you can do. Maybe your opponent might miss a ball or 2 and help you along the way, but the most important thing is your shot. But yeah, these are always exciting, and you see all the players, all the spectators standing around.
Yeah, this is edge of the seat stuff now, Graham. And what a journey we've taken to get to here. I don't think halfway through the 2nd set we would have ever dreamt of getting to this position. As it is, we have Kuranski with the opening shot in the shootout. Oh, and he's rattled that one.
Yeah, Q action, and it's going to be playing a big part here. And you have to say that Kuranski's been a little bit excited with a lot of body movement, and not to say that that impacts you massively, but it's got to have some kind of impact on certain moments. A little bit of unwanted side, or see how Patsura fares here with his Q action, and can he stay just composed and still? Oh, he's missed it as well. He hasn't punished the mistake, so that was the first moment.
The nerves, the nerves, the nerves. Oh, well, my mistake, it's alternate in the shootout format. It's the best of 4, and if it stays all square at the end of 4, it will be sudden death. So, from the other side of the table, Kuranski to put the first point on this shootout board. Oh, he played that one a little bit slower, Graham, to great effect. Gets the first green tick on the board. Just start to add the pressure to Vitali.
Yeah, and if you notice, he had a slightly different bridge hand there. Of course, it's from the other side of the table, but he was playing more of a loop bridge instead of a hand on the rail on the table. Sorry, so interesting. This is a big moment for Vitali here. This is all going wrong for Vitali here. Missed that one by quite some way. Pressure starting to build, and all of a sudden, if Kuranski can make this shot, it means that Vitali has to make these last 2 to even have a chance of staying in this shootout. Big 10 ball coming here. Near a pin drop in the crowd. Always creates an atmosphere.
Oh, you could hear a pin drop in the crowd, Graham. And unfortunately, Kuranski hasn't made that. A little lifeline for Vitali here. Needs to start making them now, though.
Yeah, I kind of thought, I don't know if you heard that, but the shot clock went off there as a beep when he was just about to strike the cue ball. Kind of something to keep in mind a little bit. Not to say it can put you off, but it is quite quiet and maybe something to think about. That's better from Vitali. Brings it back level. We've got to go sudden death getting, haven't we? We've had everything else in this match. We might as well.
I'm scared to breathe. I've been holding my breath for half of this shootout already. And, well, that's the nature of the beast, to affect everyone in the crowd on the edge of their seats. This one for Kuranski really does need to go in. Put the pressure back onto Vitali. Yeah, he's played it again. Maybe a little bit harder than the last one. Made it very well. And he now leads 2-1 in the shootout. The last open shot now for Vitali. A must pot to take this to sudden death, Graham. This is the big one. It's taken us 3 hours to get here. Been a hell of a match so far. What's this ending going to be like? Ooh, Mr. Hickman.
It was obvious. He didn't just drop that in either, he drilled it in. So, yeah, sudden death it is. This means that we keep going now until somebody misses.
is
Yeah, so many people all now crowding around. This is when it gets even more intense pressure. Not just the cameras, but more spectators watching.
I'm
Yeah,
glued to the screen.
Yeah, they've got a shorter playing area now, which makes it a little bit more difficult as well.
Oh. Solid as
Well,
a little grimace from Kuranski. He's put himself in prime position now. Asks every question of Vitaly. As we mentioned, this is the losers bracket, so whoever does lose this shootout exits the tournament. 128 players, $150,000 prize pot. Vitaly Patsura to keep his neck in this match. Ooh, where's the cue ball? Where's the cue ball? Oh, if you thought this match hadn't have everything, well, that was just one of the icings on the cake there. Wow, how that did not drop. A big laugh from Vitaly, a little smile from Kuranski too. But that keeps him in this. Oh, look at this, his face. Graham, would you imagine it?
I think he used the power of his body there or something to keep it out, because that was, yeah, I thought that was in for all the money. This is just incredible. Oh, a lot of movement there. Tried to drill that one in, but that was quite far away, and all of a sudden from, yeah, I'm going to say nowhere, but Vitaly has a chance to win this match. He hasn't had a chance to win the match since 3-0 in the second set, so big moment here. Is he going to get a get out of jail free card here?
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, what a match. Vitaly Patsura from Ukraine. Well, let me just tell you a little story. He won the first set convincingly. Looked like it was going to be a relatively boring match for the viewers, as he went 3-0 up in the second set. And after a couple of scrappy frames, one or two mistakes, next thing we knew, we had Kuranski back in a leading position, went leading 3-1 in the third and deciding set. And well, Vitaly clawed back into it, took us to a shootout. And well, not only did they use their normal set of 4 in the shootout, it went to a sudden death, and well, he will progress through in the losers bracket to the next round. Sadly, Yasui Kuranski will depart the tournament at this stage. And just to let you know, coming straight up after this match will be the opening round of the Las Vegas Women's Open 2026. It's already kicked off on the other tables. On this table, a matchup between the two South Koreans, Seo Seoa and Yin Hae-yu. On table 2 right now is already underway. The matchup between the Indonesian Silviana Liu and the pink dagger from the USA, Sophia Mast. Please do stay tuned and keep your eyes on the comments. We will be bringing you the following match in short order. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. My name's Gethin Davis, and a big thank you to my colleague Graham Hickman for this exciting, thrilling men's match.
Gethin Davis en Tim de Ruiter in de booth. Zie je zo.
Welcome to the Las Vegas Opens 2026. What a shot, man.
Perfect. What just happened? Look at that cue ball.
I don't think I've seen that before, Tim.
No way.
And welcome back everybody to the Las Vegas Women's Open 2026. The Pro Billiard Series season has started and many champions will be crowned this week. Our next match for today is a South Korean battle between World 10-ball champion Soa and Jin Hye-yu. The game is 10-ball, races to 4, best out of 3 sets, and in the commentary booth for this match is myself, Tim de Ruiter, joined by my good friend and colleague Gethin Davis. Welcome, Gethin.
Thank you, Tim. And I have to say, I have been looking forward to this matchup ever since I saw it come upon the schedule this morning. And, well, both Soa and Jin Hye-yu playing very well of late. Soa with a Fargo of 7.59, Yin 7.19 would indicate this could be close, but as you alluded to, Soa last year we had the pleasure of commentating on her final that she took, and well, she'll still be flying high from that. Both players, though, Tim, been waiting patiently for the last hour and a quarter for the last match to play out that went to a thrilling shootout, so be interesting to see how they've occupied their time and how they kept themselves fresh for this. But I certainly don't want to call this one, Tim.
Well, and also this is a first round matchup, so both players have not had the pressure, and it's the arena table as well. They had to indeed wait for this match quite a bit, so let's see. They're also based in the same country. They probably have played each other countless of times, so there's a lot of factors that can make this match very interesting. Oh, look at it for a start.
Lovely break. And look at the shape she's left herself on the 3 there. Couldn't have asked for a better opener. The Princess of Pool, as she's known. I do remember back to my early commentating days. Back in 2023, both these players made the last 8 in the World Finals. So both are not... You know, they're quite used to making the latter stages, but meeting each other in the opening round, well, we could be in for some fireworks today.
Yeah, well, definitely a great opportunity on this rack. Just the 7 ball doesn't go by the 10. Kind of was looking forward to see her make the 4 and bump the 7 and still be on the 5.
Yeah. Now she's sort of forced into looking to doing something off this 6 ball. Where it's positioned, there are options if she gets the cue ball close to the 7 for a safety. But if we both know the way Soa plays, she does like to be aggressive, and she certainly does have the shots in her arsenal to make runouts like this. So it'll be interesting to see how she eyes this one up.
Well, she might possibly play for a carom on the 9. She can get the cue ball near the center of the table. Otherwise, I don't really see much for the run out still. Well, she can run into it, but that's no guarantee either. Yeah, she's missed it, and most likely is going to be hooked on the 7. Or will she? Well, at least she can play a good safety, but she's found a bit of fortune there.
Yeah, she left it a little bit to luck. Was not far off glancing into the 9. I'm not sure what she would have been left with if she had. But I did allude to the fact, Tim, Soa can get aggressive. And that was an indication there in how she's looking to approach this match. And has followed that up with a very, very useful safety there, Tim.
Yeah, obviously we have seen a lot from Soa before. Now, I did have the pleasure to watch Yin play some hayball actually in China. Not sure, I might have actually played her, but my memory on those are pretty bad. But I've seen her do great things on hayball tables too, so I think we have two very great techniques at the table. And it might be, the difference might be in the tactical affairs and maybe not the shooting style.
Well, Ian wasn't far away from making contact on that 7. Instead, ball in hand to Soa. And a nice look now, with no problems on the table, for an opportunity to close out.
Yeah, let's see. If she's very comfortable, she might play top left. But other players like to play more outside spin on the new felt. Compared to on the older cloth, they don't mind to play the inside spin. She's landed perfect though, so definitely looking forward to get her first rack on the board. A good start for Soa.
Yeah, very good. Started off aggressive, played safe when she needed to, good safety. Have to say, Ian wasn't far away from getting out of that safety, but giving ball in hand, so Soa takes the opening rack in the opening set, leads 1 rack to 0. And Tim, you mentioned about playing on the new cloth. I do like the way the Predator Arcadia reserve cloth is playing. I've not really noticed much difference for the players as of yet, but it'll be interesting to see how the cloth plays out throughout the 10 days here. We have seen a couple of slidey shots.
Yeah, I think as a professional, you're kind of used to. Well, you know the cloth is going to change almost every day. It's not going to be a big difference, but every day it's just going to feel like it changed slightly, so you have to adjust the stroke. And, well, some players are really good at this, other players are not. That's the big difference. Now, she did find that one ball on the side last break. Definitely looking to reproduce. Got close. And has a couple balls tracking towards the corner. And look at this. Once again, she does get the shape. This combination is a hanger. She's a big favorite to be on the one ball afterwards. This might be a quick 2-0.
Yeah, and really good early signs from Sosoa's break. And if this is a sign of things to come, and she has it working this early in the tournament, well, great signs for her, not so much for her opponent. But Yin really hasn't had a good look at the table yet. Yeah, brought the cue ball out nicely here. Not
Well,
guaranteed 3 to 4, but I do like the angle she's left.
yeah, and I kind of like to be a bit straighter on the 3 ball. Because now the cue ball's definitely going to bounce off the rail first before it grabs the draw. So she might run into the 8, which wouldn't be the worst thing.
Great call, Tim.
Yeah, just a bit thinner though. I mean, if she landed straighter on the 3 ball, she could have played herself straighter onto the 4. Yeah, and that's something where on the opening match, the opening round, you did not get that much table time yet. You don't feel that squirting cue ball because the spin actually pushes it over, curves it more. And she's missed that by quite a bit, that 4 ball.
She's got away with it somewhat, Tim. And, well, we'll see Yin having to play a safety, I believe, here. Or is she? Yeah. So, got away with the miss somewhat. Good opportunity here now for Heyu to put Sosoa in trouble. Oh, I think she was hoping to catch more of the 6 ball to leave the 4 next to it. As it's happened, Tim, that 4 ball's run through. And there is a good shot on for her here, but how do you fancy getting position up for the 5?
Well, you would almost say that it's not possible, so she might have to play a safety. She found a window. I mean, if you consider the fact that she just missed the 4 because of the spin, and now she just cut that ball in with a lot of outside spin, it's kind of, yeah, a bit of the contrary.
Maybe she was just proving to herself that it's still there. It was just one of them happen chances. And whatever she needed to do, she certainly proved it to herself here and has held good shape on the 6. And great opening signs from the South Korean here.
Well, I hate to bring it to you, but we've got 2 of them in this arena, so you have to be a little bit more specific.
I realised that, Tim, as it came out of my mouth. But yeah, great quality coming out of South Korea as well. There are many nations represented here in this Women's Las Vegas Open. Maybe a little bit unfortunate that these two have met in the opening round, but that's going to give us, by the looks of it, a great spectacle as Sosoa tucks away the 10 ball and takes a quick, relatively quick, 2-0 lead as the 1 ball was tracking towards the centre pocket. And really, her breaks really proving some rich reward for her so far at this early stage, Tim. And if this is a sign of things to come, dare I say, she could run away with this opening set.
Yeah, the only thing that she has no control over is what happens after the break. She might still consistently make a ball, but to get these kind of shapes as she got in the first 2 racks, I mean, that's massive.
Yeah, and well, there was a small chance from her opponent, Yin Hei-Yu, to get a good safety there and maybe switch the momentum. It was a bit unfortunate with the leave, but the way that Sosoa was able to maneuver shape onto the 5, she's really deserving the scoreline so far. And she will get to break in this 3rd rack, leading 2 racks to 0, opening set. Can she continue her fortune from the break? A little flail of the arms, Tim, would indicate that that was a dry break, just to double check from the replay. Indeed it is, but she's not really left her opponent with much, Tim.
Yeah, I have to say she did hit the break completely different as she did in the first 2. The first 2 she cut the break more, and this time she hit it more head on. Obviously it's hand rack, so you're never going to get the same result over and over, but then still it does make a difference. So more tactical play. Cue ball behind the 2. The 1 ball was played to be near the 4, behind the 3, 6, 7, 8. This might be on.
I'm just wondering, yeah, it leaked a bit further than Yin expected it to, and well, I was mentioning about how aggressive Soa likes to play. If she can see this, pretty confident she'll have a crack at it. From that, the way she played that, I don't think she could see full ball. Got good cue ball, but the 1 ball has leaked over towards that bottom right corner pocket.
Well, I think it was a very mature decision from Soa to not take that on. If it was on, to make that ball and draw back all the way up to the 2 ball is very missable. The save most likely to succeed.
Well, that wasn't far away either, Tim, in the sense of playing safety. Just overrunning a little bit, looking to bring the 10 ball in between the 2. This could be a good opportunity to return the favour and put her opponent in trouble. Ian looking on from her chair.
Wow, look at how well she's played that cue ball, finding the window between the 3 and the 6. She is very comfortable. I mean, we know how nicely she cues the ball, but I have to say she still needs to get that feel for the table, the slide, and yet she played a really good cue ball there from 1 to the 2 ball.
And she's backed that up with good shape on the 3 as well. A little stun into this 3. We'll leave a shape on the 4. The 5 is hampered by the 9 up into that top left corner, or it certainly appears so. Just eyeing up the combination, Tim. That's a tricky one. Great cue ball. With that position, the cue ball should track over towards the bottom of the table as we're looking at it from the overhead, and so should the 5. But this is still trickier.
Yeah, you can play it the soft version indeed to float the cue ball forward. But then the combination is more scary and she's missed that combo. She could have chosen to play a stop shot and stun the ball a bit more, bring the 5 over to the other corner. Still not a very firm shot, but you know, just to get the stroke out a bit. So actually one of the not so many opportunities for Jin. We haven't really seen her shoot at balls as much. Most of it was safety play or kicking. But as you can see, she does stay still. Doesn't move on the shot. That cue will go straight.
Yeah, she looks pretty straight on this 6 as well. So we'll not need to do much with the cue ball. Great opportunity. Does need to keep her opponent on a short leash. Does not want to let So-Soa get to the hill. As you mentioned, Tim, she's not really had much open play yet, so this is her real, I would say, first proper opportunity in this match. Great camera angle. Look at the focus on her face.
Yeah, imagine also you wait for an hour 15 before your match starts. Now you're practicing, you're starting to warm up a bit. You start the match, then you sit in your chair for technically the first 15, 20 minutes. You're cold again. And now you have to run out, and she's lost the cue ball quite a bit. I'm quite sure this is not what she was intending to do. Now a bit, this is a tricky 10, Gav.
Yeah, it is. Take this cut on would be very ambitious. It looks like she is. Big shot.
Wow.
That was fantastic. Gutsy shot, really, if you want to look at the position she was in. Missing this would have nigh on guaranteed her opponent getting on the hill in this opening set. She didn't refuse it. Solid pot. As the referee waited for the cue ball to stop. The scoreline now back to 2-1. This will give him the break. And, well, so we're not getting it all her own way, and that will be a little wake-up call. Do not give your opponent a chance. But this is exactly what Yin Hei Yu wanted. This will give her a good opportunity now to see how her break is working. And if her break is working in a similar fashion, oh, we are in for a treat today. We have all tables filled up with the opening round of the Las Vegas Women's Open. Coming up after these matches, we will have the matchup on this table between Christina Kach and Harin Lee, another South Korean player. And over on table 2, I'm sure this will be some of the local favourites to watch. Emily Duddy takes on Kelly Fisher. So we are in for a treat. Lots of play coming up throughout today. We're only on day 2 of this 10-day event. I'm sure as this match progresses, we'll give you a few insights to some of the other events that are coming up. As we bring you back to the action. Yin Hei Yu to break. She trails 1 rack to 2 in the opening set race to 4. Well, in contrast, that's a dry break, and more importantly, the cue ball's dressed up quite nicely with the 1.
Well, she did put quite some power into the break. I like how she hit him. Just nothing really finding its way. Oh, and a bit of a mistake there from Soa early on. I think this might be awful straight. Would really like to at least get the cue ball out. A diamond.
Oh, she played that really well, Tim. Awkward cueing. And to have to pop the cue ball out. She's done that in such a fashion that she may be able just to drag this 3 ball and hold for the 4 down past the 9. Well, she's certainly recovering well. Just looking at the 7 to 8. I'm looking a bit further ahead, Tim. I'm not too sure what you think. That might be a little concern for her here. She's made the 4 very nice. Maybe even look to take the 7 off the cushion a bit.
Well, I'm not expecting her to actually try and push the 7 off the rail. That could have went wrong, actually. Now she does have the angle to float straight over for the 6 in the top right. She can get a bit closer to her work on the 7, traveling to the 8. I feel like it should be okay.
Oh, that wasn't an easy shot playing it at that pace, Tim. However, she made it. Has come a little bit on the 50-yard line. Neither centre or corner pocket easy. Looks like she's going for the centre if she's going for it. Or is it the bank? Well, Tim, we talked about how aggressive she is, but from that shot she backs up her aggressiveness with great precision and finished quite straight on this 7, which will lend itself in her favour.
Yeah, things were a bit slippery for a second in the last rack. Should have been on the hill in this set, Kath, but from this position you would say that she's still going to get on the hill first.
Yeah, not just that, Tim, but I have to say, faultless pool so far, and not really many more faults from her opponent, maybe a couple of failed safeties. So Soa, as you suggested, should have and is on the hill first in this opening set. Leads 3 racks to 1. And it's starting to get a little bit busier in the crowd now as well. Sure, buzzing with anticipation as well. So's breaks, Tim, have certainly looked good enough to really give her a chance, not just in this match, but if she can carry that throughout the tournament, that will hold her in really good stead. She needs to put that to good effect now if she wants to take this first and opening set at this opportunity. Only 23 years old, Tim. Her opponent 29 years old. It's great to see how the young talent's coming through. We also have junior event taking place over the course of the 10 days. That will give everyone a chance to see even more of the younger talent coming through. But if this is the shape of things to come, Tim, we are in trouble. So Soa with the break leading 3-1 in the opening set, race to 4.
Well, there is another lifeline for Jin. But is it an easy one? That's the question. Looks like the 4-ball could be a bit of trouble. I don't think it's easy to get on the 4 to the bottom left.
No, the 4 is quite close to the 7 there. Just having a little look there to see if there is a line to put the cue ball to take the 4. Yeah, she's just playing a cue out there. Clearly it should be on, but you have to be very precise with the cue ball. So good 2 to 3 here. A must. Played it well. Doesn't need to do too much with the cue ball here. But this is going to be the key shot. Finishing on this 4. Doesn't look too bad a layout from there.
Well, she's got the overstretch. Extension on the cue, which sometimes throws the players off a bit though. The balance of the cue different.
Oh, she played it with a bit more pace than I expected, Tim, and has rattled the cue ball in the middle jaws. It's actually held up quite nice, especially if that 4 passes the 10, as you look from the replay there, Tim. Oh, I think it does pass the 10.
Yeah, it's a great recovery. Prime shape now on the 5.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to be daunted by the prospect of what her opponent's brought to the match so far. And she has got in the balls. She's certainly delivering. Good opportunity she's made for herself here. How is she left on this 7? I don't think that's very pretty, Tim. She may be needing to force a shot here.
Well, big stroke needed. Great follow through. Watch that cue ball.
Great result. I was flirting with that corner pocket, Tim. My heart was in my mouth, but it's not finished too bad at all. She may have to come underneath the 9. I have to say, Tim, many players would have crumbled after the way So has come out the blocks. But Yoon Hae-yu doesn't look to have been phased. However, she needed to make that 8, and maybe with a bit of commentator's curse and having to force it a bit, she didn't make it.
Well, we would never do that to her, right?
It wasn't on purpose, honest.
Well, it does make for a big change in this set. Definitely felt like Yin was still in there to steal the set away from Soa. But from this position, things are not looking the greatest.
Completely agree. The run-up to that miss, well, everything looked fantastic. Solid potting, solid position, and even when not completely in position, recovering really well. However, that small, yet costly, it appears, mistake gives Soa a look at this 10 ball to take the opening set in quite comfortable fashion, it must be said. 4-1, and well, great opener for her, and very important to take the opening set. Not much expression on the face at all. But that's what we've come to expect from these professionals. The referee, Tim, just asked the players if they wanted to take a break. Looks like they're going to do so. May I suggest we go and fill up our glasses as our viewers can take a look at the stats while the players take a break. My colleague Tim Durata and myself, Gethin Davis, will also join them, and we'll be right back. Please stay tuned for the start of our second set. Well, a warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the start of the second set of this Predator PBS Las Vegas Women's Open. Matchup between So and Yin Yu. So taking the opening set quite comfortably, it should be said, 4 racks to 1. And if you looked at the stats during the break, with a 900 rating, looks like she's playing on top form. My name is Gethin Davis, and joining me for the return of the second set, Tim de Ruyter. Well, Tim, that was a quick fire opening for us. How would you summarize that so far?
Well, I don't really think that Jin had a lot of opportunities to even win this set. That's how well Soa played, and if you consider the fact that she's won a couple events, she's also won Las Vegas before, so she has good memories, feeling good on the table, is definitely adapted to the equipment. So Jin will have to play very well to win the second set and at least get this to a deciding set.
Yeah, I fully agree. And in retrospect, you know, Yu has taken her opportunities. One miss and one miss safety really is all that's been in it. And she needs to maybe, I don't know, turn it up a notch, but more importantly, eliminate the unnecessary mistakes. But let's not take anything away from Soa's performance. I wouldn't say completely flawless, but not far from. Anyway, let's get this second set away. Jin Yu to break. She trails 1-0. Ooh, makes the 6, narrowly avoided potting the 7, but look where that 2's gone, Tim. Oh, that's awful for her.
I mean, we all know that little difference right there, that 2 ball. If that 2 ball moves over a ball, I mean, still the shape on the 3 ball would have been difficult, but I'm saying that feeling where you can actually get going, or that feeling when every time you get to the table it's a mess, you don't really get any rolls, you know, that they are miles apart, those 2 feelings from each other, and just brutal.
Yeah, agreed. I don't know if you noticed from the replay, Tim, until Soa noticed that ball dropping, she was up out of her chair, showing how keen she is. And she does get to return to the table. With the full table in between the 1 ball and the cue ball. Not much value in going for the pot, I feel, but then we've been pleasantly surprised already over the past 2 days.
All the other options she has, it's a scary one, but you could play this soft and try to run the cue ball slightly to one side of the 5 ball, like to the left. It's scary though, full length of the table and soft. Well, I didn't really feel like running the cue ball 4 rails, but she could have gone close on the 2 ball actually.
She
And
went for it.
again, a little bit of fortune with how that 1 ball leaves.
Yeah, Jin really needs to put Soa in trouble here. Start to bring the momentum more towards herself. Good chance to do it with the position of the balls here. See how she handles this.
Well, she's got the hook. I have to say, might have to pull the jump cue out.
Yeah, I think she's just called the 5 as backup as well. Good chance she could make the 5 catching the right hand edge. of the object ball here, but a difficult jump to say the least. Well, she made a good contact on the 1 ball, didn't pot the 5, and the 1 ball's come tracking back up the table towards the end where the cue ball is, and has not run into a safe position, so no advantage to either player as yet.
Well, she has to float the cue ball behind the 2. I would say top right spin and really spin the cue ball behind the 2. She went for a bit of a 2-way, banking the 1 ball and a good cue ball. I don't think she's on anything offensively on the 2 ball, being so close to it.
Yeah, she did call it. And is now delicately coming off the 2, and maybe with a bit too much pace. Wouldn't have mattered if she'd have hit the 5 full ball, but as it is now. So Soa gets a good look at this blue 2. Just a close inspection of what's going on down at this end of the table. Not many options for the 3, but it does look like it's got a pathway up into the pocket where her hand is right now.
Yeah, cue ball a bit pacey. Could get away from her, but she's landed nicely on the 3 ball. Now, the next question is what to do on that 7-10.
Great question, Tim. Needs to make the 3. Has made the 3. I'm just wondering if she left herself an angle on purpose to maybe develop the 7, but this is a thin cut. Don't think she's taking it on, Tim.
No, I like this a lot better. Now, not to be too picky, I'm just saying, imagine if she could have brought the cue ball closer to the 9, maybe off the short rail, and the 4 in between the 10-7. That would have been ideal, but still a very difficult position to be in for Jin, and I'm not sure. I mean, this is a very small ball to go dead weight into. Just slightly too wide, and that's also what that very soft base does to the cue ball, kicking at it on the new cloth. I'm just wondering, I might roll the 8 ball on top of it. I think this way you're always going to open up the 4. Yeah. And that's a bit of a mistake. I don't think she could have brought the cue ball away without touching that 10.
Oh, that would have been an interesting situation if she had pushed the 8 up against it. Possibly an opportunity missed there, Tim. Great call and observation from yourself there. However, I was about to say whatever shot Jim played there, it would kick the 4 out, but she's played that in such a way that she's left the 4 in there, maybe with a little edge for Soa.
Well, their eyes definitely still working.
Yeah, and we've not really had a situation like this in the match so far. Some nice touchy, feely shots giving us a good look at the all-round capabilities of these players. Oh, nice shot jumping over the 9 to catch an edge of the 4. And if that cue ball rolls against that short rail, it's not a bad leave either. Ooh, I fancy Soa taking this on, Tim. Not an easy safety out there. And where the 7 is, maybe she feels there's a little bit of insurance, perhaps. Or will the shot clock play a role in this?
Well, something definitely has happened with the shot clock. I think they did not manage to stop the clock or reset the clock. I think she's still gonna get the 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think it was just a technical glitch. She definitely called the extension. She definitely had her extension. Both players under a 30-second clock. And they do get 1 extension per rack. Difficult shot to take on, Tim.
Oh,
Mate.
cue ball a bit far though.
Yeah, that is a very, very thin cut, especially the way she's having to stretch to reach for this.
Yeah, very easily missed. Also, look at that cue ball. Had to be perfect in between the 7 and the 10.
Beautiful two-way shot. And where that 10 is, next to the cue ball, that takes out the opportunity to jump. Or rather, it certainly appears to be. Not the easiest of escapes. You certainly expect her to make contact with the 5 ball, but oh, it could so easily go wrong. So I think she called it in the top left, Tim, so hoping 2 rails and then to catch it slightly thin and bank it across the table. Ooh, wasn't far away from it either, but that will be ball in hand.
Yeah, this is twice though that she kicked at a ball like that and just barely missed it. She had one in the opening rack. I was considering maybe to tie balls up, like maybe push the 10 and the 9 together. And then so I will still have to play perfect from 5 to the 7 and open up a cluster. Because that 5 ball was a lonely soldier up table.
Wow. She really does have that cue ball on her sixpence, Tim. Even after not making the cut, she played it in such a fashion that she locked up her opponent. She's put the cue ball into a very similar position to leave shape on this 7. This is great top quality stuff. A little friendly bounce off the cushion. I'm not too sure how straight she's landed on this 8. But landing on the cushion would have made this a lot trickier.
Wow.
Oh my. I could only dream of getting that much action off the cue ball, Tim. Impressive stuff. And look at the angle she's left herself. Back across the table twice. 10 in the same pocket, perhaps.
Oh, just gotta watch the cue ball, but she could obviously see off the rail if it was going straight to the side, yes or no. Things are starting to look very ominous for Yin. Just don't feel like she's getting much breathing space at all from Soa.
No, not at all, Tim. And I mean, not many mistakes to pick from Heiyu. but certainly has made the majority of them. More importantly, you have to say, the safety play and the position play by Sioa has been second to none, and that will put any opponent under an enormous amount of pressure. She takes the opening rack in this second set. She leads 1-0-2, and you have to think that her opponent really needs to start making some moves soon. Boy, Sioa could run away with this. So here she is to break. She leads 1-0 and 1-0 in this race to 4 best-of-3 sets.
I just think that she really had the break formula right. What is it, like the first 2 or 3 breaks she had? And then now every time she's breaking the balls, I feel like she's doing just slightly something different.
Yeah, she certainly came out the blocks with a really strong break, and more importantly, taking advantage of it. She doesn't have the opportunity to take advantage here, but her opponent may do. She's just had a little look at the 2-9 cluster down there. Doesn't look very pretty at all.
Oh, she just barely got on there. She got the rail a bit early.
Oh, she got some.
Oh, actually, she did not catch the rail early. She overdrew the ball that much. She completely curved that cue ball all the way out. And now the cue ball behind the 10.
Wow. Good position. Would have liked it locked up behind the 10, but played that really well with a thin cut on the 2.
Well, the biggest problem nowadays is jump cues are just too good. And, well, I think this is still jumpable. Not easy, and she's not going to be able to pocket the 2 ball, but I think you might be able to go for like the left side of the 2, jumping, make it at least a decent contact. She's kicking though, so the jump must not lay interesting enough. She doesn't have too many balls to be lucky behind coming in from this way. Yeah, tough. So tough to judge how much spin to play and how much it opens up, actually, how much it grabs on the rail. So a possible three fouls is definitely an option here. She doesn't have to go for run out style.
Yeah, locking the cue ball up behind the 3 here will prove very fruitful for her, you feel. Calls her extension. And the way the balls are positioned, Tim, you feel 3 foul is probably the best option out the block. Well, not locked, Tim, but still good safety. No obvious, well, I said no obvious 1 rail escape, but if it slides past the 3 and the 4, there may be off the short rail near the 8.
Yeah, the only thing is I think she might have to spin the cue ball again, just like the last kick she had to play. And to judge this, super tough. Yeah, and again too short. I mean, you've lost the first set 4-1. You're down 1-0. You get this with ball in hand. Your opponent is on 2 fouls. I'm really considering at least trying for a 3rd foul. I mean, it might not be the same lock safety, but she's trying to go for the run out, and this 3 ball to the side. I mean, how often do we see balls being missed in the side from this angle on these Predator Arc tables. I mean, they play great. I've played on them. But the sides, definitely something to avoid. And that's why she locked up the cue ball. Nice shot there. Look at how well she took away both long rail kicks. So
Yeah,
I might
that's
have to
great.
play another one of those over the short rail gaff.
Yeah, I really like what she did there. Didn't fancy it off the 2 ball. Felt that she had a better chance of getting the safety off the 3. She was teasing us with a shot into the center pocket. This is great stuff. So Soa with a big shot here to avoid 3 fouls. Something needs to hit a cushion. And wow, great play by Yin Heiyu. 3 fouls, we don't see it that often, but when it has been employed to good effect, it really does look impressive. Brings the scoreline back to 1 apiece. Certainly not over yet, Tim.
Well, and we both know what it actually does to a player's mind. It's a bit of a dent in the confidence. So who knows? Maybe Soa starts to make bigger mistakes from this point. I'm not gonna say her confidence will be shattered, but maybe a bit.
Absolutely, and even if not, it's more about the momentum and the confidence for Jin herself. And, well, there was maybe an opportunity of going for the clear out, but I much more preferred the 3 foul approach. And when successful, it can add to the mind games a little bit. So we'll get to see Jin back to the table now with a break. Could be an important break for the second set. It's 1 apiece. She trails 1 set to 0. Race to 4, second set. Well, that's the first time this week I've seen the 10-ball trace towards the corner pocket. It's a dry break, Tim, and there's a shot on the 1. She's got a good spread on the balls there as well.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, I really like the way she puts everything into the break. Like, she really hits them well.
Yeah, that 2 is certainly blocked by the 4. Did she call the 4?
I do believe so, but I would consider maybe another roll up on the 4 soft. Oh, did that stay? That did stay just enough away from the 6 ball, but for a second that looked a bit tight. And now this is a bit tricky, queuing over the 3 ball. You have to play this soft to hold the 2 ball over the corner. Wow.
Ooh, looked like it was going to follow it in there. Maybe she was playing in the hope that it would. The referee's got to get his big hand in a small pocket to retrieve the 10 ball and respot it. No early 10s. Doesn't need to do too much here. Can always be tricky when they're in the jaws like this. She played that well. Elected not to use a cushion and screw back cleanly for the 3. She's going to have to play a similar shot here, depending how straight she is on the 3.
Well, slightly short. And also, to get to that 6 ball, I mean, definitely she's playing the safety. I cannot say what she's going to do. But I would be very surprised if she keeps shooting. She's going to cut this in and run the cue ball 3 rails around the 9, around the 7-8 to play the 6 in the same corner. I would be surprised if she does.
I'm sure she looked at the angle, Tim. This would be a hell of a shot to take on. Well, she did, and the 5 has crept back out into quite a safe position for her. So got away with it a little bit there. Brave shot to take on, but again, she's showing her intentions, Tim, and I do like the aggressive nature that she brings to the table. It has proved her so fruitful in the past. Oh, this could be very nice. She's judged that really well, Jin. These are the sort of shots she needs to be playing to be able to just knock Soa out of a rhythm a little bit. Both players have been doing well with their safety game.
She's called the 5 in the side. We'll be going 2 rails. Creep in between. That was super close. I look at this for a little extra roll.
Well, that's what she exactly intended, was to come off the cushion and come round the back of it to play it over towards that center pocket, and she was not a quarter of a ball away from it. But what a result. Sometimes you have to ride your own luck. She's got the Predator extension out there, Tim. I was just wondering if there was a nicer 2-rail escape up off the top right cushion as we're looking at it from the overhead. Clearly the 1-rail escape is certainly on. The 7's not blocking it.
Yeah, the only good news I have for Yalin is the fact that this angle on the 5 is going away from the 6 ball. Is the only good news I have, because the 7 is now over the side. One good positional shot and it's up for the taking. And I actually said Hierin, but that's another Korean player. I did mean Hyeyu, of course.
I didn't even pick up on it, Tim.
I'm glad.
Like,
I'm glad.
I like the way she played that shot there, knowing that the cue ball was running away. Very tentative shot to try and keep the cue ball from running too much. Look like she's still forced into the safety, and that is not a very good safety. In fact, that's probably the worst shot she's played so far in this match, truth be told.
Yeah, I am a bit surprised that she didn't really do much more on the 5 ball. She had the wrong angle going to the 6, but it wasn't impossible to actually get to the 6. And indeed, probably the worst shot for Soa in this match could mean that Yin can get going a bit. She's won that rack on 3 fouls. If she runs out here, maybe she'll start to feel that rhythm, build more confidence, get that feeling for the table, and before you know it, we might go to a deciding set.
That will definitely be her intention. Good shot from the 8 here for position on the 9. Will certainly open that opportunity up for her, and she has done that. So will this be the first time that Jin's experienced and felt the lead in this match? Could very well be. I say match, I mean set, of course.
Well, a bit of a gift for Yin, but she'll take everything she can get at this point.
Absolutely, and giving her every cell giving herself every chance of taking this second set. She can keep her neck out in the lead. More importantly, she can start making a couple of balls off the break and leaving a shot. This match could really swing for her. There's always the threat of so-soer in the back of the mind, but she's certainly proving to be more than capable of taking this to the third and deciding set. Lovely view around the auditorium, or rather the resort and casino. Really been filling up, and for anyone that's in the area, we're just off the strip and it's free entry. It's part of the CSI Q Sports International Expo, so you can come down, see all your favorite players, maybe even get a couple of autographs while you're down there. Great experience, great crowd, great vibe, and some great pool. So, Jin to break, in the lead in this second set, 2 racks to 1. She needs to take 2 more though. No, nothing dropping again. Another dry break will bring Soa back to the table, but not such a good look on the 1. Would expect her to look for a good safety here.
One ball side.
Is she eyeing up the bank?
Yeah, looks like it, but well, a little bit of the insurance played with the cue ball, knowing that if the 1 ball goes in, she's still on the 2. Look at that. This is quite the trap.
Ooh. Well, that was a very difficult spot she had to get out of. It's rewarded. So with ball in hand, she's just having an inspection of that 4. From her posture, I would suggest that that passes the 9. If that's the case, she may fancy going for the clearance here. But the way she's positioned the cue ball, I would suggest that she hasn't. And yes, looking at the 7-8 cluster as well, I think she's made a very good decision there, and maybe has blocked off the 1 cushion escape. Is she going to try and return the favour with the 3 fouls, Tim?
Well, I mean, even with ball in hand, where do you even start on this run out? Well, with the 1 ball, I understand, but 2 clusters on the table. It's very messy down table. Oh, this is a great hit. Probably the best she could have done from that position.
Yeah, absolutely. More importantly, making a rail afterwards. Legal shot. She still has that 7-8 to contend with, Tim. And unless she has something, well, the 6 ball's not positioned too badly to leave an angle to run into them, but this will be a big clearance for Soa here.
Well, I really hope she proves me wrong. But this is a horrible run-out opportunity. I mean, percentage-wise, that much traveling to do. She did land on the 4, but now also pretty close to the rail. So she'll have to leave herself a long 5-ball.
Oh, confident, using the 9-ball to just hold up the cue ball. She looked there from the replay. And as you said, Tim, she's going to leave herself with a very lengthy 5. And this one is certainly not a gimme, especially if she wants to get position on the 6 to open up the 7. So big shot in this 4th rack. I think she's played that perfect. Given herself every chance here, Tim, of opening up the 7, but never guaranteed to get shape on it afterwards.
Oh, and this is the worst that could have happened from that position. And she was very close to prove me wrong. I'll tell you that. If she catches that half ball on either side of the 8, she would have been on the 7.
Well, will this be the point where her opponent gets the chance to get to the hill? Well, she hasn't fouled. In fact, that's a great shot. It's a tricky shot into the center pocket here for Jin, but that was a great escape from Soa. Let's not take anything away from that shot. Just looks off straight, Tim. She should be able to float through to the long rail for the 8, but pulling this ball is difficult. Take a good look at her chalk there, and the shape of it, and the way that she chalks a cue. Looks like it's got spikes. She's going to need a good chunk of chalk on the cue for this shot. But you fancy if she makes this, Tim, she could bring the score back level. If I reflect back, Tim, didn't Soa used to have a green chalk holder that she used to keep her chalk in? Looked quite ornamental. I'm trying to remember back to her world championship win.
Well, I don't remember this chalk holder, but I would not remember how the other one looked like, so.
The cameraman was picking up on it once or twice during the previous tournament. It was very ornamental. We may get another view now, but she's played that delightfully. And this 10-ball to bring her back to level in the second set. She loved this match to only go 2 sets. And she has done, Tim. 2-2. And oh, are you getting it away in this set? But she has a very good chance of taking the 3rd. It will come to Sioa's break. If we just take a look at the stats, I know some of our viewers really do like them. So Sioa's been solid with 900 set 1, 705 set 2. And currently 8-10. And And as we look in comparison to her opponent, 7-2-2, still very good, set 1. 4-7-3, set 2. And currently sitting at 5-9-4. There's still a lot to play in this second set. Well, we're just racking them up to let you know, following on after this match, we have a matchup between Christina Kach and Harin Lee, also from South Korea. And on table 2, Emily Duddy is taking on Kelly Fisher as we come back to Soa's break. Both of our players not making balls off the break at the moment, Tim. It's making it interesting for the viewers, not so nice for the players.
Yeah, definitely not nice for the players. It really slows the game down, takes away their momentum, their rhythm around the table. I have to say though, this is the open opportunity. That 3-ball does go to the top left. And by shooting the 3-ball in the top left, she might be able to nudge the 9 and be on the 4 to open up the 6-ball. So there is an opportunity. First starts with this awkward 1-ball.
Ooh, bit too thin, Tim, and it was awkward. You picked up on that straight away. She had to play it delicately to hold for the 2, which she did. She didn't make the 1, and Soa's back to the table. And if she can keep her momentum from that last rack, she'd fancy her chances to get on the hill. I'm just looking at the layout. The 3 is not looking very pretty next to the 9. How's that cue ball going to sit up though?
Well, a little bit too much angle running towards the 7. She surely can leave herself on the 3 with more angle. Obviously, she has the confidence in her cueing as well. She's not shy to shoot, is she?
That she is not. And that 3 goes up. I was going to say up into the top left, but it looks like she's just playing a little delicate safety here. However, that 3's leaked out, an edge. Just an update from our other tables. A couple of our tournament favourites already through to the next round. Yasmin Ushan has beaten Nakyung Song 2 sets to 0. And there was one other result that was in. Pia Filler of Germany, another one of the favourites, has beaten a home hopeful Tara Connor 2 sets to 0. So some big names getting through already. Who will make it through from this match, we wonder? Double elimination.
Extension.
Jump bank, Tim. This could be a highlight reel shot.
Well, a beauty of a jump bank, but unfortunately that cue ball just slid behind the 9. And I don't really favor the jump on this, do you?
No, I do not, Tim. Great jump shot, and she just needed to stick that cue ball. As it has, it's just stuck up behind the 9. What is she playing here? Another similar jump bank shot. Well, that was ambitious, to say the least. That will be ball in hand to her opponent. A little smile from Soa there. She knew that was brave and optimistic, but well, she still went for it. Wasn't far away.
Yeah, that's definitely what the shot clock also does to this game. She ran out a bit of time. Chose to go indeed for her jump kick after a jump bank, which is quite ambitious. And now look at how nicely this is spread for Yin.
Yeah, I can imagine some of these players at these tournaments have nightmares about that shot clock, maybe even hear it in their dreams. But it makes for an exciting play, and it does keep the flow. Didn't need to do too much there, Tim. Played that very well. Bit of angle on this 7 now.
Yeah, picking up the pieces. So are really opening up the rack to then give a ball on hand.
And picking up pieces to great effect, Tim. She may not have felt that the run of play would have got her on the hill first in this second set, but it has. Not many mistakes from an opponent, but if she can take advantage of them like this, she has every chance of taking this second set and bringing us to a deciding set. She will get the break. Well, in our match before this, Tim, which these ladies had to wait over an hour for theirs to commence, we went to a shootout thriller. Is it too early to mention the S word, Tim?
Well, we definitely have a deciding set first. So, I mean, that might still be an hour away, but we can do predictions already. We can do that.
Well, I'm sure neither player, or rather Soa doesn't want it to go to a decider. It's a must for Yin. And that all starts here at this break. Would not want this second set to go hill-hill. Feel if she can just take the bull by the horns here, she'll really keep the momentum into the third set. Jin Hae-yu to break, and makes the one. That is not a break at all, Tim.
No, definitely not a bad break. She's got excellent shape on the 2. But yet, there is always that one ball that is laying just a bit funny. And in this case, it's all about that purple 4 ball. It does not go by the 7 in this bottom right. Difficult to get on it to the bottom left from where the 3 ball is.
Yeah, she's been giving it a good stare. It's not making that 4 ball look any easier. This is going to be key to where she leaves the cue ball here. It'll give us an indication of the way she's going to go. Expecting that she's trying to leave a line just past the 10 to play the 4 into the top left as we're looking at it from the overhead.
Well, that's going to be a bit firm. She might have to play for a roll-up on the 7 ball. You don't have to break a run. You can win the rack in 2 innings. That's fine. She's going for this combination and diamond of space in between. Cutting the 7 ball, I think, is tough. I would not go for this combination.
Yeah, and there's a lot of traffic, Tim, so it does lend itself to a good opportunity for a safety. Taking the combination on, well, that's brave. Oh, she's made it. What a shot, Tim.
Yeah, it also takes a lot of heart to actually go for a shot like that. You know, it's knowing that every mistake could be fatal at this point. She's now on her way to make this match into a deciding set. And I mean, you've said it now, shootout. let's make this one all the way then. That's the story. Get another tail. We're 3 balls away to find out.
Not many mistakes from either of these ladies. It's been top class performance so far.
Ooh, why did you have to say that, Gav? She's come up short on the 9. And she's called the bank. She's going all in on this. She never regretted it. She instantly called it.
Oh, I'm struggling to see how she came so short. It must be just a sense of nerves with the anticipation of taking it to the 3rd set, but good spot, Tim. Called the bank straight away.
Oh, and she did play this with the element of safe, trying to bank it too short, but she got it so close to the corner that it caught a little bit of the knuckle, and that's where it stayed in front of the corner.
Yeah, just taking a look over it. Oh, a shake of the head from Heyu, but it was a difficult bank. I did love the confidence. She clearly recognized the importance of not letting Soa back to the table. However, it's not turned out like that. Thin cut.
Oh, how's the pace? Maybe a bit speedy. No, that cue ball just stopped in time. So we have not arrived to a deciding set yet. This to make this a hill thriller in set number 2.
Indeed, Tim. So Soa brings it back to 3 apiece in this 2nd set. Again, she'd ideally like to close it out at this point, and she will get the break. Not giving much away from her face. Both these players, they make the game look rather elegant, but they are absolute destroyers. I'd have to say, going on performance, you'd fancy Soa to try and take it at this point, but as we've both learnt from today so far, very difficult to call. And the breaks have been getting a little bit scrappier towards the end here so far. So have we got another swing and another sting in the tail yet? Well, we'll find out as we just wait for our referee to get proceedings underway. Just to add, for any new viewers who haven't picked up on it yet, we have Christina Catch versus Haring Lee on this table following this match. And on our other stream table, Emily Duddy is taking on Kelly Fisher. So there's going to be a lot of viewers interested in that as well. And let's see which one of our players will progress through in the winner's bracket from this match. Made the 1, no look at the 2, Tim.
Yeah, and this is the classic hill rack. I mean, they just never seem to come easy when it's hill.
She's called a push. This will give her opponent the opportunity to either take this on or give it back to Soa.
Yeah, only available after the break-off shot. Now, I'm not a big fan of this position. I have a feeling the 2-ball is most likely going to be in the open, all the way on the other side of the table from where the balls are. Unless she's going to try and play this soft behind the 6, but I'm interested. She must have had a plan before she pushed out to this position. And I'm quite sure, Geth, that was not the plan.
No, I'm quite sure as well. She hadn't sold out, so to speak, because there's no potting option for the 2, but she could find herself coming back to the table in a bit of trouble here. Let's see what Jin can do. Oh, I don't think that's good enough. Oh, a little wince of the face as well from Heyu, and when it's hill in the second set, you need to be tighter than that, Tim. Is she looking just to bring the cue ball back behind the 6 here?
Yeah, that 2-ball could get close to the corner. And it stayed right over the corner. Look at this. The 2 and the 3 are now connected. I mean, not that much traveling to do in general. 4 connects with the 5. You'll have to play with a little bit of pace from 5 to 6.
Yeah, you have to say this is a great opportunity to take this second set at this visit.
Well, you could maybe say this 3-ball might be the most difficult position to play onto the 4. Which sounds weird. They just lay phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, just rolling this 4 in will leave a natural angle on the 5 to swing the cue ball round to put the 6 in the same pocket. So you could argue this is Heyu's to lose at this point. Great pace and control. Wouldn't mind the cue ball back to a similar position where it is now. Ideally a straight 7.
Well, she's perfect on it. Now it's all about handling the nerve.
Yeah, great call, Tim. This is now a game of nerves. Both players don't seem too flustered, do they? But you can imagine the nerves are flying between the pair of them.
Oh, watch that shirt. Do not touch the 10. That means we will make it to a deciding set. She kept us waiting a bit. She could have closed it out last rack. But she does play a nice controlled run out after pretty big safety mistake from Sosoa. So we're tied, and The deciding set will start very shortly. Let's see if any of the players are looking to take a break. I actually don't think so. No, so that means Kathleen Davis and myself, Tim de Ruiter, we will stay with you all to enjoy the third set.
Oh, we're not going anywhere, Tim.
And if we get to 3 each, you can tell them what happens.
Shootout. Come on down, come on down. We will have us a shootout. I'm sure neither of these players would like to be in that position. But if it stays locked, that will be inevitable. So after her 4-1 first set win, Soa lost the second 4-3. We now look at her breaking off for the start of this fourth set. Sorry, third set.
Now, she's made a ball on the break. She's made the 10. It doesn't count though. It spots back up. But look at this, 1 and a 2 next to each other. It's all about the 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, good spot. Does lend itself to being a nice target area for safeties. Well, she needed to make the 1. Hasn't done it. Rattled it in the middle pocket. Predator Arc tables are not forgiving in the slightest. It's a tricky one for Jin, but good opportunities for safety here. Oh, I like how she played that, Tim, and look at the cue ball control. I actually thought she played that too hard, but that was perfect.
Yeah, it's so weird because if you look at the first set, Soa really had Yin locked up over and over. And now I kind of feel like the table has turned on her. Oh, look at that cue ball. Oh no. Oh, that is brutal. She hit that really good. To find a window between the 7, 8, 10 and scratch straight into the corner is brutal.
Yeah, great escape from the safety. Sadly, scratch gives ball in hand back to her opponent, and she keeps looking over at that 4, 5, 6 cluster. Needed to avoid the 8. Hasn't done so. Where does that leave her? Awkward queuing over the 7 initially.
Well, a bit of change. Making actually more of a mess on the 4, 5, 6. Just because of that, I feel like Soa is going to try and nestle the cue ball between the 5 and the 6.
Yeah, she could put her opponent in a lot of trouble here, Tim.
No, she did go aggressive. Now, she did nudge a 5 ball out, so a little bit of a development. But still, to get on that 4 ball was always going to be the trickier shot of the 3. She might be able to run into the 6, and that would be brilliant. That's a very small target to play.
God, you're talking about fine margins there, Tim. That would be something else. Oh, she wasn't far away either, and makes the pot. It wiped his feet, but she contacted the 10 instead.
She might be on it. That would be crazy though, like that many things happening. Almost missing the 3 ball, glancing off the 10, almost scratching, and then to... No, she's not on it. And now giving ball in hand to Yin. She's opened up the whole rack to give ball in hand away. Just from 4 to the 5, I think that's the only bit of challenge Yin has at this point.
I think you're right, Tim. This could be the key shot. Makes the pot, needs to avoid the 8, Tim. Oh, a little nibble off the 8. And that keeps her in this.
Yeah, not as straight as she was trying to get on the 5 ball, but plenty of space on the top side of the table to bring the cue ball back and forth. Maybe a bit more angle on the 6, but she can float the 6 ball in. And the cue ball naturally goes in between the 7 and the 8.
Jin-Hye-Yu would ideally love to keep the momentum that she's built in this second set, bring it into this third set. This 7 ball for good position on the 8. I thought she dropped her hand from the table, like she caught that a bit thick. Few little faces from Jin there. Just not getting the cue ball completely under her control. However, the way she's left on this 9, she can pop the cue ball out towards center table. Oh, she elected to push through. And wiggled that 9 ball in, but leaves herself a lovely 10 here to take the opener in our third deciding set. What a turnout, Tim, from So-Soa's opening 4-1 set. And now, look at Jin-Hye-Yu taking the first in the third and deciding set and putting herself in prime position here. This is great stuff, and well, a bit of a surprise after the first set, Tim. I'm not too sure what So-Soa needs to do different. But she's going to need to do something different, I believe. Otherwise, we could see Jin run away with this.
Well, I kind of feel like if she had played a bit more careful, like a bit more defense, more patience, then in case you make a mistake, you don't really give ball in hand on everything in the open. She has done this a couple times where she made really good shots in the beginning and just barely not getting the shape on the 4, 5 or 6, like later on in the rack, and then leaving it wide open for the taking for Yin. You can use that to your advantage as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, if the breaks start going one way or the other with a player, That could be the difference here. Otherwise, we may have to go through a few more of these safety battles. But Jinhei Yu up to break. She leads 1 rack to 0 in this third and deciding set. Can she make balls off the break? And can she get position on the next shot? The answer is an emphatic no, but that 1 ball, ooh, is sitting ugly up on that short rail, locked up against the 6. And there may be an edge sticking out, Tim, and if there is, could see a good safety here.
Yeah, hit that a bit soft. Could have brought the cue ball under the 3 and the 4. Definitely will be trying to do the same shot. Yin will play the same shot, but then just trying to get the cue ball a bit further.
Ooh, needed either the 6-7 or the 8 to come into play. That hasn't happened. And well, there's a great opportunity for Soa to put her opponent in trouble here. Yeah, that looks very good, but it's not locked up. That will leave a 1 cushion escape.
Well, and for a second it looked like the 6 might not go to the top right corner anymore, which, well, gives a bit more time for the defender, even if you give ball in hand after this kick. So I might not be able to run out.
No, that's a good spot. And you can see Soa taking a close look at that now. Scratching the top lip. She can be full of surprises. Threaded it through the gap there very nicely. The 6-7 will be playing in the back of her mind. She's still got to get there first. Well, I'm not really, Tim, seeing much that she can do with the 6-7 where the other balls are positioned. It may only be a good chance for a safety off of it otherwise, unless she can open them up somehow or get behind it up onto that short rail. But that would leave another tricky shot.
Yeah, in this case, I might consider. You're down. You've been doing this over and over, where you possibly make a mistake in the next 2 shots. I mean, you can still play a good safety on the 6 ball, but she also could have played a safety on the 4 ball. Stay a bit more patient. She's a bit straighter on the 5. She has to play into the 6-7, where I feel like if you do not hit the 6-7, you're at least able to see the 6 ball. Well, from this angle, it really looks like it doesn't go. Is she able to play this with a lot of left spin and throw the ball over a bit more?
Well, I don't know. She's called it. I don't know if she's going to go full rails. I'm sure she's not. think that was on, but what a second prize she's come away with there.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a bit surprised that she still felt like it did go. But indeed, this second prize, this is a difficult one to hit. You might have to nick the 7 and the 6 together and take the intentional foul. I mean, what else is there to play? Yeah, I like this. It buys her time. Would have maybe been a little better if they were like touching or closer to each other. But then still, at least, I don't think Soa is able to hit the 6 and bring the cue ball back to where it was.
Yeah, she's not going to get the safety there. There's a big, big, thick edge. But like you said, it did allow Heyu to buy some time. And now she's at the table.
Oh, I think she was trying to catch that 6 ball a bit thinner on the ball, so that means this 6 ball is on. With how this match has been evolving, I would not be surprised if you're actually right about the shootout.
Well,
but this is a long 7 ball though, so I might have to wait with giving you all the praising about being right.
Well, I'm very rarely right, Tim. But when Soa came into this opening set, she was potting these for fun. It's a little bit of a different position now. But showing the nerves are not there.
She's not going to be happy, Gath. I think her only shot is to play a 9-10 combination, and who knows where the 9 ball ends up.
Yeah, did not want to be up against the cushion here. She's just digging down into it a bit. I think you're right, Tim. That's all she had. And how do you fancy this one?
Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to lose control on that 9 ball.
She made both of them. The 10 will get respotted. Where did the cue ball land? Oh, not a bad position at all. Not straightforward. Certainly makeable for both players of these caliber. And there you have it. The scoreline brought back to 1 apiece in this deciding set. Very difficult to pick a winner from these two. And well, we're just waiting for the third rack to kick off. If our viewers have got their alarm clocks handy, just to let you know, on Saturday the 21st, 2 days' time, we have a straight pull face-off match between John Schmidt and Darren Appleton, race to 150. That's going to be a great one. That starts at 7 p.m. local time. And on the following day, Sunday, we get to see some of the women back in action in the mixed doubles turbo event. And that's going to be a quick fire event with 8 teams, 10 ball, $40,000 pot, and that will start at 3 p.m. with the finals at 8. So a few side events are really going to bring a bit of excitement on top of the big men's and women's open. So to break, 1 apiece, deciding set. The 2 threatened to kick the 10 in, but it didn't.
Well, it is for the taking. I like how she hit it. If you look at the 1 ball was tracking straight towards the side, but it got kicked away. Now she'll be going for the cut. She's gonna try and get closer to the 2 ball, but there's a lot of traffic. Oh, things have gotten very messy after just 1 ball of play. The 10 ball is now spotting back up. I'm quite sure Soa is going to put Yin back to the table as she did not call the 10. And from here, usually when players start to kick balls, when all the balls are on the table, I wouldn't be too surprised if they cluster up again. So to real contact.
Not a bad effort with the kick and stick there. Threatened to bring the 2 into play, but I've got a feeling Soa can see a good chunk of this one. No obvious pot shot on, but she called a 7 into the center. That may be insurance.
Extension.
Talking about mess. Is that 1 ball still on it? I think it's super close.
1 ball corner.
Our referee will be inspecting this closely. The overhead suggests that she may be able to get this, and the 2 is not in a bad position. Oh, that's a foul.
Yeah, that definitely is a foul if you think about it. The fact that she's cutting the ball on the left side of the 1. If she had made a clean shot, the 3 ball would not be moving. So back and forth. I do get the feeling that Yin is very nervous though. I've seen a shot earlier where her breathing in the chair was very deep, which isn't really a bad thing, but you could really see her with heavy breathing. So I can imagine that she's feeling the heat, and she knows how close she actually is. She lost the first set, and now we're dead even after, was it 2 hours of play?
Yeah, indeed. And well, it's never a bad thing to take a micro meditation in between shots. Breathing a big part of that. And if she is feeling the nerves are building, it's a good place to start from the breathing. So clearly she's feeling it. You don't really get much of a read off Soa. The only time I've really seen any emotion on her face was when she picked up the World Championship at the end of last year. Oh, that was an ambitious one to take on. It's not finished too bad, Tim. Does she go for the bank? It is aggressive, but it could prove fruitful. I think she called it, Tim.
Well, it does come with a very high reward. Then again, just as the last time she banked the ball, that little teeny bit too short. She hasn't sold the farm, but there is an opportunity for Soa to play a good save.
Yeah, you picked up on a good point earlier in there should be some clusters being developed. There hasn't actually been, but what there has been is a very good safety from Soa there at an important point of this third rack. Oof. Full length of the table.
Oh, was running short of time. She's made a good hit, but no luck.
No, it's not nice when
Go ahead.
it's not nice when the timer comes into play, Tim, but that is the added dimension of pressure in these matches. Ooh. Where'd you... Just having a look at the shape she's got on this 5. Is she going to be running into the 6 here? This is where trouble can come.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to play into the 6, but I wouldn't go into it too soft. Like, make sure you stun the ball nicely into it.
Well, that wasn't
Ball side.
really with the premise that I think you were hoping she was going to take. And that's left, well, this really tricky 6 on. Didn't hear the call that she made, did you, Tim? I didn't know if she called the 9 or if she's going for the 6. I think she
Well, I
called
guess
it.
we're never gonna find. I guess we cannot find out. But if you look at the result, ominous. I mean, oh, or not? Did she hook Yin behind the side pocket? Point? Oh dear. Oh no, that is insane. I mean, this is makeable though. Wow, how can you touch the 6 ball from that position and not make it? Like, I don't know what's happening between the two of these ladies, but the suspense is definitely building up.
Well, you alluded to it right at the start of the match, Tim, you know. Both players from South Korea probably know each other well on the circuit, certainly on the local circuit, and maybe a bit of respect between the players, and that's creeping up with the nerves. And again, I thought that 6 may pass the 9. She didn't go for it. Clearly it couldn't go.
Well, or maybe the 6 off the 9 in the side pocket, but I kind of feel like Soa is just trying to lock the game a bit. Oh, beautiful pot. Does the cue ball stay on the table? It does stay on the table.
I'm standing up. That was a fantastic pressure shot. Flirting with the corner pocket, Tim, but wow, what a result. Fully deserves to take this rack.
Oh,
And you mentioned Soa just trying to play that extra safety just to make sure. Is that going to backfire on her, do you think, Tim?
I'm just surprised. Maybe we didn't really see the angle right, but you can see Albin, Ushan, Stefan Kasper, Max Lechner. They are enjoying this to the fullest because this match is something else. I mean, this is only day one of the Predator Pro Billiard Series Las Vegas Women's Open. We still have so much more to come. I mean, for the men's day 2, women's day 1, straight pull face-off coming on Saturday, February 21st. The mixed doubles turbo is coming. And we have the Junior Open, the World Teams. I mean, it's day 2 and my heart can barely take it.
My heart? I haven't got enough fingernails. This is going to be a corker. If this is an indication of how this Women's 2026 Open is going to go, well, we're absolutely in for a treat. And as you've mentioned, plenty of events coming up as well over the 10-day event. And after this match, you'll have Christina Catch taking on Harin Lee. So more fireworks to come. We've got to get there first. Hayu leading 2-1 in the final deciding set, making balls off the break, but oh, the 9 spoiling the party. Good cue ball control as well, Tim. Breaks have been looking nice, just not getting the rewards.
Well, is she going for an aggressive option? Maybe banking the 1. Possibly after 7 as well. Or just distance with the cue ball. Yeah, I think she played a bit of a two-way.
Yeah, I'm just looking. You mentioned earlier about a very delicate shot to play, where she could have put the cue ball in trouble behind the 5. There could be a similar shot on here, but where the traffic is.
Well, I kind of like the roll-up on the 9 ball. The cue ball is, oh, I was going to say, definitely going to threaten the corner. This 1 ball is on, and was she just flat out going aggressive on that cut? Because that was a huge cut to play.
Yeah, and ideally, if she was going for safety, you would have expected her to have played that softer. I think I'm with you, Tim. Maybe so a feeling that she needs to bring the game to her rather than get to the game.
Oh. Yeah, and that definitely was the danger. Playing very soft with that inside spin. And I think I would have liked to play actually outside spin, run partially into the 9, and increase the chances of still being on the 3 ball. Now, then again, their eyes, they work very well, because I would have been real scared to actually go for that eeny-meeny bit she had on the 1 ball.
Me too. Good call. I think the 4 passes the 10. That makes this pattern a little bit easier. Or maybe not. No, the overhead suggests that that was not on. So I had to bring the cue ball behind the 4. Would have ideally liked the cue ball to have run a bit further here.
Oh, even chose to play to the top corner. And I mean, Yin really has Soa rattled. And I don't really get to see Soa being rattled.
No.
Now she's still a huge champion, so she could still overcome this match, but I'm saying it doesn't very often happen this way. Like if she loses, usually her opponent is just playing great. But she missed that by quite a bit.
Yeah, even the best of us are not impervious to the nerves. And we're really getting to the crunch end of this opening match. In the Women's Open, and well, looking at where the balls are now, Tim, this is a really good opportunity to get to the hill, and you'd have to say from looking at the stats and the run of play, a bit surprising, but that won't daunt this young lady.
Well, still a lot of traveling to do. She's left herself long on this 7 ball. And the only 2 pockets that are available for this 8 is the top right or the right center. And oh, she hit that real good. Still maybe a little bit too short, but I thought she might have had a little bit too much angle still on the 7. Now cross over, top left spin, get on that 9 and guarantee yourself a shootout. Yeah, and that just doesn't really grab at that pace. I was wondering, yeah, well, she's actually tapping it, and I really agree. We both were wrong. She should have tapped it in and taken the cut on the 9. Like, stop the cue ball and take the cut. Wow.
Big
See?
shot.
We learn every day.
This is a big shot to make. It's tracking
Oh,
down
that's
towards
close.
the pocket. Wow! Wow!
Beauty.
You heard the raucous applause from the audience. It looked like it could. It looked like it might not, and then it dropped. And wow, what a position Jin Hei-yu finds herself in. She takes the hill in this deciding set. And, well, by all accounts, what a turn-up for the books. You'd have to say, arguably, it's well-deserved because she stuck in there against a very tough opening performance from So-Soa. And now it's going to need another performance from her if she's going to get back into this. We're guaranteed a shootout. Otherwise, unless this lady can take this match earlier. Look at the crowd, Tim. Everyone's really buzzing with this one. This was, well, I have to say, I expected a good performance. I expected a good match, but I didn't expect it to go in this sort of fashion. Great for us all at home.
Well, she has guaranteed herself the shootout. Now, can she close out this match?
And it starts with this break, Tim. Crowd have gone quiet for this one. Nothing down. And look at the 1, awkward queuing over the 4. Otherwise, not a bad spread of the balls, you have to say.
Yeah, just this opening shot, queuing over the 4 and the 8. Is probably going to try and do a bit more. You don't want to leave yourself long on the 2 ball already. Wow. She did do a bit more, and that cue ball almost disappearing in the side. 3 ball does not go by the 10.
Yeah, another big shot needed here.
Well, 50-yard line. Has to run the cue ball around the 10. Can she still leave herself on the 4 to the center, or does she have to go 2 rails into the 4 and the 8 and take the risk?
I don't know, it looked like she addressed the ball as if she was playing safe there. Yeah, bringing it behind the 10.
Well, that means that she really started to overthink what has happened so far in this match. She feels like if my opponent can't win, I cannot lose kind of mindset.
Yeah, that's not a bad way to look at it, especially if you don't feel the balls are running completely to the way that you like. Oh, and flirting with the center pocket there. Got away with it. Too well escape from Soa here. Would ideally like to catch this 3-ball thick like that to create distance. Has done exactly that. It's not a bad result from that position she found herself in.
Well, I have to say the previous match was quite tense. I see no reason once again why this match could not get just as much pressure as we've seen earlier. This is definitely building up to be something.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh my God.
Well, the danger is too, like, she is kind of losing at the safety aspect. I think if Yin can make this 3-ball in the corner, if that cue ball goes just by the side, she might be able to cut the 4-ball in. She's playing this to the sides, but I might prefer the corner a bit more. Well, her heart must be racing at this point. Look at how fast she dropped down. She's running out of time a bit. Did take her extension, but
And from the scheme of things, Tim, you might not want to be calling your extension this early. There could be a few more tricky positions left in this rack.
well, she did get the shape on the 4. Just imagine if that had dropped.
Oh, she played that well, but will the 5 come to spoil it? No, it won't. Always a threat when that 5 was running over this direction.
Well, let's see. Might like to run the cue ball into the 8 to take away the pace of the cue ball. No, she chose to go for the window between the 5 and the 8. She's played it really well though. She's in prime shape. Just maintain the angles. Possibly the 7 to the 8. A bit tricky with the 9 that could come into play. But overall, great chance. She has to play herself back into stroke.
These laid out lovely, giving her a great opportunity to do exactly that, Tim. She started off this match in great stroke. It's imperative now she finishes this match in good stroke. One slip up here could be very costly. You have to say she's taken these very well. I'm glad she didn't run into the 8 and she was able to avoid it and hold for position, because on a couple of occasions Sioa has just not had the run of the balls. Best not to encourage that too often.
Yeah, it's maybe a bit of a personal preference thing as well. Like, well, I know for a fact some players, they don't mind that little bump here and there. And then there is those typical players that they really avoid any kind of contact. They're trying to play like a real clean game of pool.
Right, indeed. Don't get me wrong, Tim. I couldn't see any way of avoiding it if it was me in that position. But she did avoid the 8 and she was able to hold position. And more importantly, she's run that out to bring the scoreline back to 3-2. Well, this match still isn't over, Tim. It could go either way. And by the scheme of things, I'd have to say the shootout would be a fair result, but I'm sure Yu is looking just to get that one opportunity and just steal it before we get to that position. But this has been a great match so far. Top class performance from both players here. And as you said, if this is the shape of things to come in this Predator Las Vegas Women's Open, we are in for a treat. So out of her chair this break to stay in the match and to take us to a hill shootout thriller. I'm saying nothing more with the S word, Tim. Let's see how this plays out. The 1 was going. It got knocked out the way by the 5, but that put the 5 in the center pocket, so it remains at the table. What has she got to look at?
Well, I am just wondering, she might be able to queue by the 4 ball, and in that case, this run out is on.
Yeah, great shout, Tim. And she's made the 1 very nicely. Maybe being a bit picky, just the wrong side of this too, but a good, decent position screwing back from this 2. She will naturally finish herself on the right side of the 3 to pop over for the 4 after, so shaping up rather nicely. Oh, great camera angle. See the Arcos 2 balls there. And the reaction on the cue ball, that's not bad at all. In fact, that's nigh on perfect.
Well, really not that much to do. Possibly traveling from 8 to the 9 and 9 to the 10. Could get nervy.
Well, I wouldn't blame either of them for being overwhelmed by the nerves here, but not only consummate professionals, they've been in these positions before. I'm sure it doesn't get any easier with controlling the nerves, but dealing with them, these girls have looked solid. And another confident shot to bring the cue ball off 2 rails back for this 7, and that's done the job perfectly. I'm staying quiet, Tim, for obvious reasons.
Well, I'm quite sure everybody knows what's coming. This is probably a key shot coming up right now. If she can get close to the 9 and not straight. No, she's perfect. Just top left. You don't need a lot of spin, just a drip of left. Cross straight over and get this match to a deciding shootout.
Ooh, the cue ball's running further than she'd hoped, but very, very potable. If it was me at the table, I'd be worrying about scratching. That will not be in her mind here, making this 10 ball and reaching the shootout. Soa delivering the goods when it was needed. In fact, you'd have to say, Tim, 2 good clearances in these last 2 racks to bring the scoreline back to Hill, and we will be blessed for the 2nd time today in a row on table 1 with a shootout, and everyone on the edge of their seats, a few holding their heads, probably can't believe what they're seeing, Tim, but this is what the format was all about. And now, we've spoken about nerves a few times, Tim. How do you think them nerves are now?
Well, that is a very good question. I've seen them both rattled, I've seen them both nervous, but then I've also seen them both play really well. So, like, it's really tough to say how both of them are feeling right now. Just making sure we can actually get going. We have no commercial breaks. So it's 1 shot each, alternating the sides. If the score is tied after 4, we will go to sudden death and the box shrinks.
Well, great solid opener from Soa there. Puts the first green tick on the board. Just a little pause in play there from the referee.
Yeah, Soa does have a little bit of an advantage starting first, but it could also be completely the opposite. It depends, and as long as you start making the ball, the player after you will always feel the heat. Oh, and that's an early miss.
It is, Tim. Big smile from Hayu there, but that wasn't a smile of joy. It was probably a smile of sarcasm. And you mentioned going off first can be an advantage. It certainly looks like that being the case now, especially if Soa is successful in her second shot here. Bit of noise in the background might not be helping.
Well, that is 2 out of 2, and that is going to put a lot of pressure on Yin. But 1 shot at a time. Just focus on making this one. It's the only thing you can do at this point.
Absolutely. Absolutely, but Shootout can be a strange cookie. Could do with making sure of this one though, just to keep a bit of a tighter hold on Soa here. Look at the concentration on her face. Makes it that time, Tim.
Yeah, there's also a thing where players, they prefer one side over the other. So they know they're like most likely to make 2 out of 4 if they feel really good. 3 out of 4, 4 out of 4. But always one specific side over the other. Now this shot on this side, so I did hit it a little bit thicker when she made her first shot. So just looking to see if this might be her weaker side. Let's see.
Not touching a side. That was clean as a whistle, Tim. And wow, what a formidable first 3 opening shots from Soa. Really turning the screw on Heiyu.
Yeah, this is a must make. Yin has to make this one in order to still stay in this match. Missing this will automatically give the win to Soa. Oh, and she just missed it. What a great match from both ladies. Of course, one had to win eventually. This is still double elimination, so both ladies will still be in the field. Soa will be going through the winner's side, and we will see Yin later on through the loser bracket. Thanks, Gethin Davis, myself, Tim de Ruiter. We will be back with plenty more action from Las Vegas. So make sure to stay tuned. Our next match will be coming up very shortly.
They haven't said.
I need like 10 minutes away from.
Oh, you're scorekeeper?
Yeah.
Oh, relax. I won't start without you. And she just went to the little ladies' room.
I'll be back no later than 5.
we close to ready?
To what?
Time?
Yeah, I give you the signal right now. T'as Morgan? Ouais. Ok. Bon, 12, c'est pas une idée.
Welcome to the Las Vegas Opens 2026. What a shot, man.
Perfect. What just happened? Look at that cue ball.
I don't think I've seen that before, too.
No way.
And hello and welcome, pool fans from all over the world. We are in Las Vegas, Nevada, Westgate Resort and Casino for the second day of 9 days of nonstop action in conjunction with the 50th annual CSI Expo, where the BCA World and USA National Championships are being held. They expect 12,000 amateur players from 50 U.S. states, 2 territories, 20 countries to play on 435 tables, the 7-footers. This is the Las Vegas Women's 10-Ball Open. 64 players, 2/3 of the top 100 ladies in the world for $90,000 prize fund, $27,000 for the champion. It's a double elimination to the final 32. There's no early 10s. Best of 3 sets, races to 4, shootout if tied at 3 in the final set. And we are off and running. This is an opening round match between 10-ball World 10-ball champion Christina Tkach and Harin Lee, as you just saw her sitting on your screen there. Saw her on your screen sitting down. It looks to me like Lee is to break. Harin breaking in this first race to 4. This is George Teja, and I'm joined by Big Red from Canada, Eric Hordefson. Hi, Eric.
Hey, pleasure to be with you guys. Harin Lee, not nearly as known as Tkach, and I've never seen her play a full match. Don't judge her by the first break. I did see her hit a full rack before the match, and I'll tell you, she has a chance in this match. Very smooth stroke, coming in at over a 700 Fargo, right, George?
706.
Yeah, so Christina's the favorite, being one of the top 5 women in the world, but Harin is more than capable.
Yeah, she was final 16 last year in Las Vegas Open. 20 final 32 in the Women's 9-Ball World Championships. She is 22 years of age from South Korea. And Miss Tkach here is a 27-year-old 746 Fargo. She's ranked number 10 out of the 64 women that are playing this week here. There's 64 ladies. She has the 10th highest Fargo rate. Ranked number 1 in the WPBA tour. was ranked #1 in the world. And then I believe in October they had new, the WPA had new rankings. And I think she fell to 3.
Trio of 3 balls by the racking area going to play a big factor in this first rack here. 4's in a decent spot to open them up, so an important battle on the 3. A lot of these Korean women have 3 cushion experience, George, and they know the game. They might not be as experienced at American pool, making a general statement, but definitely good QS overall.
They are. Well, we just, on table 1, I believe, didn't we just have Sosoa playing another Korean young lady? And that went to a shootout with Soa winning the match.
Yeah, and really an unknown Korean.
Yes.
And she was ahead 3-1 in the 3rd set, so I mean, really had Soa on her heels. Played well.
You know, one of the things I will say about that match is I watched Soa on the last rack to get to the hill to force the shootout, and she was careful, confident, and so smooth.
Yeah, even under big pressure.
Mm-hmm.
No one wants.
Look at this safety.
Yeah, safe could be a big part of this rack too.
Christina was your runner-up in the World 9-Ball Championships to Sosoa, and in the World 10-Ball Championships this past year. She was the 2024 World 10-Ball Champion. She will be playing this week mixed doubles with Dennis Grab from Estonia, Grabe, in the mixed doubles turbo. We're going to watch these players run around with a 20-second shot clock in mixed doubles. These players now are playing under a 30-second time clock. I believe it's 60 seconds after the break. Yes, as we see the clock, you see the time clock down by your scoreboard on the left-hand side. You'll hear beeps when it gets down to 10 seconds. When it gets down to 5, you get a beep every second. Kind of gives you an idea. You better hurry.
Yeah. Lost track of the fouls there, actually. I thought she was only on 2, but that was her 3rd foul. So, Christina taking the first game with a rare 3 foul.
Especially so early in the rack. Well, there's a lot of balls on there to hide behind, and she started out with that real nice marriage to the 4 ball. Left the cue ball right up against it. Made things tough. And Christina to break now. That 10 ball still going to that corner pocket, Eric.
Yeah. One of our refs came over after the match, the previous match, and just said the table's not racking great. 10 ball seems to be tracking towards that pocket. Early 10s and 10s on the break don't count as a win. So if it goes in that area, it's not really going to hurt the game too much. But just saying that the table's not racking ideally.
You're looking at the Predator Arc table. 9 foot, 4 1/8 inch corner pockets, 4.5 inch side pockets, covered in the new Predator Arcadia Elite cloth. Cloth developed in collaboration with Simonis, as they are a sponsor for this, for the PBS, for the Pro Billiard Series.
Tough pocketing here for Christina. She's going to have to go into the 3-7 if she wants to play offense. possible to run the cue ball into the 7 and stick behind the 3. Funny things can happen with the 2 catching the point if she plays that shot.
She going to replace the 7 with 2. She's going for it all the way.
You can see these 4 1/8 inch pockets. She wasn't far out there. Look at this. Look how close this one was. Didn't drop. First chance for Lee in open table play. Straight back to the left side of the table now.
Is that long drawback on the stroke?
Yeah, she's smooth.
Yeah.
Again, I could tell within 5 shots of watching her warm up that she's very capable.
All ball fouls the referee David Pearson, aka Batpool.
Underdrew this one a little bit. Had a quick look at her tip, actually. Might have half miscued. Typically wouldn't underdraw by that much. Just one rail up here for Lee. Undercut it. Little shaky start for Lee. To catch at this point is a very confident player overall. If she sees any weakness, she's going to gain even more confidence. It's a little straight. She's kind of played in with speed, similar speed to what she played the 2 with. Decided to stay on the short side of it. Smart play, kept the speed down.
Close to a stop shot as she can shoot here. She won't bother moving the cue ball too much here, will she, Eric?
Yeah, doesn't have to worry about the pocketing on the 10.
Nice, just deliver a nice smooth draw stroke and gained what, 3 feet, 4 feet. And game number 2 for Miss Tkach. Starting off the best way a player can. On that first game in the 3-file win, I overlooked the fact that Miss Lee Darren scratched on the break, which made that 3-file rather tempting, nice and easy.
Yeah, it actually seemed to me like the 3 fouls went quick there, and
That's
I guess
why.
it was because of the break.
Yeah, exactly. I missed it too. Someone in the chat kind of said something, and I said, "Oh, thanks a lot, guys." Yeah. I see you. And David Pearson, actually, we're going to do something we haven't done, but he wanted to give a big shout out to his lovely wife Mariah. They're from Amarillo, Texas. And this is a pool family if there ever was one. He's a league operator. His wife works extremely hard as the program coordinator for the Junior Billiard Education Foundation. So involved with juniors, involved with pool. And here he is racking the balls in Las Vegas.
Perry was actually bringing up the racking problems, but that's, Dave's one of our best rafts,
Yeah.
and the rack just didn't separate there how really should.
And we saw that in the last match we did, in the opening break. I think there's 3 balls clustered right behind the spot.
Well, and it actually happened in the first break of this set too. There
Wow.
was three right by the spot, and that was a bit of a factor in the 3 foul overall. We'll take a look at it as the tournament goes on. Three balls heavily tied up near the 8. Could play in a real aggressive power follow into that area. Looks like she's just going to play safe. I don't blame her.
Oh, she was trying to nuzzle in there by the 8. It went by it. Up comes the jump cue.
Yeah, confident jump here from Christina. Less landing distance than the distance of the ball she's jumping over. These are never easy. Look at this. She's got it, George. Look at the 3, too. Definitely going to be safe, but be happy to be the first player playing safe in this spot. Looks like the 3 can play up table. I believe it's going to miss the 4. Cue ball sticking behind the 4, and the 4-7 area will work.
I was going to say the 3 looks like it's dead to the side, and it was.
Did she call it though?
I would imagine. Let's see if she stays at the table.
No, didn't
No.
even see it.
I was looking at that when just before she hit the ball. I'm watching that. I wonder if that ball's dead. Look at it.
Guess it wasn't going to go anywhere else. So, bit of a misplay there from Christina. Just didn't expect it to go, obviously.
You just sometimes just overlook. You're just thinking safety, but in 10 ball, keep in mind, folks, if you're playing a shot like that, it doesn't matter if you call it. If you call it, it doesn't hurt you.
For sure.
And it can just, could have kept her at the table. What did I call that earlier? Jick? Like in a big pen, J-I-C, just in case.
Yeah. Christina had a bit of a subpar finish at Classic Billiards last week. She finished 13th, probably one of her lower finishes in a WPBA tournament in a while. But that was a super strong tournament, George. They all went to that one. Big money added, 17,000 first prize, and they all came over here afterwards.
I think I watched just a very little of it. I think it was on at the same time as the Texas Open. And I was watching that quite a bit.
Try there from Lee. Knew she had to run into the 8. Just got a little too high on the speed. Too thin to cut at it, I believe. She can lay the 8 near the 10.
Oh, boy. She could bank this by this ball.
Yeah, it does go. It's a little aggressive.
It actually lays pretty nice for it, Eric. But she's cutting it in. She doesn't feel she has to bank the ball.
What a slice
Good
that
shot.
was. Looked real tough from the overhead there, and it was. Good shot. Long distance now for Lee. Good shot down the line. She's got it. Perfect with the cue ball.
Well, she's sending Mr. Koch a message there, saying you're not the only one that came to play.
Yeah, big pressure on that one too,
Sure.
being stuck 2-0 in the set. I have a friend that's over in Korea now, and he said the abundance of pool rooms there is just astonishing. I mean, it's the type of country where you could be in a high-rise building and there could be a pool room on the 5th floor and a pool room on the 15th floor.
Wow.
I'm not kidding. You know, they talk about that in Vietnam, but I think Korea is right up there with the per capita amount of rooms too.
Yeah. I've heard it's just going nuts over there. They have, I think, didn't we read somewhere or some information came across that said that Ho Chi Minh City and Hanoi have more pool rooms than any country in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, Vietnam is probably number 1, but Korea's in the top 5 too. So and Lee are both sponsored by LGU, some kind of Korean brand, not a pool brand. Shows the overall popularity of the game over there. Decent power from Lee. Almost made the 6.
Almost made 4.
The catch can play a 3-ball combo here. It's a question of how the 1's going to play off the 8. It's worth the risk.
That 2-3 will play big. Oh, he made them both. And the 2-ball goes by the 5.
Made the lead ball comboing into 3 balls. You ever seen that? Huh.
Oh boy.
Big miss.
Another cut shot for Arin?
Yeah, this one is even thinner than the last, I think.
Yeah, this one's further out.
I'm going to
There's
put
no
it
doubt.
past her. You have to get a second look. Yeah, too thin. She's going to hide the cue ball behind the 5 here. Or, pardon me, the 2 ball behind the 5.
That's gonna give her a little bit of enough of a window to make it.
Yeah, rail first will be okay here. Position's going away from the 3 a little bit, but she might be able to hold just to the right of the 5. Just focus on pocketing the 2 here.
Yeah, that 5 is very big there at this angle.
Shot.
Nice speed. Played it to perfection.
Christina could get real aggressive and play 2 rails across with right spin, but you wouldn't want to be spinning a ball that's this far from the pocket, especially on this pocket size. I think she might try to come 2 rails across with straight high. And take the longer shot on the 4. She did put a little bit of right into it. Didn't have to put as much right as I thought, but great shot there from Christina.
You play with a carbon fiber, don't you, Eric?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Christina and the winner of the previous match you just watched, Sosoa, are going to be having a lot of big matches. They've already had 2 big ones, the World 10 Ball and the World 9 Ball. 1 year apart. Christina winning the 10 ball and Soa winning the 9 ball in the shootout.
Yeah, similar styles, really.
Yes, and I was going to make mention of this. We watch Soa play. We watch Cho Che-yu. We watch some of the Korean, the Taiwanese players, and we always comment, or I seem to comment quite a bit, how smooth, how silky smooth they are. This young lady here is every bit the same.
I know. Yeah. The overall quality of the women's game has gone up 300% in 20 years.
All she has to do is cut this in and run the cue ball just past where she is now. It should be straight in on the 10. Oh, she's putting just a hair right English on it.
Oh, off the mark.
Oh, she went for the corner instead of the side.
My first intuition was side there, too.
Yeah, I thought she was going for the side. I didn't even think she'd look at the corner.
Must have been a little thinner than it looked on the camera angle. Nonetheless, a mistake from to catch.
Extension.
More pressure pocketing from Lee. Facing to catch, getting on the hill. Fighting back nicely with 2 real good 9 balls in the last 2 racks. Interesting stuff here, George.
It's developing, isn't it? Little by little, and we're tied at 2. We were just treated a little bit ago to a very fine match where our 17-year-old junior from the US of A, Sophia Mas, defeated Silviana Liu from Indonesia in 2 straight sets. What a big match for her. Silviana will be on the one loss side, but she'll work her way back through. We'll probably see her at the final 16.
Yeah, 3 matches back for the women to the single elimination stage. If they lose the first round. Still not separating ideally, but the 4 railer going in this time. So he had that area of the rack tight. Pretty good, actually, overall. 1 ball just came straight back. Usually doesn't react like that. Five's real tight past the 6. She's going to have to deal with the 1 first. Looks like it does have room in the bottom right. Actually, the bottom left, too. Nice shot, George.
Very nice shot. I thought she was going to go for the other pocket and run that cue ball into the deuce.
Yeah.
So I was wondering how she planned to control it.
Yeah, she had a little more cut angle this way, but took the better positional option. Hit it perfect.
And then she got on the 2, straight into the corner. Stop shot for the 4.
Five's real tight past the 6. We'll see what kind of angle she gets on the 4. That'll tell us She wants to get on the 5. Looks like she seems okay with playing it past the 6. Got nice and close to it, can target the exact space past the 6 that she wants. I think you had a list of players that Lee has beat in competition, like top players. Is that right, George?
We were looking at some of her past history, and we weren't very sure of the reliability of the information we were looking at.
Okay.
So I kind of held back from saying it, but if the info was correct, someone's working on an app that shows all the players' previous matches.
Yeah.
It's a new something new coming out. But if the info is correct, she has wins over players like Jasmine Ocean, Kristina Slateva, Shasha Lu, Rubelin Amit. That's tough competition. Those are some big feathers in your cap. So like you said, don't sleep on this young lady, because she comes to play. And as we can see now, she's about to take her 3rd game in a row from Kristina Tkach after dropping the first 2.
Yeah, the miss on the 9 in rack 3 was real big for Kristina.
Yeah.
But Lee made a nice 9 in that rack, a nice 9 in the rack before. And Broken ran this rack. So Kristina's got a fight on her hands here.
And 3 games to 2, winning 3 games in a row after losing the first 2. Miss Harin Lee from South Korea. It's funny, here we have 2 matches in a row on table 1, and 3 of the 4 players are from South Korea.
Yeah, I have a feeling they're going to start coming over to North America a little more, and I think the game's really growing over there. It's always been strong, but I think it's growing even more, and I think you're going to start seeing not just players from Korea, but strong players. I think they have a good high structure of coaching over there. You can tell by all the fundamentals that they come over with, and good respect for the game. So we'll see. But yeah, got a few here this week.
Let's take a look at some of the players that we have from South Korea. Sosoa, Haeju Jin, which we just watched play. She played Soa. Went to a shootout. Harin Lee. And those ladies, that's the top 20 players ranking in Fargo out of the 64 that are playing here this week. And then we have Bo Mi Kwon, Yoon Mi Lim, I think I'm going to amuse Eric here. Unfortunately, you guys can't see this, but take a look at the rated Fargo from the very top, 775, Jessica Centeno, to the very bottom, 64, on page number 2. It's all USA players.
George, be nice.
I'm sorry. I kind of pointed out because we need to do something in this country, and we have the answers right now. We have Savannah Easton, we have Sophia Mass coming up in the juniors programs. We need programs and a way to develop our talent away from bar tables.
I agree, and it's evident that
And it's,
North America, and particularly the U.S. and North America overall, has fallen behind a little bit.
let me give you a quick example. Over 650 Fargo, you have Carolina Pau. No, she's 642. Savannah Easton is 652. And then you have Brianna Miller at 678. Sophia Mast at 656. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. All juniors. Except
Right.
for Carolina Pau.
It's like a whole generation
She's-
got missed out almost.
It's just the program they have with all the Euro tours, the coaching, the federations, the fact they can play pool and be under 21. Here, it's kind of tough.
Yeah, you can even go that far.
Yeah.
We have the same problem in Canada. Age restrictions for juniors. But you know what? Pool's growing as a sport worldwide, and I totally hear what you're saying. It's time for North America to follow suit.
I mean, I worked a small program in Tucson at Tucson, Arizona at Pockets Pool and Pub, and we let the juniors in at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They came in, I think it was 3 to about 5. They were there, and they got some instruction from a certified BCA instructor. I helped out quite a bit and going over patterns, things of this nature, exhibitions. And but the kids we had in Tucson wanted to play for fun. They were there for fun. They weren't there to improve.
Yeah. And that's kind of the way a lot of the pool's been viewed in North America, more recreational. I think it's shifting, though. Nice hit here from Lee.
10 ball over the pocket there, but keep in mind, no early 10s for a win.
Christina with the safe advantage in this rack. See if she can hold it here. Could have a real aggressive try at the bank, but I don't really like it considering the score line.
That's a vicious safety. Took away the long rail to kick at it, unless she spins it. She's 2-rail kicking at it from the top, coming in right past the 3 on the right.
Outside chance to make the 8 here.
What a
Got
hit!
it.
What a
Shot.
hit! You were saying something about billiards?
3 cushion billiards?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah. They know the angles real well. Oh, but she missed the call.
She didn't call it.
That's a miss.
Again,
there.
that's twice now that had they called it, they'd still be at the table.
I mean, the one with Christina was a little not quite as obvious, but you're right. And as you said, the only pocket would have been the side, but that one, that's just got to be on the ball with that.
Yeah, folks, if you're out there playing 10 ball and you have a shot, if the ball is looking towards a pocket within a foot, call it. It doesn't hurt you. Try to find a way to play two-way shots so that if the ball misses, of course, it stays out of the way and you have position on the next ball. All you can do is win.
Yep. Free roll.
Mm-hmm.
See what Christina's going to do with the 5 here. If she gets angle on the 3 near the 6 and kind of catches the top side of the 9, that'll play the cue ball towards the 4. Pretty small angle she needs on the 3, though. She could go into it now, but I don't feel like she's going to get a shot on the 3 that often. A little too much angle to hold for the angle I was talking about on the 3. Decision time here for Christina. She's got to plan pretty quickly. go aggressive and try to go into it. Oh, she has opened it maybe just enough. George is real tight there.
You know, speaking of juniors, here's a young lady at the table. It was one of the most successful juniors right behind Jasmine Ocean in the Euro Tours, the Euro events, and the pool championships.
Shot there from Christina, finally opening it up. Yeah, and if you look at the percentage of world-class players that started after, say, age 16, for sure, age 20, it's very low. It's just kind of a game that is built in you innately from a young age. Not saying you can't be a very accomplished player, but it would be rare to start kind of later than 20 and become a real successful player.
And here's another 2-rail kick with position available if she calls it. Going, ooh. Yeah, she went a little long on that one.
Yeah, Christina did well to get in the spot in this rack. Despite of her opponent being on the hill. We've had a good battle here.
Any place but behind the 6.
Don't mind 2 rails forward here. Really preference, a lot of plays available.
You wouldn't just take the real soft roll and get just above the pocket so you can play the 6 ball?
Nothing wrong with
Nope,
it.
she's coming back this way. This could get her in trouble, though. It looks like she's okay. Oh, this is 7 balls. She can shoot it from there.
Yeah,
Just stop it.
Yeah, ideally she wants angle going towards it. Can't see how sharp the 9 is in the side. Pretty sharp, but real close to it. She has to go up and down now, George. Still comfortable enough on the pocketing, though. Just got to take care of the cue ball here. I had a feeling she might play over for the corner. This was a good shot. Didn't have to stun the cue ball. Put some nice running spin. And a helping spin for the 7 there. To the hill we go. Seen a lot of competitive first round matches, George. Especially in the women's. I feel like it's going to be tight going throughout.
Christina worked hard for that rack. I think the best shot there and the key shot there was when she moved the 5 ball up with the cue ball and played that safety. She could have pocketed the 3.
Absolutely.
But she just passed it by, took the safety, leaving the 3 ball close to the 4 and just took control.
Smart shot.
Tied at 3. Take a look at the overall performance there. You can see that Christina leads there. Break success, leads there. Pretty tight on the balls pocketed. 4 balls difference. Falls safeties. Fouls drawn. She had 4-0. Won her a game.
Yeah, and Christina's missed 4 balls. I don't believe Harin's played bad. Just Christina seems to be controlling the game a little more. She had a break and run in rack number 5. Made the 1 this time.
10 ball. There's the 2.
Oh, she's dead on the 3, George. Chance to win the first set now.
Did she have a break and run in the first 2 set? She didn't, did she?
Harin's had one, but Christina
Okay.
hasn't.
Did she get over the 7? Or is she okay?
And a little too much angle, too. Could draw it with inside, but that's a tricky shot.
Probably.
She's going to.
She's going to stun it over.
Nice hit. Could actually do it with outside, which helped a little bit. Inside would have been even tougher there. Good soft draw from Christina. Looks like the cue ball's kind of drawing into the 9. Going forward is kind of going into the 10. Might be slightly straighter than it appears. If she is straight, she'll be okay. Yeah, straight enough.
Down to the last 4, the last 3. She's in perfect position. The 9 ball won't be much more than a stop shot if she gets straight on it.
Yeah, timely break and run here for it to catch. Essentially winning her the set. Good rack, George. Never really in trouble.
No, she's been in line the whole way. Right from the break, right from the onset. And there it is. Break and run for the set. Takes it down 4 games to 3. Ladies are going to take a break. And I'll read off our sponsors, and we'll come right back when the players get back. Sponsors for these tournaments: the Pro Billiard Series, Little Monster, Kamui, Yalin, Box Billiards, Predator Group, Simonis Cloth, Aramith Billiard Balls, Ven Billiards, Q Sports International, Seyberts, Pro Billiard TV, and the WPA. We'll be right back when the players come back. All righty then. We are back in action. Players here. Miss Tkach will be breaking to open the second set.
Looks like she's added a little lift at the end of her backstroke when she's breaking. I don't ever remember her doing that. I might be just misremembering that, but
I think it's maybe trying to get more power.
sure, yeah.
Well, it's a pretty wide open rack, the 8-10. Won't present much of a problem. Three ball does though. She's got to come on the end on the short side, shoot it up table, up the long rail.
Not bad. Cue ball's going to run into the 6 here. Shouldn't hurt her too much. Cue ball could just come back behind the 7. Be the only negative there.
Oh, left that out a little bit too far.
Yeah, I didn't like the draw there because the cue ball was going to play behind the 7 a lot of the time. I guess it could have the other way too, but I think the draw just kind of distracted her on that one.
She's got to bring the cue ball back towards the 7 to get on the 4 for the side. Let's see if she'll utilize that little window between the 6-9. I wonder if she would consider playing it to the corner instead of the side for better position to ensure she holds the position instead of coming around.
Yeah, she needed the inside, and it's not going to catch as much on the new cloth.
Yeah, I think she's going to have to go rail first here.
See what her body language is like. It's close.
No,
she's going right at it.
She's going right at it, so she's got room. Trying to draw that back to get position on the 7, but not get behind the 9.
Actually has an angle now to open it up, and I don't mind that play.
I don't believe she can scratch from there, so the 8 ball's in the way.
Wow.
How many times have we seen that?
Oh.
3 or 4, where it looks like it. In 99.9% of other tables, side pockets, that goes.
Especially at slow speed, too.
Yeah. But that hit the point.
You can see
hit
it.
the very point. Yeah, it just is flat miss.
It was a little wide.
Extension.
A big break for Miss Lee.
Not a full pocket on the 8 to the point where she has to get right down. Have a look at the angle. Shot favoring the outside of the pocket. So Lee starting set number 2 off on the right foot here.
An early lead, the opening game for Harin Lee.
Stand's been pretty full all week, George. We're only in the first rounds here.
Yeah, we've got 12,000, at least 12,000. They might have expected even more. Amateur players here from the BCA and the USA pool leagues. If it's something related, pool related, you can find it right here at the Westgate Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. $435 7-foot tables, 180 tables just in one room, the big main room.
Pool player's dream.
20 of the Predator Arc tables for the pros to play on. 23 in the entire building. There's 2 in the players' practice room. And there's 1 in the Predator booth covered in pink cloth.
Oh, wow. Let's take a look at that.
Ladies, you want to decorate your house in pink cloth? Come take a look at this. Just come out here to the Westgate.
It's the compromise for the husband and wife. If the husband wants the pool table, and
there you go. It's got to match the pink shades.
Yeah. Could take a real aggressive 1-7-10 here. Shot. Handball's going to come up, not going to affect play too much. Shane Van Boning taking a.
Is that Miss Gulyakova?
It is. Shane Van Boning behind her. He won his first 2 rounds in the men's Las Vegas Open, and he'll be on Team USA for World Team Championships. USA Team A, Skylar Woodward and Savannah Easton.
That's in. What a good shot that was.
Yeah, creating something from nothing here.
Doesn't look like the 2-ball goes by the 6 to the corner, so she'll have to play the side. And actually it plays nice to the side. The cue ball goes to the long rail, the short rail, and back towards the 3-ball.
Yeah.
Perfect line.
Yeah, there's a path there.
Oh, it did pass the corner. Never mind.
It goes, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it went to the corner. Well, okay, Christina, you and I are not playing one pocket. 2 shots to the corner pocket, same place, same station.
Just keeping it simple here. Looks like she is going to draw back 2 rails and guarantee the blocking on the 5. Decent cue ball control if the speed's okay. Not too much angle. Cue ball's playing to the right of the 9. Come up 1 rail. too hard to get on the proper side of the 6. Still some work left to do here. Maybe 6 in the top right again. A little in between, but I think she's going to favor the side this time. Just room up the left long rail. Well, Christina's been under some pressure in this match, and she's answered the call. Got unlucky here about with landing straight.
Oh, she's dead straight, isn't she? Just a quarter-inch off the rail. The 7-ball looks like it's on the rail. Just have to go forward just a hair to ensure she's not hooked behind the. There you go. The 10. Now it's just a matter of pocketing the ball.
In a natural position. Slightly less speed than comfortable, but enough that she's not really pocket weighting it. Yeah, she's looking good, George.
Yes, she is.
Kelly Fisher just winning over on table number 2 after losing the first set to Emily Duddy.
And this 10-ball can be a little tricky so close to the rail. Not tricky enough. Christina drains it. Tied at 1. Well, on February 22nd, we will have a one-day tournament. It's an 8 p.m. final. $40,000 to the first place team. There's going to be only 8 teams, so it's basically winner take all. And it's going to be called the Mixed Doubles Turbo. You have 8 teams. Playing format is a 20-second shot clock, a 20-second extension, 30 seconds after the break, signal elimination, and a random draw. So it doesn't matter who you are. It'll be the same format as this. It's 2 out of 3 sets. Races to 4. That should be quite exciting. Be here. You'll want to watch that in person.
Not the best spread on the rack, but Christina caught a bit of cut angle there. She has been going at it square. Cutting the rack like that's typically not going to create as much separation.
Back at the table for the South Korean.
One rail up will be okay here. She doesn't have an option to draw outside the 5 if she wants, and looks like she's going to take it. That shot's a little more into the angle. I like it. Looks like she'll be forced to take the 6 on the side. Sharp, but manageable. Gets straight here. Has the slightest angle going to the right. Just getting a little closer to the 6 here will be a nice bonus. Got nice and close to it, drawing out of the angle, and she's looking good now. The draw angle here to get a different view. I believe it's kind of drawing back into the 9. Down quickly though, so it might be a little straighter.
Look how vertical her arm is. It's perfect right in the center.
Yeah, it was straighter than I thought, so she was totally fine there. But yeah, I mean, I know what to look for in proper fundamentals, and even though I hadn't seen her play, I wanted to take a little look when she was in her first warm-up rack, and you can see right away, it's just so many positives going on.
Sure.
Trading blows here, George.
Yes, they are. Harin breaks dry. Christina runs out. Christina breaks dry. Harin runs out. Both getting their 10-ball run for the set.
Soa was the first player to put the sponsors on her collar. I was just taking a look at her sponsors there. I don't mind it. I think it gives them better real estate, kind of.
There's Sofia Mast and Anna Guliakova.
Anna had a good finish of the WPBA. She finished 9th.
And right behind them, just right behind Anna, is Shane Van Boning. What other players can we find up there? Who's who pool? Let's go, guys. I see some players from Tucson, Arizona, off to the right there.
Lee switching up the break this time. Like she made the very corner ball directly in the corner, which is rare. Might have been something off the 3rd row. Don't usually see a ball kind of go directly in that pocket, but that'll do for this rack. It was off the 3rd row.
2-ball, 3-ball. Does the 3-ball go by the 10? Might slide in.
I think it does, but you'd want to be close to it, and you want to be able to hit it with pretty low speed. Problem is, the 4 doesn't pass the 8 in the left middle, so she's going to have to play some kind of draw or some kind of speed-involved shot to get good on the 4. She'll want to get real close to the 3 here. This could be it. Pretty good, actually. She bumped it a little further out from the rail, but I think she's still okay. too much cut angle, not quite as much pocket. Just trying to hide here.
Nice safety. 3 balls to get behind. Used them all. Alexandra Gulyukova, excuse me, I said Anna. It's funny when you say a name and you think it sounds right, but you're still uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And then you check it and to find out that, yeah, you did say the wrong name.
Sixth sense, intuition.
Exactly.
Not sure what the discrepancy is here. Time foul? Must be. Pleading your case on the time foul somehow?
I did not hear you call it. I did not repeat it. Foul.
Oh, she said, I think the discrepancy is she said she called an extension and the ref didn't acknowledge. Christina's going to try to say, let her go ahead. This is a weird one. I mean, I think there's something in the EPBF rule book where a player like Christina can't just pass it back. It's something.
Yeah, they
is the protocol.
have to accept it, exactly.
Yeah. But.
That's great sportsmanship on her part.
Yeah.
She feels guilty about it. But you can't just give her ball in hand back. And in fact, she'd get penalized if she does something like that,
Absolutely.
like fouls again, just to get it back to her.
Absolutely. It's considered unsportsmanlike.
I remember seeing that someplace.
It's a tough one for Lee. I'd have to see the whole replay of what the interaction was between the. Oh God, Christina's trying to do it. This could be.
Oh boy.
So is Dave going to let it go?
I think he must.
He is, and there's a sportsmanship round of applause for Christina. Wow. So the difference here of how it actually ended up, George, is that Harin now has ball in hand when she was in a jumping position. So not only is she being sportsmanlike, she's actually giving up an edge in not only the game, the set.
Yep.
That was.
Yeah, she's down 2-1. Yeah, she's down 2-1.
I've never seen a player be that generous.
Well, that's why I said if she gives it back, she's going to give up ball in hand, where she was going to be jumping instead. Her safety went haywire.
Yeah.
It was useless.
What a display of sportsmanship there from Christina. Highlight reel for sportsmanship, George? It's got to be. Especially because of how it affected the whole game.
That was on the 2 ball?
3.
On the 3 ball.
Look at this.
How'd she get ball in hand? I was writing something else. Oh, gee, he's not going to call a foul because she touched it with her key.
Okay, so we miscalled that. We'll explain what happened here. And go ahead, George. You know what happened.
She was moving the cue stick with her cue, and the leather happened to touch the ball. The leather tip touched the ball. Now the rule but the rule clearly reads it must be a stroking action. It's got to be a forward action on the cue, because they called that same foul on the late Zhang Shangling in the team championships in Puerto Rico, and he was just fit to be tied.
Yeah, she barely nicked it there, but that
it wasn't a stroking motion. It was not a stroking motion. But I'm a commentator. I'm not a rules expert, and I'm not a referee. That's their decision. We just live and die by it. But you know,
Well, imagine the happenstance that we thought she gave it to her, but that actually wasn't the case at all. It was another technicality call right after the technicality call in the first place. Okay, we're all sorted now.
okay.
And
Now, how much does this throw the players off in their mind?
yeah, good call.
How does it? Let's see who handles it the best mentally.
This game's had it all. Steven trying to hide behind the 10 there. Catching it. She's left lead pretty thin, but a makeable one.
Left it out. Left it out.
Big mistake here in the second set for
At
Lee.
the high side.
And as you were saying, I mean, you know, professionals know how to let things go, but so many things have happened in this rack. It's just kind of off kilter for both here.
Two big ones back to back.
Yeah.
Actually, two fouls that we probably haven't seen before.
Sure.
I've only seen that being called with moving the cue ball with your cue one time, and like I said, that was on Chang. Well, instead of 3-1, where she had an opportunity to get to because of Christina's sportsmanship, it now should be, might be, will be 2-2.
Well, and in the end, don't forget, it wasn't the sportsmanship. It was a foul call by the ref, right? That's what we were confused on. Yeah.
And Christina thought it was unfair, so
Yeah. It's not like she did it. She did it by accident. Put it down. It's not like she just gave up ball in hand there. That's what it appeared at first, but not what actually happened. Odd one. If you watch an NFL game, they actually need someone to clarify all the little rules. They'll go up to the rules expert in the box. It doesn't happen very much in pool.
no, it doesn't. Well, you know, when they do that, though, they put the camera on them, and they never put the camera on us.
Right.
Folks, they figure we have a face for radio, so you don't get to see us. Nothing down, straight in on the one. Tied at 2.
Two past the 7. Good chance here for Lee. Middle of the table is going to be wide open once the 3's down. Lots of room to maneuver the cue ball.
Yeah. I can't see where she might make a mistake.
No.
Going from the 4 to the 5, getting behind the 3 maybe. Bumping the 6 by accident. All depends where she leaves this cue ball. Stops her right there. And she can come 2 rails. She came up where she's just going to draw back over for the 5. Nothing can get in the way.
Yeah, this is one of the easier 10-ball racks you're ever going to see. Still going to execute. First round pressure.
Center of the table. Bert Kenister would say, center of the table. You can make 70% of the shots from right there.
Yeah, got the vantage point to all pockets. Back in line now, just a little more distance than ideal. Stay still here.
There's Shane right behind Alexandra.
My ball looks to be frozen to the rail, so she'll want to get close to it. Need some left spin to hold up the left side. Gonna get on the hill first again.
Look at her chin on the cue.
Lee's gone from the middle and the side rail over the course of the match.
Well, both players with a break and run so far. The break and runs were in the first set. They've had 3 runouts, 2 for Lee and 1 for Tkach. In this set, they have traded racks, neither player winning 2 games in a row. Score is 3 games to 2. Needs to win this rack to force a third and deciding set.
Back to the middle now for Lee. Hasn't had as much success from the middle. Not great success overall. Nothing down again. Cue ball's moving away from the 2.
Does the cue ball go by the 8?
Yeah, I think she has to look at the 1. Just the biggest worry is how the cue ball's playing down towards this 3-9.
She's up against the rail, so that takes the draw out of play. Drawn to the short rail and coming around 2 rails for the deuce. going to shoot soft and take the long shot on the deuce.
Yeah, she had to. That was the only option. She was running to the 9 regardless there. Got a little further than she wanted. Probably to the point where she's going to play safe here. Don't mind trying to play the cue ball near the 6 and the 2 on the left side of the table. Hopefully not making the 2.
Extension.
A lot of shots here. I think what she's a little bit worried about with my shot is the cue ball could be leading into the top right. Can cut it in different ways, though, to kind of manipulate that angle.
She might play safe here.
Yeah, she's going safe for sure, I think.
There's no real reason to pocket the ball. She has pocketed it, and I think she's got position. She can see the 3 ball.
That's a good shot. I missed that one. That's the proper shot for sure.
I wasn't sure she could get to a location where you could see the 3.
Yeah, that's what I missed too. But she did it very well and didn't have to hit that at high speed. Good shot.
Oh boy.
Chance for Lee to win the second set now. Four ball's not in an ideal spot. The only play here is drawing up the rail, but she kind of only has not enough of it.
She went rail first.
Yeah, I just don't see what she's going to do with the 4. I guess it does pass the 5 now from this overhead.
Let's take a look at that side pocket from this angle, folks. We've been saying that. I thought that was a missable shot most of the time on most tables. That's just a good shot. Will get you there. Need a little bit more than that here.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing there is she had to draw out of it and had to put a bit of speed in it, but still just any fraction off in these side pockets, especially at speed. Pocket's just not taking the balls. So let off for Christina here. A bit of speed to come back across the table enough to get past the 8 and 9. Caught it a little thick in the pocket, so lost a little cue ball energy.
It may not go by the 9 ball. That looks pretty. Oh.
That's tight, but I
That's
think she does have it.
I think she does too. Doesn't have it comfortably though. It's still uncomfortable to shoot this shot.
Shots, but all she could do there.
Christina is a Predator-sponsored player and plays. So let's see if PredatorCues.com will tell me She's on the Predator Pro team. So I'll go to PredatorCues.com, click on Pro Team, and scroll down and find Mr. Koch.
Solid play under pressure from Christina.
Here she is. And there we go. Hill match. Hill set. Christina needing 1 for the match. Heron needing to win to force the 3rd set. All right, let's see what Predator has to say about Christina Tkach. WPBA Junior 9-ball champion, 13-time EPBF European champion, 7-time Euro Tour champion. She began playing with Predator in 2008. Tournament titles are listed, special accomplishments, and what's in the bag. That's what we were looking for. You can go there, and all the Predator sponsored players you can do this to. Just go to Predator Cues, go to the pro team, and what's in the bag. A nice video of her. And of course, I don't have my sound down, so I'm not going to be able to hear. I think it's a Predator Black, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, from what I remember, it sounds right.
Well, in her cue case, she carries chalk. Predator cue, it is a Predator Black. Beautiful cue.
Cut break again from Christina. Bunch of balls jammed up in the racking area.
And they have a nice close-up of it. So, want to know who she plays with? PredatorCues.com.
Eight balls below the first 2 diamonds again, George.
Wow, what a mess. That's 7-10-5.
Even the 4 doesn't have many pockets, I don't think. It does go on the bottom left. Bottom right, pardon me.
Well,
and Harin's going to have a chance, or pardon me, Christina's going to have a chance here.
You know, it might be a mess, but that 7-10 combo goes. She can also address it once she shoots the 5 or the 3 and 4.
Yeah, she's got a good angle to get the proper angle on the 2 now.
Sure has. These balls are lined up favorably for a run out. It's going to be a tough one. Pinpoint position, especially to get on the 3. But you got to make the 1 ball first.
First missed ball for Christina in a number of racks. Been playing well. Just lost track of that one. Again, the side's jumping out, George. I mean, this one, you know, we just kind of...
Wow, she missed the ball. Yeah, you're
sure.
Right. Yeah, it's those sharp corners of the side.
Don't mind trying to play the cue ball back behind the 4-9 here. Negative there's the 1 can actually cut in the pocket. Looks like she's going to try something off the right side of the 1. Good shot. Similar to my shot, just going the other way.
Now it's more of a mess. Although the 5 ball goes.
Yeah, it still goes, and she opened up the 7, actually.
Yeah. Now she's got to get on the 4 ball, though, for the other side. Well, I think the 4 goes past the 8. Not sure.
Gonna have to really power out of this. Targeting's got to be perfect here. extremely tough shot there at speed. Gonna correct distance. Similar shot for her in now that Christina had on the one ball. Not sure if she has enough of the left side of it to cut it in. Christina went off the right side. Looks like that can work again. She's got it this time. There's the cue ball. It's okay. I believe the 5 passes the 10 and a shot for Arin to win the set now.
Look at this. It's going to bounce up.
It's there, George. Going to take a bit of precise cue ball movement from the 6 to the 7. Not too bad, though. Whole right side of the table will be open.
It's going to come down from going from the 6 to the 7.
I think she wants to avoid on the 7 to the 8 is having an angle where the cue ball is running into the 10. Good angle here. The way the angle that she needs to draw the cue ball at, though, the side's kind of in the way to get that angle where she doesn't have to run into the 10. If she has to run into the 10, good things can still happen.
She can come down by her elbow and play the 7 right past the 8.
Yeah, but just saying how the cue ball is going to play off here could be trouble.
She could have come down just a little lower. This is going to be tough now because it is going to catch a piece of the 10 and it's going to send the cue ball right at the 8.
Yeah. I think she's going to have to try to draw off of it. Doesn't look like the following angles are going to really play her forward, but she's on the rail, so she's going to try something with the follow.
Yeah, I think I'd put a little bit of high right English on this.
Could work.
Catch a piece of the 10 and should go 2 rails into the 8. A little bit of a gamble on position.
Didn't work out. She's still going to be the first one in playing safe here. And it's a pretty high percentage one. Has to think quick, down to the end of her shot clock. There were a few options here, but she's played a good one with not much time left. Got unlucky to catch the window. Christina's going to have a go at the match here, I think.
Distance. Do you go to the right side of the 8 and bring it back down for a safety, or do you go for the ball?
I think she's got to go.
She cuts the ball. Yeah. She cuts the ball well. I think it's just how well can you hit it real thin.
It's there. Cue ball looks okay too, as long as it's got enough speed. It's in between.
Oh boy.
On the rail as well.
And the cue ball looks like the tangent line goes right to the side pocket.
I think so. I have to.
Right to the corner, excuse me.
It's corner if she goes on the side, and side if she goes in the corner.
Yeah, it looks like he just goes right in.
She is calling the side here, so she elevated to the side. It's too much. Here it is for the match.
Missed it.
No good.
Tell right away that was missed. She hasn't left. This is quite a tester.
Sure.
But makeable.
This is to Try to level the match score, 1 set each. She does. We'll be going to a third set. She's got it.
Pure. Very nice shot. I'm sorry, but that is a...
There it is.
Set number 2 goes to the young lady from South Korea. And forces a third and deciding set. Players will go to a break and we'll take one too. Take a look at the stats. We'll be right back. And we're off and running. The third and deciding set. The player that won the lag breaks on the third and deciding, and that's Miss Harin Lee. Ball on the break, the 7. Will it slide? Yes, it will. Cue ball's behind the 4. Well, no, it's not behind the 4. It's behind the 6-3, right next to the 4.
Yeah, one thing about breaking from dead center like that, the 1 doesn't really track right towards a pocket. If you break a little bit, say to the right side of the table, the 1 will track more to the left.
Okay. I'm taking breaking lessons. Is she going to get behind the deuce? Looks like she may have. In which case, she'll get it back regardless, I think. I don't think Christina will take this shot.
Yeah, she's going to want to create enough angle going to the left that she can involve 3-6 again. Doesn't even have the left side of it. So 2 rails behind it now.
I like kicking just past the 4 right at it. No, does the 3-ball get it? Looks like the 3-ball might be in the way. You gotta like kicking that. Look at this. Gonna come up with a safety and a good one.
So both finalists of the Women's World 9-Ball in a dogfight in round number 1 here. Christina's in a tough match.
Sale was in a shootout. Went to a shootout. So, excuse me.
Ball again now for Harin. Going to stay away from the side pocket here, just in case she gets off angle. Just to avoid the coming across for the 2. A little too much angle to hold on the right side. A lot of traffic crossing over to the left. She might have to go two long rails back to near where the 2 is.
At least to where the 2 is, yeah. She's gonna get it.
Ball causing a lot of problems in this rack. Can stand to the right of it. Pretty natural to hit the window between the 6-8, so she might just choose that. Ball still involved in position here. You can see how the middle of the table is so important, George. The 8's right in the middle. It's always involved in some kind of positional track.
Yeah, a ball in the middle of the table makes running around the table a little bit on the hard side. Oh boy. Table tightening up a little bit, you think?
Yeah.
Maybe, or did she leave it out enough at the angle she was coming in?
Well, just where the 8 was, had to kind of soft draw the ball, get into that kind of deceleration type stroke.
This cue ball comes straight down to towards the right-hand side pocket.
Christina.
Do you like going to the head rail here, or you try to slow roll it and get to the middle of the table?
I think she can hit it just enough speed that she'll feel okay to just go one rail. When I teach, I have kind of like a speed gauge, and it's a bit of a feel concept. But if you have to hit the ball at, say, a 2 out of 10 speed, you want to avoid that. So the speed, in my mind, the speed that she hit that at was around a 3. You're okay around a 3. So
well, this is the third and deciding set. It's 1-0. If they're tied at 3, we'll be treated to a shootout. Or a player can just win this outright. I guess by a two-game lead. 4-2.
yeah, breaking runs will be valuable here in this set.
Sure.
Only going to 3 to force the shootout. Christina has won in the match so far. At an opportune time in the first set. Ran out to win the set.
Out of her chair comes Mr. Koch. And the 4-railer, the 10 ball goes straight in. The 1 ball's dressing up in front of the pocket.
Yeah, that's the ball that's been going in a lot over the course of the first 2 days.
Just parted her wide open and just went straight in, untouched.
First time it's gone in this match, but it's been heading that way a lot.
This has run out all over it, written all over it.
Yeah, just wants to get an angle out here on the 3 where she can draw straight back for the 4. Doesn't want to disturb the 4 or the 7. Done. He trapped into getting a little straight on the 5 here. Should be okay with any type of small angle. Short side position here on the 7. Decided to come all the way back on top of it. A little dangerous, but she's perfect.
She got. Oh, we had this shot before. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong screen again. Sorry.
Christina staying solid throughout this run out. Big lead now. Lee's going to have to win 4 games in a row to avoid the shootout if Christina Gets through these last two.
Overran it quite a bit.
Yeah, to the point where she's on a missable 10 here.
Yeah. And she does have to think about the cross side pocket. Always usually goes high here. She says, you think about that. Drains it. 2-0 in the deciding set. Well, this has been a very, very good match. It's been very tight. 4-3, 4-3 both sets. We've had break-in runs. We'd have full table runouts. We've had a little controversy.
Yeah, the one peculiar game around rack number 4 in the second set. Kind of changed things a little.
We've had great sportsmanship.
Down for Christina, shot on the 1 for Lee. Another good open rack here. Christina's breaks improved a little bit, the power for sure. Not indicative of the results here, but players that play regularly on the Pro Billiards Series know that power is going to be a good long-run strategy. Looks like she's developing it a little more.
Oh boy.
Pressure mounting for Lee. Expected miss there. Looks like Christina can draw back between the 7-5.
No, she had to go rail first, not ball first.
Yeah, mistargeted there. So let off for Lee, but still has to come up with something here. 2-ball not right over the pocket. She's going to get position 2.
Looks like she did.
Big turnaround now in the third set. From Christina being a favorite to being guaranteed a shootout. Back to close play here, likely. Going slightly the wrong way, but you can stop that movement with some left spin. to be a little straighter on the 6 to draw straight back for the 7, but she can move to the left now and play the 7 in the bottom left. Just making things a little tough for herself, George.
Oh, can she stay to the left side of the 10?
No, gonna have to stun over with some speed. Nice shot, good recovery.
Takes one game back. Trails by 1.
Lee's been breaking predominantly from the middle this match. She has gone to the side rail a couple times. Made a ball in her last break, breaking from the middle, so I think she'll stick there. Tough though, George, when you're under the threat of possibly going to a shootout or being stuck big in the set. If you're breaking from the middle, it kind of always that threat of not making a ball and your opponent running out. So she is going to go to the side rail, it looks like.
Yeah, there is some mental.
The middle.
There is some mental here in play. Let's see how she handles it. I have a feeling she handles it well.
Yeah, she's been solid throughout the match.
Sure has.
Missed the 2 ball, and there was one other miss in the 10 again
10 ball.
almost. One other miss in the 3rd set, but overall she's hung in well.
Yeah, the break is dry. The 1's available. Position on the 2 ball is not the easiest, as she's going to hit the 5 and has to roll through it. And if she does that, she's got a 2-7.
Yeah, I think she's going to have to manufacture some kind of draw angle here. Danger in that is the cue ball could come behind the 7. Tough spot. Just going to roll at it. Don't really see how she's going to get position here. No good.
It was tough to roll that ball across after her run into the 5 that way. Did she call something into the side pocket? She was calling maybe the 5.
I think so.
Went right by it.
Yeah, missed the whole ball, so hand chance for Lee now.
Coming back for the 3.
Little straight, but 3's nice and close to the pocket. Can cheat different parts of the pocket to get a little more energy out of the cue ball or specific angles that she wants on the 4. A little straight as far as coming towards the side, which you want to favor. I think she might have to go corner here. Few options on this one. First one I see is drawing straight back for the 5 in the right middle.
Oh boy. How's this going to work out? It better take a big bounce. It's not going to be open.
No, it's going to work out for her. Just a bit of pressure creeping in for Lee here. She was trying to force the cue ball to the right a little bit there and just made her miss the 4.
Extension.
That's why I like the straight bat.
She must be able to see just a piece of it. If she can't, she can come all the way past the 9. There's 4 balls that'll come into play. She can see the whole thing.
That was a camera illusion there.
Yes, sure was. I thought she was going to be lucky to see just a little piece, a little nibble. Look at this.
Yeah, right over the top of the 9.
Yeah. She has to just pocket it, but elevated the way she is. It's tough to pocket. Can't touch a ball.
She's got it. Good shot. Looking good now.
Wow.
Big turning point here in set number 3. Catch looking good to get on 3 first and guarantee yourself a shootout. Shot right down the pocket line there.
Three balls to get to the hill. Guaranteeing a shootout for herself. Putting a lot more pressure on Harin.
And she's feeling it a little bit already. She's done well throughout the course of the match. Only 2 games away from forcing a shootout. She's going to have to dig deep here in these next 2 racks.
Three to 1. Now, if she could have the same, if she can close this set out the same way she closed out the first set, it's a break and run.
Yeah, she's in the driver's seat now.
Yeah, sure is.
Bit of a free roll feeling, too, when you know you're guaranteed a shootout. Of course, you want to avoid it, but kind of a bit of a feeling of security.
Wonder what's going through Christina's mind at this moment while she's watching the referee Dave rack the balls.
Well, I'll tell you something. It's not something that's brought up often, but when you're in the pool room and you're in a tournament, you're used to just kind of being in flow. You know, like the game's over, you go collect the balls, or maybe they're in the ball return spot. You rack, and everything takes about 30 seconds. The things that you have to think about in your mind when you're in the chair like that, especially during pressure spots, like you got to find ways to stay positive. I mean, only losers would go negative, but you know what I mean? Like you have to have positive mental strategies when you're kind of waiting like that, right? Because you're anxious to get back to the table, you know? Like even in WNT tournaments, they go to TV timeouts. Like there's a lot of time between racks, and it's something you have to get used to. Christina is.
Oh, well, I guess that's not so bad. There's not really a pocket over there for her. But she can roll up behind something.
Yeah, behind cue ball behind the 5 looks good here. Cue ball's going to tend to play a little bit to the right of the 5. So Lee's just going to let Christina take a shot at a safe with a bunch of right spin.
Let's see if Christina can snuggle the cue ball in behind the 5 ball.
Good shot. Actually overdid it. Tough to
Yeah.
overdo that one.
She found secondary hook.
Well, she's remembering to call shots now, George. She's called the 9.
She's called a 9 ball?
Yeah, banked across into the bottom.
I kind of like
left.
calling this 1 ball off the 9 to the corner.
Oh, sorry, she probably has. You're right.
She didn't call the cue ball. Ouch. Well, big break for Christina.
Yeah, chance to win the match now. It's been a long grind, but ball in hand, chance to move on to round number 2. If Harin doesn't come back to the table, I expect her to do well on the loser's side. Maybe 3 matches back for the loser of this match. Trying to get back to the final 16 redraw.
Yeah, the 5 to the 6 doesn't have to be all that easy. The 10 ball plays big. What else can we see here?
Yeah, there's the shot of the rack, and depending on what kind of angle she gets on the 6, if she does get on it. Go, the cue ball.
Cue ball.
It's
Oh,
in.
wow.
Sometimes even when you catch the object ball in the pocket, it's going to affect a shot like that. Where a pro goes straight in the pocket. Usually something that happened out of the ordinary.
Is she drawn down towards the 7 ball?
I think she has to. I like that play. Maybe out to the middle and just leaving herself a little tougher on the 6. She's going to try to get close to it, but she hasn't got there.
Yeah, I was a little concerned about that.
Just on the proper side of the table to jump. Still a shot at getting out of trouble here.
Shot.
Kept her bridge hand nice and still there. Got a little funny here. Trying to Pressure's on. She's good. Gonna go to the corner on this one.
She indicated the side, I think. I may be wrong. Looks like she's going to the corner.
Similar shot that Christina had last rack to get on the 10.
Pulls back another game and now trails 2-3. She needs one more game to go to a shootout. Christina needs one more game to win the match.
Yeah, all riding on rack number 6 here. Over on table number 2, two American players going at it, Corey Dill and Billy Thorpe. It's a men's loser side match. Gonna be back with one more men's loser side match at 8 p.m. local time today.
And that's quite a match. Oliver Solznoki versus Gerson Martinez.
Should be a good one.
Martinez fresh off of a strong outing at the Texas Open.
Ball down again. It's going to spot right behind the 2. Look at this, George. Spotting of the 10 is going to affect this rack.
Oh boy. I wonder if this is like one pocket where he can't put it up against the ball. I guess he has to put it up against the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, to the point where it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Can't really break into it. Don't mind being the first one playing safe on the 2.
I like playing safe right here. It's going to be, well, maybe sometimes I lose my mind, Eric, but come off the right side of the ball with some right-hand English, come 2 rails underneath the 10, and then try to get up behind that 4-5. And the ball's going to go 2 rails, probably to the middle of the table.
Yeah, I think it's situation dependent. This is going to go wrong here. It's situation dependent, but there's something always in my mind where I only want to win one safety battle, not 2.
Okay.
So, like, say she did play safe there, right?
Mm-hmm.
She would have to win the battle on the 1 and then the battle on the 2. Do you know what
Right,
I mean?
right. I got you.
Yeah. I'm not saying it, sometimes you might have to do that, but to me, I think just limiting it to one battle, and that's always, and this is a false statement, but to me, when you tie up another ball, now you're going to have to maybe, win 2 safety battles, but sometimes you have to, right? It's situational.
I don't think that far ahead. Let's see what she did there. They moved the camera just as she hit the ball. There we go. 2 rails into the 1 ball. The cue ball got past the 2 balls. He was hoping to maybe stay behind.
Yeah, I wanted to hit the bottom side of it. I think Christine, see, this is where the situational part comes in. Like, I
Right.
like playing safe here because the pocketing's too tough, right?
Behind the 7?
Yeah. You played your shot this time, George. And that 4-5 stack.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if she gets a safety here. I wouldn't mind putting it back there again. Because it's an easy place to run to.
Yeah, big wall balls. Over
Yeah.
there.
This could scratch. Not from there. It's going to come up. And there's a shot.
Doesn't look like the drawing angle's playing into the 210. I think it's playing to the left of it a bit.
Well, I will say one thing. The banking angle for the 2 ball is there where
Yeah.
she pockets the 1. Do you want to go for the bank?
Oh, it was going into it.
I don't. She doesn't either.
Yeah, could have ended up better here. Definitely a good chance at another save. Aggressive jump shot from Lee. Gonna look for some kind of kick. Back to the jump cue. He's got to land it in a short landing zone here.
Extension.
Hit the top of it.
Cue ball tracking right at the pocket. Oh, 4 ball.
Yeah, a little wild now.
Well, things just opened up.
Yeah, the 8's still there, but definitely a chance for Christina to make some progress here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
She's going to be able to open up the 8-10. Just under drew it. I don't know if she was trying to go to the long rail off that one. Likely the short rail.
This has a shootout written all over it. But she's going to have to... Arin's going to have to run the table here. Or win this rack. No matter how she does it. What did she just... Oh, she's okay.
Oh, I thought she was behind the 10
So
for a
did I.
second.
That's what... So what did she just do?
Well, I think she was trying to run into the 10. Never mind. So she got a little bit lucky there.
Just don't bump the 5 as you go by.
Smart shot there. Avoiding the stun. She's always going to leave a little more angle on the 5. But would have been tough to pinpoint the cue ball with stun.
It's got to avoid the 6 here. This could hit the underside, bottom side of it and go to the corner. Like that. Just like that.
It's not in the corner. Oh, it's there, George.
So
Not there. The side's jumping out again.
well, she's just handed the match over. A 5-ball run. And it avoids the shootout. But she's on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, it started getting out of line when she ran into the 10, not the 8, and just never fully recovered after that. It's Christina's
boy.
missed it. Drama here in rack number 6. Couple missed balls, a ball in hand. It's had a bit of everything, just like this match overall. Has to avoid the 10 blocking the cue ball here. 2 rails back.
Ideally, she gets the cue ball where it is now.
Yep.
And it's still tough on the 9.
Yeah, just might have to shoot the 9 in the long pocket. She's gonna have distance now.
She got there.
I think she's gonna go 2 or 3 rails forward here. Side's playing a little too big to come back on top of it. She is gonna draw though. Good shot. Straight. Well, George, let's see if she has the guts to draw back 2 rails. I think she has to, considering the pressure. I mean, if you just draw the cue ball to where it is.
That's a tough shot. That's a tester.
Yeah,
Real tester.
I like coming all the way back to the short rail here. Shot.
Oh, she's done a good job. A little longer than she'd like to be, but it's got to be hitting the same spot, either from 4 feet or from 3 feet. And the crowd likes it. And we go to a shootout. And here's what's going to happen with the shootout. The referee will be spotting the 10 ball about 3 inches behind the spot where it racks in the, when you rack the balls. The player will shoot it to one corner. The other player must shoot it to the same, and they'll switch sides. At the end of 4 innings, the one with the higher number of spot shots will win the match. If they are tied at the end of 4 innings, they will bring the cue ball back 1 diamond from the kitchen line there, or as the break line. And they bring it back 1 diamond in the same box, 1 diamond away from the rail and 1 diamond away from the head rail. And they must pocket the ball, and it goes to sudden death. If your opponent makes it and you don't, you're done. Lorraine won the lag, so she goes first and has choice of sides to shoot to. So the first lag is awfully important. On your scoreboard, you see the blue boxes, and that's where the spot shots will be recorded. Opening, right in.
Yeah, Christine will have more experience by far. these shootout situations. Lee getting off to a good start here.
Yeah, but Christina has something that a lot of players don't have. She lost a world 9-ball title
Yeah.
on these shots.
PTSD maybe.
Yeah, exactly. I don't care who you are. That'd be kind of hard to let go. Or did she work at it?
There's the whole pocket there, but got it down. Both players shooting the shot in the same fashion.
Just above center.
2 rails back. Some players go right from the side rail and try to wrap it out of the corner. I like this one. I think it's a little more simple.
I like this too. You shoot it with speed to get to the head rail.
Yep. Yeah, and you'll notice that too when as over the course of the shootout. The cue ball is always going to end up in the same area, kind of in a 1-foot box from the middle of the short rail.
He's over there.
Two for Lee. Well, after missing a few shots in the third set, she's come up with some big ones here in the shootout.
That face and that breath tells you a lot.
For real. The pressure's real.
The pressure's real. That's right.
For 4.
Neither player giving up an inch. What a treat. Opening round, and you have a shootout. Opening round, and we have a match of this quality.
Yeah, Christina's up against it here.
And there's a miss.
Match is in Christina's hands now. If she makes the last 2, Lee won't be able to come back.
This is a big shot right here. She can take a lead. That's hard to overcome. Because that means even if Lee makes the next one, and she does. Even if Lee makes this next one, oh, actually, if she misses this one, it's over.
Yep. Yep, match on the
She
line
has
now.
to make it right here. It's sudden death for her.
Yeah, and Christina's done well. As you mentioned, losing the World 9-ball final in a shootout. You know, champions know how to deal with that. And
Yes.
It looks like she has.
Big shot. Gotta have it. And there it is. Christina Tkach will move on to the winner's side. Winner round 1. The young lady from South Korea, Harin Lee, will move over to the one-loss side. And what a match we had.
Yeah, Lee can be proud of herself there.
Sure.
One of her first times on the big pro billiard stage, and played a real great match against the women's world 9-ball champion. Look for her to be a force coming back on the loser's side. Christina escapes. One more round for you tonight.
Yes. It'll be Gerson versus Oliver Szolnoki. Thanks for joining us. Come right back. We got another great one on the line.
stuff on the table?